Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Issei had solo leveling. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Name, Issei Hayadu. Old appearance, new appearance, age, 17 to 18. Height, 5 feet 5 inches. Old, 6 feet tall. New race, human. Gender, male. Old personality, Issei was a teenage boy who often found himself distracted by his surroundings. He was reckless and easily fooled, which led to him getting into trouble often. Despite his weaknesses, he was good-willed and kind-hearted, always willing to help others, even at his own expense. New personality. After awakening the system, Issei underwent a significant transformation. He became calmer, showing little to no fear in the face of danger. With newfound confidence, he developed a strong sense of loyalty to those he cared for and a longing for growth. While he wasn't arrogant, he would often taunt his opponents, calling them weak, which helped him identify their vulnerabilities. System, a mysterious entity that Issei received upon his death. It tracks his progress and provides him with quests. Issei often wondered whether he was using the system or if it was using him. Name, Issei Hayadu. Job, none. Title, none. Level, 1 health points/HP, 100 out of 100 magic/MP, 10 out of 10 fatigue, 0 strength/STR, 5 vitality/vit, 10 agility/AGL, 10 intelligence/int, 10 sense, 10 available points, 0 chapter. End in a realm of darkness and emptiness. 2 figures faced off, one glowing dark purple and the other scarlet red. Their auras warped the air around them, radiating immense power that defied reality. As they charged toward each other, a shockwave seemed imminent. Suddenly, the sound of an alarm clock shattered the silence. In a modest bedroom, a hand reached out to turn it off. A brown-haired boy with brown eyes groaned as he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. "I really need to reconsider this alarm clock," he muttered, throwing the covers aside. He stretched and decided it was time for a shower. After turning on the water and waiting for it to warm up, he stepped in, a smile spreading across his face as the warm water enveloped him. "This feels nice," he sighed, enjoying the moment until a knock interrupted his thoughts. "Issei, are you in the shower?" Recognizing his mother's voice, he replied, "Yeah, Mom. It's me." "Ah, you're finally awake early. I thought I would have to come and wake you up myself." Issei chuckled nervously, realizing he had woken up early for once. "Yeah, I'm shocked myself." "Well, when you're done, come downstairs for breakfast." "All right, Mom." After hearing her footsteps fade away, Issei quickly finished his shower, not wanting to keep her waiting. He dried off thoroughly, including his hair, and looked at himself in the mirror. "Man, I look good," he said with a chuckle, shaking his head at his own reflection. Exiting the bathroom, he dressed in his school uniform and made his way downstairs. Upon arriving, he saw his mother at the table, sipping coffee. He noticed her casual attire and slightly disheveled hair, prompting a small sigh. "Seriously, Mom? You're doing another shift?" Issei's mother took a sip from her coffee before looking at her son. "Well, someone has to put food on the table and keep a roof over our heads," she replied. Issei sighed, nodding in understanding. He could tell that his mother was under a lot of stress. He had offered to get a part-time job to help with finances, but she wouldn't allow it. She wanted him to focus on finishing high school, and he was only in his second year. Issei couldn't help but worry about his mother ever since his father had mysteriously disappeared. Things had changed drastically since then. Everyone copes with loss in their own way, and Issei and his mother were no exception. "Honey, eat your food before it gets cold," his mother reminded him. "Oh, okay, Mom," Issei replied. He sat at the table and began to eat his breakfast quickly, almost inhaling his food. His mother watched him with a mixture of concern and disbelief. "What is going on with you?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Issei paused, giving her a deadpan expression. "OW," he exclaimed as she playfully slapped him on the back of the head. "What was that for?" he asked, rubbing his head. "No saying that at the dinner table," she replied. "Okay. I won't do it again," Issei promised. Good, I don't need another lawsuit, she said with a smirk. Issei rolled his eyes and finished his meal. After putting his plate in the sink, he checked the time and realized he needed to leave for school soon. He made himself a lunch and gathered his things before looking at his mother, who was still sipping her coffee. I'm heading off now. I'll see you when you get back, he said. His mother placed her coffee down, stood up, and hugged him. You stay safe, okay, sweetie? Issei smiled and hugged her back. They held the embrace for a moment before letting go. He turned and walked to the front door, opening it and stepping outside. He gave his mother one last wave goodbye as he closed the door, letting out a small sigh. Alright, here we go. Another day. At Kuo Academy, named after the small town it was in, not much was known about the school other than it had originally been an all-girls private institution. Eventually, it became co-ed, and a new building was constructed. The academy had several divisions, including primary, high school, and college. Since it was still early in the morning, not many students had arrived yet. Issei approached the gate with his bag in hand, immediately noticing some students giving him disapproving looks, particularly from the girls. Oh great, the pervert is here early, one female student muttered. I bet he's here to get in some early peeping, another added. Issei rolled his eyes as he walked past them. He understood their disdain. After all, he was known as part of the perverted trio, a group infamous for their antics. Although he didn't see himself as the leader, others often labeled him as such. I see that you're here early, Mr. Hayadu, a voice called out. Issei turned to see Sauna Shirtorai, the student council president. She was an appealing young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a bob cut, and violet eyes. Good morning, President. No surprise that you're here, Issei replied. Of course, I have to greet the students and ensure they aren't causing any trouble, she said. I feel like that cause harm part is directed toward me, Issei remarked. Sauna raised an eyebrow. What makes you believe that, Hayadu? President, I'm part of the perverted trio. I thought you were smarter than that, he said with a grin. Sauna shook her head slightly. While she disapproved of Issei's behavior, she had to ensure he was treated like any other student. Sauna didn't hate Issei, she found him amusing, but that was about it. Sauna, there are still more students on their way to school. Make sure you get to class on time, and don't cause any trouble. Issei gave her a playful salute. Issei, you got it, Miss President. As he walked away, Sauna couldn't help but smile. Sauna, there is something special about you, I can feel it. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, I'm bored. Currently, he was lying on a grassy field with his two best friends beside him. The first was Motohama, known for his unusual ability to guess girls' body measurements just by looking at them, earning him the nickname Perverted Glasses. The other was Matsuda, a former jock who had now devoted his life to being a pervert. Together, they made up the infamous Perverted Trio, known for their antics. Matsuda looked at Issei. Matsuda, really? But we just finished peeping on some girls. Motohama adjusted his glasses and smirked. Motohama, I get it, you want to see more, right? To their surprise, Issei shook his head. Issei, I'm bored of that. Motohama, how can you be bored? Issei shrugged. He wasn't sure himself, but he felt stuck in a routine. Issei, is this my purpose in the world? To forever peep on girls? Matsuda, what's wrong with that? Don't you like biffs? Suddenly, Issei's eyes shot open as he jolted up in a cold sweat, breathing heavily. Issei, what the hell? He quickly checked himself, relieved to find no injuries. Confused, he wondered why he felt so different. Issei, what? Memories flooded back. He remembered going on a date and then dying. Issei, a dream. Was it all a dream? He looked around and realized he was in a hospital room. Issei, am I in a hospital? He placed a hand on his face, trying to process everything. Was it real? These questions swirled in his mind. Issei, what the hell happened to me? Suddenly, a notification pinged in front of him. You have unread messages. Issei stared at the screen, confused. Before he could touch it, the door opened, and a nurse entered. Nurse, you're awake. Issei, how did I get here? The nurse approached his bed. Nurse, you were found in Kuo Park with a wound in your stomach. You were barely alive. Issei, I see. How long have I been asleep? The nurse checked her clipboard. Nurse, you've been asleep for about 3 days. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Issei, what about my mother? Is she okay? The nurse nodded. Nurse, she was very worried about you. Issei sighed, feeling guilty for causing her concern. Say, so, when do I get released? Nurse, in a couple of days. You still need to recover. Issei nodded, understanding. Nurse, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. As the nurse left, Issei looked back at the screen. He wondered if she couldn't see it. Issei, could it be that she can't see this thing? He tried to interact with the screen, but it didn't respond. He contemplated how to access the messages, maybe a voice command or snapping his fingers. Issei sat on his bed, staring at the screen, deep in thought. He soon let out a small sigh. Issei thought, I have to open the message box somehow. Ding. Issei's eyes widened as he watched the screen change, revealing 2 messages. Congratulations. You have now become a player daily quest. Trained to become a formidable combatant. Issei thought. A player. So that really wasn't a dream. He narrowed his eyes at the screen, feeling as if it might just be a figment of his imagination. But then another screen appeared. This system will help the player develop. Failing to comply with the system's orders could result in a penalty. This made Issei both curious and worried. Develop into what exactly? And what penalty? He wondered if it could affect his mother. It better not. Suddenly, another screen appeared, this one more intriguing. You have received a reward. Issei thought. A reward? Does it have to do with that thing I saw when I was dying? What was it called again? He recalled the day he died, remembering a screen that said he completed a secret quest called Courage of the Weak. Issei wondered how he had completed that quest. Was he really that weak? Sure, he had focused on peeping at girls, but he felt disappointed in himself. Diamenet. I am weak, he muttered, gritting his teeth. He had made his mother worry about him and had done nothing to defend himself when she attacked him. Ashamed, he turned to one of the screens. Trained to become a formidable combatant, he said, narrowing his eyes. Open. The screen changed. Daily quest. Trained to become a formidable combatant. Push-ups 0 out of 100, sit-ups 0/100, squats 0 out of 100, run 0/10 km. Caution. If the daily quest remains incomplete, penalties will be given accordingly. Issei stared at the screen in disbelief. Is this some kind of joke? He sighed. He wanted to avoid the penalty, but he was in no condition to do any of it. I'm hospitalized. I don't have the strength to do all this. With that, he laid back down on his bed and closed his eyes. However, he would soon learn that this would be the biggest mistake of his life. He forgot about the caution regarding the daily quest, and he was about to experience something truly terrifying. The timer on the daily quest started, and over the next few hours, it changed from green to orange and finally to red. A screen appeared as Issei continued to sleep. You have failed to complete your daily quest. You will be transferred to the penalty zone for an allotted amount of time. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. Issei's eyes slowly opened as he wondered what was happening, but then he realized what was going on. He quickly sat up, panic on his face. An earthquake. On the outside, he was panicking, but inside he was confused. There hadn't been an earthquake in Kuo for a century, so why was this happening? Unbeknownst to him, his bed began to crack and soon turned to sand. Issei blinked as his surroundings changed. He was no longer in a hospital. He was now in a vast desert with an appealing sunset. I'm in the desert. He stammered, slowly getting up and looking around. All he could see was sandy orange for miles. How did he end up here? This makes no sense. Wait, was everything really just a dream? Did he just dream about the earthquake? Issei had experienced similar dreams before, but they were about different things, like that one time he dreamed of waking up to find a man named Dio in his bed. He shivered at the memory, not wanting to sleep for a week after that dream. Suddenly, the sand behind Issei began to rise slowly, then shot up with great speed. Sand landed on his head, and he noticed a large shadow looming over him. He turned his head, his eyes widening in fear. A poison-toothed giant desert centipede roared furiously at him, causing him to sweat in fear. A screen appeared in front of Issei, making him even more scared. Penalty quest, survival goal, survive for the allotted amount of time. 4 hours time left, 3 hours, 59 minutes, 57 seconds. Issei gulped, hoping the system was joking. This is some kind of joke, right? He stammered. The giant centipede drooled as it liked its fangs, clearly hungry. How could it be hungry in a desert with no water, plants, or animals? And Issei had to survive for 4 hours. He took a step back in fear. Hey, big guy. We don't have to do this. We can be friends. The giant centipede roared again, showing it had no intention of letting him escape. However, Issei still had his secret technique. A technique that he had been mastering for many years. Issei thought, well, it seems like I have to use my secret technique. This caught the attention of the giant centipede, which wondered what the human in front of it was talking about. Issei proceeded to run as fast as he could away from the creature. There was no way he was going to fight that oversized bug. I'm out of here. After what felt like an eternity of running, Issei huffed and puffed. Initially, there had been only one centipede, but now there were 2 more poison-toothed giant centipedes, and just like the first one, they were very hungry. The brown-haired boy breathed as he continued to run across the sandy landscape, his feet sinking into the ground with each step. I have to keep running. I can't die. Penalty quest, survival goal, survive for the allotted amount of time. Allotted time, 4 hours time left, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 7 seconds. Issei kept running, counting down the seconds. 6, 4, 3. One of the giant centipedes lunged at him, its mouth wide open and ready to devour him. Issei's eyes widened in fear. What? Penalty quest has been completed in an instant. Issei reappeared back in the hospital, landing HRD on the ground. He breathed heavily, finally able to catch his breath. Sweat covered him as he looked up at the screen in front of him. Penalty quest. That was a total nightmare. He thought that Yuma stabbing him with that light spear was the worst thing that had happened to him, but he was wrong. That penalty zone was far worse. He never wanted to go back there again. The screen soon changed. You have received a reward for completing the penalty quest. Check your reward. Accept/decline. Issei breathed heavily, contemplating his decision. After 4 hours of running, he hoped his reward would be something really good. However, he soon felt weak. Running for 4 hours without breaks was not a good idea. Eventually, he fell unconscious. At that moment, a nurse entered Issei's room to check on him. When she opened the door, her eyes widened as she saw him on the ground. Oh my God! What happened? She looked down the hallway. I need some help over here. The sun rose high in the sky, casting warm light over the town of Kuo. At the Kuo hospital, 2 nurses chatted while one of them sipped coffee. You know that patient, Issei Hayu? One nurse asked. Yeah, what about him? The other replied. I heard he had a pretty nasty wound. That's right. He hasn't been awake long, but he's been running around every single day. What did the doctor say? That he should recover soon and that some light exercise wouldn't do any harm, but... Just then, the first nurse noticed something outside the window. It was Issei, doing a morning run. Look over there, he's running right now. The second nurse watched as Issei breathed heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Light exercise. Are you sure he's going to be okay? The first nurse shrugged. How long has he been running? Once again, the second nurse shrugged. Issei's POV. I kept running, feeling my heart race as if it would burst from my chest. My arms and legs were sore, and I felt like I might collapse, but I couldn't stop yet. I just needed to push a little more. It had been 4 days since I regained consciousness, and during that time, I had learned a few things. I stopped running, placing my hands on my knees, breathing heavily as nausea threatened to overwhelm me. I looked up and saw the screen in front of me. Run 10 kilometers. Completed 10/10 kilometer. This screen was not an illusion. I could see it clearly, though no one else could. I could touch it, but I learned it preferred voice commands. Daily quest. Train to become a formidable combatant. Push-ups 100 out of 100. Sit-ups 100/100. Squats 100/100. Run 10/10 km. After my experience in that penalty zone, I quickly realized I needed to complete my daily quest. Normally, I wouldn't consider doing something like this, but after that ordeal, my perspective had changed. Choose a reward from the list below. Reward status recovery, reward ability points +3, reward random loot box +1. I breathed heavily as I stared at the screen, deciding to accept the rewards. Accept status recovery. At that moment, my eyes widened as I felt a sudden surge of energy flow through my entire body. I stared at my hands, feeling a surge of energy that made me ready to start a new day. Status recovery had relieved any fatigue from my recent exertions, and the exhaustion that had weighed me down vanished in an instant. I had to admit it was quite useful. I wondered if I could use it during a fight. Wait, why was I thinking like that? I preferred to avoid confrontations. But if I encountered that girl again, it might come in handy. I held out my hand, and a small box appeared briefly before disappearing. You have obtained a random loot box. Other options included obtaining ability points to boost my stats or an item from the loot box. I wasn't sure if the loot I received depended on my level. If it did, I expected something underwhelming, like a weak item. But if it worked like those gacha games I had heard about, there was a chance I could get something valuable. It all came down to luck. Increasing my abilities would make me stronger, and I would level up as well. Stats, skills, items, inventory. It felt like playing a video game. I wondered if defeating creatures would grant me experience points. However, I sensed this wasn't like video games where you could find an endless supply of foes. This was a strange phenomenon that had taken control of me. I walked over to a nearby bench and sat down, staring at the screens in front of me. A small laugh escaped my lips. Ha! I have no clue how this happened. The sun was setting over the town of Kuo, casting a peaceful glow over the hospital where a woman was working at the front desk. She looked up as I approached. Hey, is it okay if I go out for a bit? I asked. The woman regarded me for a moment, knowing I was a patient who had been in a serious incident. But after a few days, I seemed to be nearly recovered. Sure, but where do you plan on going? She replied. There's something I need to take care of. It won't take long, I assured her. All right then. Just stay out of trouble, she said, and I smiled slightly. I will. With that, I made my way out of the hospital. Once outside, I was greeted by the appealing sight of the setting sun. I took a deep breath and let out a small sigh. All right, it's time to figure out what this is. I looked at my hand and saw a green key appear. I wasn't sure what it was, but I had a feeling it was important. I remembered that I received a random loot box every time I completed a daily quest, but I hadn't expected something like this. I continued to stare at the key, then sighed and started walking. I wouldn't find answers just by standing around. I needed to go to a specific location. As I walked, I was deep in thought. A key that opens a dungeon. Quests, stats, rewards. Could this be related to what Yuma said? Flashback: Yuma, I'm sorry, but you are too great a risk for us to leave alive. I had no choice but to dispose of you. If you're looking for someone to blame, blame him. He gave you the sacred gear. Flashback: and a sacred gear. Is this system a sacred gear? What even is a sacred gear, and who is this him she mentioned? I let out a small sigh of annoyance. So many questions flooded my mind. Just when I thought I had an answer, more questions arose. One thing was clear. If I wanted answers, I needed to find someone who could provide them, someone who might be the reason for this quest. Yuma. I continued walking down the streets of Kuo, passing by people minding their own business. Soon, I arrived at my destination, a train station. So this is it. I took a deep breath and pulled out the green key from my pocket. Let's see what this thing is all about. I held the key out, and yellow energy began to swirl around it. My eyes widened as the green key vanished from my hand. What the? In that moment, a gust of wind hit me, and a blue portal formed in front of me. I realized that only I could see the portal. Without a second to waste, Issei slowly walked into the portal with determination on his face. Suddenly, he heard a noise and quickly looked back to see the entrance sealing up. What? Issei exclaimed, turning to try and leave, but it was too late. The portal was sealed off, leaving him trapped inside this instant's dungeon. Damn it, he muttered, punching the wall in frustration, confirming that it was real and not an illusion. As he felt hopeless, he noticed something, a girl walking up the stairs who didn't seem to notice him and phased through the wall like a ghost. His eyes widened as he pieced things together. If the girl didn't see him, that meant he wasn't visible to them. But he wondered if he could still touch them. He waited a bit and saw a man walk in. Issei reached out to touch the man, but his hand simply went through him, confirming his suspicions. So, they can't see me, hear me, or feel me. Am I in a completely different dimension? He pondered, holding his hand out to touch the wall. Not only can I see the system in these dungeon portals, but when I enter them, I am basically erased from existence. Issei crossed his arms, contemplating, but what if I enter a dungeon that requires multiple people? Can I allow certain people to see and enter the dungeons? How does this work? You cannot leave this dungeon unless you defeat the boss or use a teleportation stone flashed on the screen. Issei narrowed his eyes, feeling as if it was directly addressing him. Since I don't have a teleportation stone, I have no choice but to beat the boss, he sighed. It shouldn't be too hard. The key did say this dungeon was E rank. So this may be the weakest. Suddenly, a gust of wind struck Issei as he stared down the stairway. Seriously, I have to do this all alone. Another gust of wind hit him, causing him to deadpan. Wow, whatever is down here must really have an attitude. Reminds me of that one anime I watched. What was it called again? He stood still for a moment, trying to remember the name of the anime, but was soon hit by another gust of wind. Alright. I'm coming, he said, making his way downstairs. As he descended, he noticed that the inside of the train station looked very different from the real world. There were no people, cracks on the walls and ground, and the lights were flickering. DMN. This place looks terrible, he remarked, keeping an eye out for anything that could show up. This was a new experience for him, so he had to be on guard. Will I be able to do this? He wondered. Suddenly, he covered his nose as a terrible smell assaulted him. What the hell is that smell? It's disgusting. He muttered, looking around, feeling as if he was being watched. This sent him on high alert as he checked his surroundings for anything that could attack from the shadows. Suddenly, he heard a noise and instinctively he jumped back. What the hell? Issei exclaimed, looking to see what had tried to attack him. He was greeted by a scarlet red wolf with red eyes and a metal jaw. A wolf. Look at that jaw. That thing looks like it can bite through anything, he thought. It was clear why it was called Steel Fang. One strike from those jaws could be fatal. This is my second or rather third time seeing some kind of supernatural thing, he reflected, recalling the winged person and the giant centipedes he had encountered before. Now, facing this scarlet red wolf, he wondered what else might be lurking in the dungeon. Since I'm going to be using video game logic, it is safe to conclude that the centipedes are insect types while this thing is a beast type. The wolf growled at him, its eyes shining bright red in the darkness. Issei gulped slightly, feeling his legs shake. My legs? They're shaking, am I afraid? The memory of being attacked flashed through his mind, causing him to grit his teeth. I didn't think I had any lingering trauma. Suddenly, the Steel Fang charged toward him. Issei's eyes widened. Sheet, he shouted. As the scarlet wolf lunged, Issei barely managed to dodge the attack. If I get hurt here, no one will be able to help me. I can't get hit, he thought as the wolf charged again, nearly biting his face off. Once again, without Issei consciously doing anything, his body moved on its own, performing acrobatics to dodge the attack. Issei blinked as he looked at his hand in surprise. How did I do that? The brown-haired boy then charged toward the scarlet wolf and leaped over it. My body. It feels light. Is this my body telling me not to give in to fear? Issei landed on the ground, feeling as though he had been given a second chance at life. A chance to do things how he wanted, to make things better, to escape the loop he was stuck in, and to finally help his mother. The scarlet wolf turned to him, opening its mouth to attack. In that moment, Issei clenched his hand into a fist. I refuse to die. He delivered an uppercut to the wolf, sending it crashing into a fenced wall. Shocked, he stared at his hand, wondering about the power he had just unleashed. What the hell? What's this? He considered whether this was due to leveling up his strength, which had been his lowest stat. However, he hadn't expected this outcome. Looking over, he saw the scarlet wolf emerge, completely unharmed. This didn't surprise him. There was no way he could defeat it so easily. It's still stronger than me. But if I make it out of this, I just thought of an idea for a new anime. Issei charged at the wolf, unleashing blow after blow, but it only seemed to anger the creature. Demon it, just as I thought. This isn't enough. Regular attacks have no effect on this thing. The wolf lunged at him, and Issei dodged, noticing the piles of debris within its jaws. What should I do? The beast attacked again, and though he dodged, this time he wasn't so lucky. The wolf managed to leave a mark on his leg. Issei gritted his teeth. Demon it. If only I had a weapon. Suddenly, he heard a ding and looked to see the system displaying his inventory. His eyes widened as he spotted something inside. What the? How did? The Raiken roared and charged at him, not wasting any time. He quickly reached into his inventory and pulled something out. I don't know why this is in my inventory, but it doesn't matter. The scarlet wolf leaped into the air, mouth open and ready to strike. However, its chance for a meal was short-lived as it was sliced in half. Issei Hayadu now wielded a sword. You have defeated the steel-fanged Raiken level up. Issei breathed slightly, examining the sword in his hand. It looked like an average steel sword, but he sensed it had supernatural properties. I'm not sure how you got into my inventory, but I'm glad you were there. Otherwise, I would have died. Suddenly, he heard a noise from the darkness and turned toward it. As long as I have a weapon. He saw two more steel-fanged Raikens, both growling with glowing crimson eyes. I'm not scared. The two wolves roared and charged at him with the intent to kill. However, Issei was prepared this time. He slashed the side of the first one, inflicting a nasty wound. The second wolf caught his sword with its teeth. Hey, get your own. Issei punched the wolf in the face, causing it to release the sword, and he took the opportunity to decapitate it. Breathing and covered in BLD, he turned to the remaining steel-fanged Raiken. I see now. Compared to Yuma. A small smirk grew on his face. You guys are totally weak. The steel-fanged Raiken slowly backed into the shadows, its glowing crimson eyes disappearing into the darkness. Name, Issei Hayadu. Job, none. Title, none. Level, 2 health points /HP, 205 magic /MP, 22 fatigue, 2 strength /ST, 12 vitality /Vit, 11 agility /AGL, 11 intelligence /Int, 11 sense, 11 available points, 0. Issei Hayadu stared at the system screen in front of him, curiosity etched on his face. So, it looks like all my stats go up by 1 point every time I level up. My strength was at 11 and now it's 12. After the steel wolf ran away, Issei decided to take a break to figure out his next move. He didn't want to push further into the dungeon recklessly, that would be the death of him. Issei crossed his arms, contemplating his progress. I get 3 points when I complete a daily quest, so each time I level up, it can equal around 4 or 5 points. However, it seems that hunting beasts is the fastest way to level up. He glanced at his strength stat. I guess the easiest to understand is strength. My strength is only at 12, but I think I can feel an improvement. Maybe if I increase it more, I will feel stronger. A small smile grew on his face as he looked at the ceiling of the dungeon. This was the chance he had been waiting for. This is my second chance. Slowly, he stood up, ensuring he picked up his sword. He didn't want to venture off without it. He preferred not to remain in the hospital any longer than necessary. He wondered how his friends were doing. They hadn't come to visit him, which he found odd. Surely they would have checked on him. Issei looked at one of the dead steel-fanged Rikens and pondered, since this is basically like a game, does this mean I get items from killing creatures like this? He knelt down to search the body and, after a few minutes, found something interesting, one of the Riken's fangs. Item: Riken's Fang level of difficulty, none type, miscellaneous. Issei raised an eyebrow at the Fang. Does that mean these things have a common to legendary system? He considered what he could do with it, perhaps use it to create a stronger weapon or sell it for some gold. He guessed he might get around 20 gold for one Fang. Does this mean this dungeon is an E-rank dungeon? That makes sense. I just started, so the system wouldn't throw me into the most difficult dungeon. He knew he couldn't leave until he defeated the boss, but he could also use a teleportation stone to escape, though he wasn't sure if he would find one. Plus, if he stayed in the dungeon too long, he would get thirsty and hungry, and he didn't want to eat any monsters. He had to beat the boss, but he could also die. This wasn't just a video game. If he died, he wouldn't come back. But if he leveled up enough, he could beat the dungeon. He refused to die. He had been given a second chance, and he wasn't going to waste it. He would level up and become strong enough to overcome anyone in his way. Suddenly, he heard a growl and turned to see a Riken, accompanied by others. Normally, Issei would be afraid, but this time he felt determined. There is nothing to be afraid of. His expression hardened as he glared at the scarlet wolves. I've already died once. The steel-fanged Rikens roared and charged at him, and Issei charged back as the battle began. With one slash of his sword, he took down two of them. Another attempted to attack him, but Issei quickly retaliated, throwing the Riken off and slicing it in half. That's what you get, he shouted, turning to the remaining wolves. It's going to take more than that to kill me. His right eye glowed blue, intimidating the scarlet wolves. So put up a better fight. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. He charged forward, using a skill called Sprint, which made him faster, and took out several Rikens in quick succession. The remaining wolves roared and charged again, a foolish move. As long as I'm alive, I'm going to fight with everything I've got, he declared, slashing another Riken in half. He realized, if I give up here, I'll die in vain. He dodged an attack and countered, decapitating the Riken that had tried to bite him. Breathing heavily, Issei looked at the remaining steel-fanged Rikens that growled at him, ready for the next challenge. The image of his mother flashed into Issei's mind as he gritted his teeth. I won't be able to protect the ones I love. I'll end up losing everything. The Rikens growled at Issei, their eyes glowing a crimson red, but he wasn't intimidated. If it means I can become stronger. His grip on the sword tightened. No more loser. No more loop. He was going to be a different person. He was going to live his life the way he wanted, even if it meant giving up some of his old habits. I'll gladly follow these ridiculous rules. With a roar of determination, Issei charged into battle once again. The scent of BLD filled the air as it stained the stony ground and walls of the dungeon. If anyone else saw the sight, they would feel nauseous from the gruesome scene. Issei breathed heavily as he walked down the train station hallway, dragging the sword across the ground. He wasn't sure how long he had been fighting. His best guess was only a few minutes. This meant that his fatigue must be pretty high right now. However, he soon heard another growl and turned to see more steel-fanged Rikens. Issei let out a small sigh as the scarlet wolves growled at him, gritting his teeth as he prepared for the battle ahead. Issei breathed heavily as he looked at the sword in his hands, the blade covered in BLD and cracked. He had a feeling that his weapon would eventually wear out from all the fights, proving he had been battling for quite a while. The edge of this blade is damaged. I had a feeling it would be a matter of time before it got worn out. How much further until he reached the boss? That question flooded his mind. It felt like he had been in the dungeon for days, but he may just be overreacting. Best guess, only a few hours. Issei looked at his surroundings and saw nothing but a bloody mess of dead Riken bodies. It looked like something out of a horror movie. At least I was able to gain 3 things from all this. Levels, fangs to sell, and a title. You have gained the title, Wolf Assassin. Description. This title is given to hunters who excel at hunting wolves. All your abilities will now be increased by 40% when fighting against beast-type monsters. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. He liked the sound of that title. This meant he was now 40% stronger against any monsters like bears, wolves, maybe lions, and tigers. However, he couldn't help but wonder if it applied to all animal-like monsters, like birds and reptiles. He already knew that insects were out of the question since he guessed that the centipedes from the penalty zone were insect-type. Issei turned as a screen appeared in front of him, showing his inventory. He wanted to check what he had gained so far on this journey. Okay, so I have 34 Riken fangs, 2 worn daggers, a traveler's cloak, and finally. He looked at his hand, holding a stone with a light blue symbol on it. A teleportation stone. It was another way for Issei to escape the dungeon if he couldn't defeat the boss. Then again, he hadn't even gotten close to where the boss was. Or maybe he had and just didn't realize it yet. He wondered, should I go back? It is probably very late. The doctors and nurses were probably wondering where he was. They might contact his mother, and he didn't want to make her worry more. She was already stressed out. Issei looked at the teleportation stone in silence, then gripped it. No. I have come so far. I don't know if I'll ever get the chance to boost like this again. The brown-haired boy shoved his arm into the screen, placing the teleportation stone inside before withdrawing his arm. He felt that if he used the stone, the dungeon would disappear, and he would have to wait for another dungeon key. Even though I may be ultimately controlled by some unknown being, used as a pawn in some kind of game. I don't care. With that, Issei continued forward. He would not run, he would go forward and win. He would solo level this dungeon. Issei sliced and slashed through countless monsters, each time feeling himself grow stronger. Yet, he could also feel his exhaustion mounting with each battle. He had to finish the dungeon quickly before he succumbed to fatigue. The brown-haired boy discovered that there were more monsters in the dungeon, not just steel-fanged Rikens. There were other creatures like a black panther called Black Shadow Raza, and a rabid monkey called Razor-Clawed Briga. But it didn't matter, they would also fall to Issei's blade. Every time I level up, little by little, fighting against these monsters becomes easier. Currently, Issei was breathing heavily as he stood amidst the heaps of corpses. He could definitely feel himself getting stronger. However, while it was becoming easier to fight the monster, it seemed like they were getting smarter with their attacks. There were moments when Issei genuinely believed he was going to die again because the monsters were coordinating their assaults, but this was only true for a few of them. The ones that charged at him head-on often met their end quickly. This place is like an actual game. These things keep respawning. They have a set pattern. If I could just learn the pattern. Issei thought to himself. Issei grunted in pain as he gazed up at the massive snake in front of him, clearly the boss of the dungeon. He had suspected that the boss would be some sort of animal-type monster, but he had initially guessed a giant wolf, like the countless Rikens he had faced. He had collected so many steel fangs that he could probably become rich from them, but he might have been wrong about that. As he stared at the boss, annoyance bubbled within him. He had spent what felt like hours in the dungeon, battling numerous beast-type monsters and leveling up. But in the end, it felt like it was all for nothing. I can't believe its label is still written in orange, he muttered. Would he even be able to damage the snake? Probably not, since his sword was now broken. He hoped he could last for maybe 5 minutes or more to come up with a solid plan to defeat the boss. Any smart person would prepare before entering a boss room, but he had come into the dungeon completely unprepared. He was supposed to be in the hospital, so he couldn't gather any weapons. Issei knew he couldn't run away from the boss. It would likely chase after him. However, he still had that teleportation stone. He could use that if necessary. So big guy. Or girl, are you the one in charge? He called out. The snake roared at him, revealing its massive fangs that looked metallic. It also had smaller rows of teeth in its mouth. Issei breathed heavily as he flipped his broken sword around and gripped the handle tightly. He might be tired, and his weapon might be broken, but he refused to give up. He wasn't going to let his second chance go to waste. He was determined to live his life how he wanted, for his mother and himself. As he and the snake faced off, their eyes locked, one glowing amber and the other brown. Issei took this opportunity to examine his opponent for any weaknesses. There's no way my sword attacks will work against those scales. They look tough, he thought, gritting his teeth. Punching it won't work either. He wondered if he could damage the creature by targeting its eyes, but that would be risky. If he got too close, the boss could easily throw him against the walls. The Kasaka roared and lunged at Issei, who managed to dodge the attack and strike the monster's side with his broken sword. It seemed pointless since the blade was broken and unlikely to damage the snake's hide. But everything has a weakness. In some cases, tough hides can be damaged if struck with enough force. It's using speed and its own body weight to attack me. Just one hit could shatter my bones. Issei thought as he kept striking the snake's hide for a moment before stopping. I need to break down its defenses while it's attacking. Only then will I have a chance to beat it. The snake growled at him and flung its massive tail, which Issei dodged. Since I can't cut through the scales, I need to attack from a different angle. The Kasaka charged at him again, but this time it missed and crashed into the stone wall. As Issei moved, he noticed the tail coming toward him. He knew he couldn't dodge it in time, so he had to improvise. Using the broken sword, he managed to block the attack, but the force sent him flying back. He landed on the ground with a grunt but quickly got back to his feet. He couldn't afford to stay down with the Kasaka waiting to strike again. Unfortunately, the snake struck him in the gut with its tail. He cried out, falling to the ground and coughing up a bit of blood. The Kasaka loomed over him, and Issei had the unsettling feeling that the snake was mocking him. DDMN. I thought I got a little stronger, but was that not enough? He shouted, gripping the broken sword. How much stronger do I have to get? Just as the monster lunged at him again, Issei stood up and used the broken blade to block one of the Kasaka's metallic fangs. Issei was soon launched back a few feet. He breathed heavily as he glared at the monster. He felt weak, and that weakness had cost him dearly before. If he had been even slightly stronger, he might have had a chance against Yuma. But he doubted anyone would believe him if he ran to a police station and said, "Some creature with wings is trying to kill me." They would probably think he was insane. I'm weak. I hate it. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the Kasaka. He charged toward it, shouting, "I'm ashamed to be such a weakling." He struck a spot on the snake's scales, but it didn't leave a scratch. Did he care? He hated his weakness. The monsters he had fought before were nothing but trivial obstacles. Killing them hadn't proven anything. The title he gained from those victories felt meaningless. I hate that I'm pathetic, he shouted. Unless he defeated the boss in front of him, everything he had done would be a joke. He struck again. Powerful strength. Another strike. Overwhelming power is the only way to make people bow their heads. Another one. And kneel before you. Another strike. Issei gritted his teeth in anger, feeling as if they might shatter. The harder he gripped the broken blade, the more it splintered, and the more pain he felt in his palms. Fake hypocrisy won't protect me, he yelled, striking again. No matter what kind of strategies your opponents use. Another strike. They'll become helpless in the face of power. Another one. They might attempt to stand up against the terror, but will quickly be brought down to their knees again. Determination filled Issei's face as he dodged a strike from the Kasaka and countered, but it did nothing to the monster. I must become stronger. I came all this way to become stronger. As he dodged another strike, the Kasaka's massive tail struck him in the back. Ugh! The impact sent him crashing into a wall, creating a small crater. Issei fell to the ground, his body aching and exhausted. He struggled to keep his eyes open, every part of him trembling. Yet despite the pain, he felt something else, determination. I must, he whispered, rising to his feet again, legs shaking. He glared at the Kasaka, staring into its glowing amber eyes while his own glowed with resolve. I must become stronger. The Kasaka roared in anger and lunged at him, but Issei was ready. Not yet. He dodged the attack, then dragged the broken blade across the monster's long tail. Not yet. But, as before, his attack did nothing. Narrowing his eyes, he charged at the monster again, blade in hand, ready to end the battle. He dodged the beast's mouth and dragged the broken blade down its neck. The monster tried to bite him, but he evaded the attack. Instead of retreating, Issei jumped onto the creature's back and squeezed tightly. Good thing I have a lot of points in my strength, he thought, hoping it would be enough. As he tightened his grip, he felt the scales under his hands begin to crack. A smirk crossed his face as the Kasaka roared in pain, thrashing to throw him off, but Issei held on. Try all you want. I'm not moving, he shouted defiantly. The monster slammed itself against a wall, trying to shake him off, and Issei screamed in pain from the impact. Yet he still refused to let go. Facing this giant snake, he felt no fear. Compared to the agony he had endured before, the Kasaka was nothing. He had no reason to be afraid. Issei shouted, "Die!" Blood spilled from the Kasaka's mouth as it roared in agony, slamming Issei against the wall in a desperate attempt to shake him off. Die! Issei continued to grip the monster's neck, more blood gushing from the snake's mouth. Meanwhile, at the hospital, night had fallen over Kuo. A doctor approached the receptionist. "Mr. Hayudu hasn't returned yet," he asked, heading to check on a patient. However, he discovered Issei had left the hospital not long ago. The nurse replied, "He left a little while ago, saying he needed to take care of something." The doctor frowned. "Really? The sun went down a while ago. He's still not back." "Well, he's doing much better and will be discharged soon," the nurse said. The doctor crossed his arms, sighing. Even so, he should be in his room recovering. He had a nasty wound when he was brought in. "That's true. How do you think he was still alive?" the nurse asked. The doctor pondered for a moment. "Well, humanity is still evolving. Nowadays, there are some humans with unique genetics." "What do you mean?" the nurse inquired. The doctor smiled. "You see, there could be someone with the ability to dislocate their joints and become extremely flexible, or perhaps someone who can survive freezing water without training." The nurse was taken aback. "You believe Mr. Hayudu has something like that?" The doctor shrugged. "Not everything can be explained by science. Some things are better left unsolved." "What's that?" the nurse asked. "All humans may seem normal, but inside, we're all a bit monstrous," the doctor replied. Back with Issei, a faint laugh echoed in the boss room as he breathed, a huge smile on his face. "I guess this means I've become." He looked at the lifeless body of the Kasaka, its once glowing amber eyes now dull. "A little bit stronger, right? You have defeated the king of the swamp." The blue venom-fanged Kasaka. Issei couldn't help but smirk. He had done it. He had killed the boss and earned his survival. As he caught his breath, he examined the two items he had received. The first was a bag containing some kind of liquid. Item: Kasaka's venom gland level of difficulty. A type: poison effect. Kasaka's ironclad scales. 20% less physical damage. Side effect: muscle damage. -35 strength. Issei narrowed his eyes at the bag. The first effect sounded beneficial, but the side effect was concerning. He was sure his strength wasn't near 30 yet, and using the venom gland could risk reducing his strength to 0 or worse. "Can't risk it," he sighed. "For now, I'll just put it in my inventory." As he spoke, a screen appeared next to him, and he chuckled while placing the venom gland inside. He then turned to the next item, a dagger. Item: Kasaka's venom fang level of difficulty. C-type, dagger attack. +25 effect, paralyze. The opponent will be paralyzed at a certain rate. Effect: bleed. The opponent will lose 1% health every second. Issei whistled at the dagger. It looked impressive and had two useful abilities. A dagger made from fangs. My attack has basically doubled with this and these effects. A grin spread across his face. "I think I'm going to be okay for a while, but I can't get cocky." He looked up at the ceiling. Serious? He had struggled against a monster whose items were ranked C and D. Issei knew tougher challenges awaited him as he continued to level up. This is only the beginning. The sun rose over Kuo, the sky clear on what seemed like an average day. However, something exciting was happening at Kuo Hospital, involving Issei Hayudu. He breathed slightly while doing sit-ups on the hospital floor, sweat pouring down his body. He was determined to finish his daily quest before time ran out. The last thing he wanted was to return to the penalty zone. Although he had leveled up a bit, he knew he was still far from being ready to face the centipedes. It had been a few days since he defeated the dungeon, and he learned that once the boss was defeated, the dungeon simply vanished. This left Issei with a few questions, but he wasn't sure how to answer any of them. For now, he focused on recovering and leveling up, even if it was slowly. If he was correct, he would face more powerful opponents down the line. The brown-haired boy breathed as he continued doing sit-ups. After finishing, he moved on to push-ups, aiming for 100, which felt like a lot since he wasn't used to working out. As he was doing push-ups, he heard the door open slightly, followed by a voice. "Excuse me," a feminine voice said. Issei guessed it was a nurse and wondered if she was there to tell him he could go home. He looked over as the nurse saw him and blushed. "Oh my God," she exclaimed. "Oh, I'm sorry," Issei replied, slowly standing up and breathing slightly. The nurse looked away, still blushing. "And no, I'm the one who should apologize," she said, her gaze returning to him as he walked over to grab his shirt. She stared at his muscular build, surprised by his transformation. After putting on his shirt, Issei took in the nurse's appearance. She looked to be in her 20s, with silver hair and light red eyes, wearing a standard nurse outfit that suited her well. "You're being discharged today," she said. Issei smiled. "Ah, I see. Thank you for letting me know." The nurse blushed slightly as she took out her phone. Do you think I could get your number?" "My number?" Issei asked, a bit confused. "Why yes, if you're okay with it," she replied. Issei shrugged. It was a little confusing, but he didn't see a problem with it. Plus, she asked nicely, "Okay, give me a second." He entered his number into her contacts and handed the phone back. The nurse smiled. "Thank you," she said. "No problem," Issei replied, beginning to stretch. Since he was being discharged, he might as well head off. He was sure his mother would be happy to see him home and safe. "Well, I better head off now. Thanks for taking care of me," he said. "It's no problem," the nurse replied. Issei arrived home after completing his daily 10 kilometers run, which included a stop for a bite to eat. Thought his mother would be happy to see him return, but he didn't expect her to slap him repeatedly. "How dare you make me worried sick? Do you have any idea how afraid I was?" Mickey shouted. "Mum, stop slapping me." Issei protested. "No, not until you learn not to make me worried," she insisted. Issei didn't want to endure any more slapping. His face was starting to hurt. He grabbed his mother's hand and sighed. "Mom, I'm sorry for making you worried." He noticed tears threatening to escape her eyes as she looked down. "Do you know how worried I was? I already lost my husband. I didn't want to lose you too." "Mom," Issei said, pulling her close and hugging her tightly. Mickey began to cry into his shirt, and he didn't mind. His clothes could be washed. What mattered was calming her down. "Mom, you don't have to worry. I am going nowhere," he reassured her. Mickey slowly looked up. "You promise?" Issei nodded. "I promise. Now how about we have some?" He paused, sniffing the air. He could smell smoke. There were a few possibilities. Someone could be having a barbecue, there might be a bonfire nearby, or his mother might have forgotten food on the stove. He had a strong feeling it was the last option, and he hoped not, as the last time it happened, the house nearly burned down. Mom," he said. "Yes," she replied. "I smell smoke." Mickey's eyes widened. "CRP. Dinner. I almost forgot." With that, she dashed into the kitchen, leaving Issei standing in the hallway. He let out a small sigh and shook his head, a smile growing on his face. Same old mom. It was a new day in the town of Juro, and at the Hayudu residence, Miki Hayudu was fixing her collar. Since it was a brand new day, Miki had to head off to work. Someone had to pay the house bills. As she adjusted her collar and walked to the front door, she heard a voice behind her. "Heading off to work, Mom." It was her son, Issei, approaching her, one arm under his shirt scratching his chest. "You were awake." Miki replied. "I've been up for a while." "Be careful on your way to work," he yawned slightly. Miki took a moment to look at her son. He looked completely different than just a few days ago. He was taller now, practically towering over her, and she noticed he seemed a bit more muscular, his facial features sharper. It was hard to believe this was her son. "Issei, have you been working out?" she asked. "A little," he replied, shrugging as he picked something up from the couch. "You look more buff, plus you're way taller than last time," Mickey noted. Issei looked at himself and shrugged again. "I feel fine, Mom. Now stop asking weird questions and take this umbrella." Mickey raised an eyebrow. "But I don't think it's going to rain." "Can't be too careful. The last time you came back home from work, you were soaking wet," he said. Mickey paused for a moment before taking the umbrella from him. She gave him a quick kiss on the cheek and turned to leave. Issei watched as she opened the front door and left the house, waving goodbye with a warm smile. After she left, Issei glanced at a screen nearby. Push-ups 100/100, sit-ups 100/100, squats 100/100, run 10 km. "I think I will run a little before I head to school," he decided. Looking at one of his arms, he noticed the muscle mass he had gained, likely from the points he had invested in his strength. He pondered how long it would take to achieve this kind of muscle through regular workouts. The only place he had been besides the hospital was that one dungeon, and he wondered if time moved differently there. Could living in dungeons be possible? Were there different environments with food and water? Lost in thought, he stared at a screen displaying his stats. Name: Issei Hayato. Job: None. Title: Wolf Assassin. Level: 18 health points/HP, 2220/2220 magic/MP, 350 to 350 fatigue, 0 strength/STR, 34 vitality/vit, 27 agility/AGL, 27 intelligence/int, 27 sense, 27 available points, 12. I have 12 points. What should I put them into? Issei mused. He initially considered putting all the points into strength but thought better of it. Is that what I'll end up looking like? I sure hope not. That would be nightmarish to even look at, he thought. After some deliberation, he decided to invest in agility to complement his strength. Strength and agility go well together. Senses may also turn out useful. I can't have things sneaking up on me when I'm not looking. He began allocating his points, choosing not to invest in intelligence just yet, unsure if he could perform any magic. Name: Issei Hayato. Job: None. Title: Wolf Assassin. Level: 18 health points/HP, 2220/2220 magic/MP, 350 fatigue, 0 strength/STR, 44 vitality/vit, 27 agility/AGL, 35 intelligence/int, 27 sense, 29 available points, 12, seems good enough for now. I might change it up later, he concluded. Checking the time, he realized he didn't have long before school started and let out a small sigh. Well, better get ready, he said to himself. Issei made his way to his bedroom and struggled to put on his Kuo Academy uniform, which felt a bit tight. He decided he would need to ask his mother for bigger clothes soon. After getting dressed, he quickly made himself some toast for breakfast. Once he finished, he grabbed his things and headed out the door, deep in thought about his second chance. A second chance. If I keep getting stronger, I'm sure I'll be able to help Mom with the rent and find out more about what she was. The memory of Yuma throwing that spear at him flashed through his mind. The brown-haired boy had a feeling he would soon encounter her, or someone like her. When that time came, he would be ready to uncover why she had tried to harm him. He suspected it was related to the sacred gear she mentioned, but was she referring to the system or something else? She seemed knowledgeable about sacred gears, so if she was talking about the system, she would have known that killing him would have activated it. Unless it wasn't the sacred gear she meant. Issei narrowed his eyes as he walked down the street of Kuo. Issei pondered, so I had one of these sacred gears and the system. Or did the system just come to me because I was in danger? He sighed, adding yet another question to the growing list in his mind. Perhaps one day he would find the answers he sought, but for now he had to follow the system's instructions and search for anything useful. It was a peaceful day at Kuo Academy, with students chatting and others arriving at school. Issei Hayato had just reached the front gate and paused for a moment before walking through. He stared at the gate for two reasons. The first was the flood of old memories, both proud and regrettable, and the second was the strange vibes he felt from the school, reminiscent of Yuma. This made him cautious, as he sensed that one of the students might be like her, but he couldn't identify who among the crowd. As Issei approached the school building, he noticed several eyes on him. He wondered if they recognized him. "Whoa, who's that?" one girl exclaimed. "Not sure, he's handsome," another replied. "Agreed," a third girl chimed in. "Dude looks like a video game character," a boy said. "No way, he looks like a light novel character," another boy argued. "Light novel? That's silly, he's a video game character." The debate continued, escalating into playful banter until one boy declared, "I'm gay." "We know, Bob, and we're proud of you," the others responded in unison. In Class D, an average classroom that could hold around 20 students, the atmosphere was typical. The female students often found their male peers insufferable due to their immature behavior. However, the class was about to receive an unexpected surprise. They were waiting for their teacher to arrive, some chatting, others on their phones. "Hey, you planning anything for the weekend?" one girl asked. "Not that I can think of," another replied. "Well, you want to come over to my place," the first girl suggested. "I like that idea, we can have a little sleepover," a third girl added. "Alright, I'm in," the second girl agreed excitedly. Just then, the door opened, capturing the students' attention. Their teacher walked in, and the boys couldn't help but admire her beauty. She was an attractive woman in her 20s, with long purple hair and striking red eyes. Her attire, a white shirt with the top unbuttoned and a fitted black suit, drew the boys' admiration, while the female students glared at their male peers, disgusted by their behavior. "Stupid perverts," one girl muttered. "Disgusting," another added. Miss Scathack, their teacher, overheard the comments and shared their sentiment. While she understood that boys could be immature, the constant drooling from her male students was tiresome. Standing in front of the class, she cleared her throat, prompting the students to settle down. "Good, now I'm sure you all haven't heard yet, but we have a returning student," she announced, capturing everyone's attention. The boys hoped for a new girl, while the girls hoped it wouldn't be another troublemaker. Just then, a knock echoed through the classroom. "That must be the student," Scathack said, smiling as she turned to the door. "Come in." The door opened, and both Scathack and the students of Class D widened their eyes in surprise. The person was someone very familiar to them all, someone the females despised, but looking at him now, they were shocked. The males were honestly surprised and disappointed. They had hoped for another female student. The returning student was a certain brown-haired boy named Issei, the leader of the infamous perverted trio. This time, his appearance was much different than the last time anyone saw him. For starters, he was much taller, around 6 feet, perhaps. He towered over everyone in the room, with Miss Scathack barely reaching his shoulder. This was definitely a shock to the purple-haired woman, as she and the other teachers were supposed to be taller than the students. To see one of her students actually taller than her left her speechless. She honestly couldn't believe what she was staring at. His facial features looked sharper than before, and he seemed to have gained some muscle mass. While the females felt a bit disgusted that the leader of the infamous perverted trio had returned, they couldn't help but blush slightly at the sight of him. Their hearts raced as they stared. They had to admit he looked quite handsome. However, they were unsure if he had truly changed or if he was still the same immature boy as before. A small voice in the back of their minds hoped he wasn't still the same. Issei looked at his classmates and smiled slightly, waving at them. "Hello, everyone. It's good to see you all," he said. When he spoke, nearly all the females fainted, their faces flushed. This caused the others to stare at the now unconscious girls and sweat dropped slightly. Issei himself also sweat dropped, not expecting that reaction. Are they all right?" he asked. One of the male students checked on one of the unconscious girls and confirmed, "Yep, they're alive. Just unconscious." Miss Scathack couldn't blame her female students for fainting. She herself was having a tough time controlling her emotions. A slight blush crept onto her face as she cleared her throat, gaining everyone's attention. "Well now, while we wait for the girls to wake up, does anyone have any questions for Issei?" At that moment, many hands shot up into the air. Issei looked around until he spotted two familiar faces, Matsuda and Motohama, his friends. A small smile grew on his face. He was glad they hadn't changed. He had worried about them while he was in the hospital, but he wondered if they remembered Yuma, the fallen angel who had attacked him. "Sup, Matsuda." "Motohama, good to see you both," Issei greeted. "Issei, where have you been? We've been trying to call you for days," Matsuda exclaimed. Issei chuckled slightly, scratching his cheek. "I've been at the hospital." This caught everyone's attention, and they wondered what had happened to him. "What happened?" Matsuda asked. Issei sighed. "I was in an accident, nearly died too." Silence filled the classroom as many processed this shocking news. The female students who had fainted began to wake up, equally astonished. Even Miss Scathack was taken aback. Despite her frustrations with Issei's antics, she cared for his safety. "Well, you're back now. The pervert trio can return to their antics," Motohama declared. "Yeah," Matsuda added. Many of the girls glared at the two boys for their comments. Scathack made a mental note to give them both a detention for their remarks. She then looked at Issei, expecting to see the familiar perverted grin on his face. To her surprise, he was shaking his head. This was unexpected. She had fully anticipated him to revert to his usual behavior. "Issei," she called, and he looked at her. "Yes, teach," he replied. "You may head to your seat. Everyone can ask more questions during lunch." Issei nodded and walked over to his desk, pulling out the chair and sitting down. As soon as he settled, his gaze shifted to his right, where he noticed a petite girl with white hair and gold eyes. She had two long bangs framing her face and a short bob cut in the back, giving off a strange aura. She also wore a black cat-shaped hair clip on both sides of her hair. This person was Tuju Kaneko, also known as the mascot of Kuro. Issei didn't know much about her since she preferred to be alone, but he did know two important things. The first was her deep dislike for perverts, which he wasn't sure was due to her past or just a general aversion. The second was her fondness for sweets. He often saw her sitting by herself, enjoying chocolate bars and other candies. That was all Issei knew about the white-haired girl, but as he stared at her, he felt a familiar aura emanating from her. It reminded him of Yuma, but it was different, more devilish. Issei thought, "This aura. It feels the same but different. I should stay on guard just in case." For the rest of the class, he kept a close eye on Kaneko while listening to his teacher. She didn't seem to harbor any malicious intent, and the system hadn't alerted him yet. He wondered if the system required an actual threat to trigger a response. Would he have to kill someone? He had fought monsters before, but could he handle taking a human life? Then it hit him. What if Kaneko wasn't human? Yuma had looked human but was actually an evil angel. If Kaneko was something similar, he could defend himself if she posed a threat. But he had no idea how powerful she was. She could be much stronger than Yuma or the king of the swamps he had faced. He would have to be careful around her. After a long hour, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Issei felt relieved, having been under the scrutiny of his classmates. As he left the classroom, he noticed a few people staring at him. He couldn't blame them. He had changed quite a bit recently, and some looked shocked while others wore disgusted expressions, particularly the girls, given his past behavior. As he walked down the hallway, he wondered if there were more people with a similar aura to Kaneko. It seemed unlikely that she was the only one. When he stepped outside, he felt someone watching him but sensed no malicious intent. Looking up to the second floor, he saw a red-haired girl with blue eyes staring at him. He recognized her as Rias Gremory, the queen of Kuro, known for her beauty and popularity. Issei remembered that his friend Matsuda had mentioned she was the president of the Occult Research Club, though he didn't know much about it. Issei's brown eyes met her blue ones, and he felt a similar aura from her, though stronger. Did that mean she was more powerful? Still, he sensed no hostility from her. Might as well try to be friendly. I can't show her I'm a threat, he thought. He waved at Rias, who looked surprised but smiled and waved back. This was a good sign, though he wondered if she was just acting. After she walked away from the window, Issei let out a small sigh. He then looked to his right as a screen appeared, name, Issei Hayadu job, Nun title, Wolf Assassin level, 18 health points / HP, 2220/2220 magic / MP, 350 to 350 fatigue, 0 strength / STR, 44 vitality / vit, 27 agility / AGL, 35 intelligence / int, 27 sense, 29 available points. 0 Issei thought, I need to get stronger if I want to survive in this world. I have to, for myself and for my mother. His eyes seemed to glow slightly as he turned and walked away, determined not to waste the second chance. Unknown to Issei, he was being watched by Rias Gremory once again. Rias observed him from the side of the window, noticing that he was looking at something to his right. She couldn't sense a sacred gear from him, but there was something about him that intrigued her. Her instincts screamed that the brown-haired boy was strong, and his strength could be beneficial in the long run. She pondered how he had survived the attack from the fallen angel. Rias moved away from the window and sat down on a couch, where an appealing young woman with long black hair and violet eyes stood nearby. Her hair was tied in a long ponytail, secured with an orange ribbon. Aquino. Rias called. Yes, Rias. Aquino replied. Tell me, how was Issei's barely alive body discovered? If memory serves, there was hardly anyone at the park. You are correct, but I believe they were contacted by a mysterious person about Issei, Aquino responded. Rias hummed thoughtfully. She had heard that Issei had a date with a girl named Yuma, who she knew was a fallen angel. Rias wanted to help Issei before it was too late, but she worried about the consequences if he survived and started sharing his experience. She didn't want to risk making his life worse. She wanted to explain everything to him when she revived him, but it seemed that wouldn't be possible unless she asked if he wanted to become like her. To do that, she would need to bring him to the Occult Research Club. Aquino, can you ask Kiba to go and grab Issei? Rias requested. Of course, but why? Aquino asked. Rias smiled. I believe he deserves some answers about what happened that night. Unbeknownst to the two girls, they were being watched by a figure hidden in the shadows. The figure, around 6 feet tall, crossed their arms and observed Issei as he walked off to find a place to eat. So, the Gremory is interested in Issei. Not really a surprise, the figure mused, turning their gaze toward Issei. Sit. When the time comes for us to meet face to face, I hope you will forgive me. With that, the figure vanished in a flash of red light. The student council at Kuo Academy held significant power within the school, addressing student concerns and organizing events. They could decide punishments for wrongdoing students and even influence teacher employment. While they could be intimidating, their primary aim was to help fellow students. Sitting at a desk, the student council president, Sona Shirtarai, worked through stacks of paperwork. She was a bespectacled young woman with a slim figure, black hair styled in a short bob, and violet eyes. Sona was known as one of the smartest students at Kuro, with a reputation for having answers to nearly any question posed to her. This earned her both respect and some resentment from her peers. Despite not fitting the conventional beauty standards of her classmates, Sona remained confident, knowing that she would eventually find someone special. As she finished her paperwork, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning her head, she was greeted by her close friend and vice president of the student council, Tsubaki Shinra. Tsubaki had long straight black hair and light brown eyes, and like Sona, she wore the standard Kuo female uniform. Ah, Tsubaki, you're back. Have you completed your tasks? Sona asked. Indeed, I have. I also checked in on the others to see how they were doing, Tsubaki replied. Oh, and how are they? Sona inquired. They should finish their tasks in the next half hour, Tsubaki informed her. But maybe close to 2 hours because of Saji. Hearing that caused Sona to let out a small sigh as she shook her head. Saji was the newest member of the student council. From what Sona had seen, he was a pretty average student in all of his classes, with no hidden talents. Saji followed commands quickly, though not as quickly as Sona would like, but it was a start. She had also heard from one of her peers that Saji had been bragging about being in the student council, claiming he was now above them and deserved their respect. She would have to deal with that later. For now, she just wanted to finish her paperwork and call it a day before the next class started. Sona said. I see, thank you, Tsubaki, for the report. Tsubaki bowed to the black-haired girl. You are welcome, Sona. But have you heard the rumor? This gained Sona's attention. Since they were in high school, there were bound to be rumors circulating, but hearing Tsubaki mention one was unusual. She had never heard her friend ask such a question before. Sona replied, What rumor? Tsubaki said, They say that Issei Haidu, the leader of the perverted trio, has returned. As soon as Tsubaki finished that sentence, Sona's eyes widened in shock. She quickly stood up from her chair, knocking it over, which surprised Tsubaki. Where is he? Sona exclaimed. Tsubaki stared at her friend with a surprised expression. She didn't expect this reaction from Sona. Normally calm and collected, Sona now sounded worried and excited. Tsubaki stammered as Sona grabbed her by the collar, staring into her light brown eyes. This spooked Tsubaki. She could have sworn she saw Sona's pupils get smaller. Tell. Sona insisted. Tsubaki felt a little scared. She had never seen Sona like this before. It was concerning. What was her relationship with Issei anyway? The last she heard, he was just a boy who had a reputation for being a nuisance, and Sona disliked that kind of behavior like most girls at school. I don't know. I just heard that he had returned from the hospital, Tsubaki said. The hospital? Why did he have to go there? I have to find him. Sona exclaimed. The black-haired girl quickly let go of Tsubaki and dashed out the door. Tsubaki blinked as she stared at the door, surprised by Sona's sudden departure. Sona ran down the hallway, unintentionally bumping into any students in her way. She had to find Issei and see if he was all right. She had noticed he hadn't been at school for a few days but hadn't been informed of what happened. She also hadn't heard anything on the news, so she suspected he was fine. But now she learned he had been in the hospital. Even though he had a reputation, Sona didn't harbor any negativity toward Issei. Issei, what happened to you? She thought. Meanwhile, Issei was sitting on a bench, about to eat the lunch he had made for himself since his mother had to leave for work early. It wasn't too difficult for him to prepare a simple meal. Issei sniffled as he wiped his nose. Was someone talking about me, or are my allergies acting up again? He wondered. Silence was all he received in response, not even a hint from the system. He shrugged it off. After all, he was hungry. Well, no point in worrying about it. Time to eat. Yo, Issei. A voice interrupted. Grumbling a little because he was interrupted, Issei turned to see his two friends approaching. He had a feeling he knew why they were there. They were probably going to ask him to join them in their antics again. Hey guys, what do you want? Issei asked. What are you doing? Matsuda replied. I was going to eat my lunch, which I would like to do. But I have a feeling you too want something from me, Issei said. Pf, no. What makes you think that? Motohama chimed in. Issei deadpanned at the two boys. Did they seriously think he would fall for that? If he were his old self, he might have, but thanks to the system, he was much different now. Yeah, what do you want? Make it quick, Issei said. Well, since you're back. Matsuda and Motohama exchanged mischievous grins. Wanna go check out the kendo girls? They asked in unison. Issei stared at his friends, about to respond when he heard a noise that caught his attention. His eyes wandered to the system notification. Urgent quest, better reputation. You must not resort to your old ways. This is your second chance to make amends for your past actions. Caution, failure will result in a penalty. Issei felt a surge of nervousness. It seemed like the system had anticipated Matsuda and Motohama's question. He understood why it was prompting him now. It was true, the system gave the brown-haired boy a second chance at life. He couldn't let it go to waste and return to his old ways. Maybe he could finally get an actual girlfriend. Issei had to handle the situation calmly, otherwise he was going to be in trouble. Sorry guys. But I can't, he said. Matsuda and Motohama exchanged shocked expressions, and Issei couldn't help but notice how Motohama's face resembled something from a comic book. Why not? Matsuda exclaimed. Yeah. Melons are life. Motohama added. Issei sweat dropped, realizing his friends were unlikely to find girlfriends anytime soon. Guys, I just got back from the hospital. I just don't feel like doing it. Matsuda crossed his arms. I guess that makes sense. You're probably still recovering from whatever happened to you. Issei nodded. Yeah, plus my doctor told me to take things easy and not do anything that could cause me stress. He smiled at his friends, though what he said was a total lie. His doctor never mentioned any of that. He just wanted his friends to believe him. Despite Matsuda appearing somewhat intelligent, he was actually quite clueless. The three of them had been known for their foolishness, often getting into trouble with the kendo girls and never learning their lesson. But this time would be different. Issei was determined to change. Motohama let out a small sigh. Well, I guess we'll leave you alone then. Thanks guys. I wish you luck. Make sure you don't get caught, Issei replied. PFT. We won't get caught, we're too smart, Matsuda boasted. Issei chuckled to himself, thinking, press X to doubt. Meanwhile, Rias, the crimson-haired devil girl, stared at her best friend Sona with shock and confusion. They had just finished discussing the supernatural and the fallen angel named Yuma, who had killed Issei because of the sacred gear within him. Suddenly, Sona burst through the door and tackled Issei off the couch, holding him tightly and crying into his chest. Sona. Issei stammered. Sit. Don't you dare make me worry ever again. She exclaimed, looking up at him with tears rolling down her face. I thought you were taking a few days off. I had no idea you were in the hospital. Do you have any idea how worried I was when Tsubaki told me? Issei was taken aback, surprised by her concern. He had known Sona for a while and had always thought she scolded him out of disdain. Did she actually care about him? Sona. I thought you didn't care about me, he said softly. You idiot. Of course, I care about you. You are the only friend I have. Sona replied, her voice filled with emotion. Rias crossed her arms, feeling a twinge of jealousy. What did Sona mean that Issei was her only friend? Rias had known Sona since they were children, and this was a side of her friend she had never seen before. You're the only one who sees me as just a regular person. Everyone else sees me as some sort of tyrant with all this power. But you don't, Sona continued, her tears still flowing. Issei couldn't bear to see her like this. He brought her close and hugged her tightly. To his surprise, she hugged him back, snuggling into his embrace. Rias, Akino, and Kaneko watched, feeling a pang of jealousy. Sona, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you upset, Issei said gently. But you did, she replied, her voice muffled against his chest. I know. I didn't mean to, I got the attention of some very bad people, he explained. Sona looked up at him, her face stained with tears but her expression softening. Sona, who did you get the attention of? Issei hesitated, unsure if he should share what Rias had told him. He didn't want Sona to think he was crazy. Rias noticed Issei's discomfort and decided to intervene. Rias, Sona, he gained the attention of the fallen angels. Issei's eyes widened in surprise. Issei, Rias, what the hell? Why did you, Sona, why were the fallen after him? Issei blinked, surprised that Sona wasn't shocked. Did she know about the supernatural? Was she even human? He felt a powerful aura from her, similar to what he sensed from Rias and others, one that rivaled a formidable opponent he had faced before. This made him uneasy. He remembered how strong that opponent was and realized that if Rias and Sona were even more powerful, he needed to tread carefully. Issei, Sona. Sona, Issei, you're not human. Are you? You're like them, a devil. Sona fell silent, glancing at Rias, her eyes demanding an answer. Sona, you didn't. Rias, feeling the pressure of Sona's gaze, rubbed the back of her head and nodded. Sona, you told him. The sudden shout made everyone flinch, but Issei remained surprised. Why was Sona so upset with Rias? Rias, yeah, I told him. Sona, why? Rias, he deserved to know the truth about why he was in danger that night. Issei, wait, you said I was on the brink of death before Sona came rushing in. Rias blinked, recalling that Issei hadn't actually died but had been hospitalized. Rias, all right. Sorry. Issei waved it off, everyone makes mistakes. Sona, you're an idiot sometimes, you know that, Rias? Rias pouted, feeling offended. Issei chuckled, drawing their attention. Rias, what's so funny? Issei, oh, nothing, it's just that you look cute when you pout. Rias's face flushed at the compliment, her heart racing. Rias, cute. She had been called many things but never cute, except by her parents. Sona and the other girls glared at Rias, feeling a pang of jealousy. Rias sensed the tension and quickly cleared her throat. Rias, thank you, Issei. But I think we should get back on track. Issei, all right, but... He looked at Sona, who was still close to him. Can you get off me, Sona? Sona quickly moved away, a blush on her face. Sona, my apologies, Issei. I guess I got a little out of hand. Issei chuckled as he stood up, brushing himself off. Issei, it's fine, Sona. I can't blame you for worrying. Sona crossed her arms. Sona, yeah, do not ever do that again. Issei scratched the back of his head, smiling. Issei, no promises, but I will try my best. Sona sighed, feeling that Issei would get into trouble again. She hoped he wouldn't provoke powerful beings. Sona, all right then. She turned to Rias. You may continue with the explanation, Rias. Were you going to tell him about the Great War? Issei perked up at the mention of the Great War. He wondered what it was about, guessing it must involve some conflict in the supernatural world. War, a state of armed conflict, often arises from disputes between opposing forces. It could be a struggle for power or territory, and countries typically avoid involvement unless necessary. When the brown-haired boy thinks of a war of any kind, he normally thinks of wars like World War I and World War II, which were devastating. Issei asked, "What's the Great War?" Rias looked at him, knowing he would ask that question. She had planned to explain it later, but it seemed the time had come. Rias began, "To tell you that, I have to explain the three factions." "Okay, I'm listening," Issei replied. You see, the three factions started thousands of years ago. The biblical God cast out angels who opposed his teachings, creating the fallen angels who inhabited the underworld alongside the devils. Issei nodded, absorbing the information. Rias continued, the three factions eventually warred against one another under the leadership of the biblical God, the four great Satans, and the fallen angel organization, Grigori, led by Azazel. This conflict came to be known as the Great War, which continued for an unknown period of time. Issei processed the details. God, the four great Satans, a long-lasting war. He had never really believed in God or the devil when he was younger, but now everything felt different. I see. That is quite a story, Rias. I had no idea your people had to go through such a thing, he said. It's all right, Issei. It's in the past now. But now that I have told you basically everything you need to know, I have a question for you. This piqued his interest, and Sona, who stood next to him, silently watched Rias. Rias, you're not planning on asking him, are you? Sona questioned. I am. Rias replied. Sona sighed, shaking her head. Why am I not surprised? Issei looked at Sona, confused about what was wrong. What was she going to ask me? He inquired. Issei. Rias said, looking at him. Yes. Would you like to join my peerage and become a devil? Issei was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a question. Could Rias really make him one? If he became one, would he have to follow her orders? He didn't like that idea. He wanted to live freely. Before he could respond, a screen appeared before him. Urgent quest. Don't change, you must not become a devil. You'll be limited and become weak. Caution, failure will result in penalty or death. Issei felt a wave of nervousness. He had already experienced death once, and it was painful. He didn't want to return to the penalty zone. He needed to get stronger. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself. He needed to handle this situation rationally. Perhaps Rias would understand and accept his decision. The system seemed to have its own agenda, trying to prevent him from becoming a devil. Sorry, Rias. But I don't think I can accept that, he said. This surprised Rias and everyone else in the room. Oh, but... she asked. Don't get me wrong, the idea of becoming a devil sounds cool and all, but I want to live my life as a human. Rias felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped Issei would accept and join her peerage. However, she understood that not everyone wanted to change. Noticing her slight upset, Issei felt bad and decided to offer an alternative. But I wouldn't mind helping you and everyone out if you allow me, he suggested. Really? Rias exclaimed, her expression brightening. Issei nodded, and Rias smiled. Well then, I accept that offer. Issei smiled back, and Sona watched with relief. She was glad Issei had chosen not to become a devil, especially after just returning from the hospital. Looking out the window, Issei noticed the once bright blue sky turning dark orange, signaling the day's end. Well, I think it's time for me to head off, he said. All right then, Issei. I hope to see you again soon, Rias replied. Issei nodded and stood up from the couch, turning to Sona. I guess I'll see you tomorrow, Sona. Indeed, I hope to see you tomorrow and not in the hospital again, she said. Issei chuckled. Once again, no promises. With that, he made his way out of the occult research club, waving goodbye to Rias and the others. As he walked, another screen appeared in front of him. A small smile grew on Issei's face as he completed the urgent quest, Don't Change. The reward was similar to his last urgent quest, so he took the 3 ability points, deciding against the book on how to pick up girls. Why was the system trying to give him something like that? Was it trying to be a wingman or just see him suffer? Issei remembered he had a random loot box from the last quest that he hadn't opened yet. He accessed his inventory and opened the box, which disappeared to reveal a key. Item, Dungeon Key Item Class, C-Type. Issei's eyes widened. No way, it's a C-Rank item. The last dungeon key I got was only E-Rank. Was this the work of the system? Did it want him to attempt a C-Rank dungeon? He hesitated, recalling he was only level 18 and wanted to be at least level 20 before tackling anything more challenging. But his stats were decent, maybe he had a chance. As Issei walked, the sky suddenly changed color. He froze, staring up at the dark purple sky that warped everything around him. Confused, he wondered what was happening. It couldn't be a penalty zone since he had completed his daily quest. No, this had to be the work of a supernatural being. What is doing this? Issei muttered. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned toward a group of trees, narrowing his eyes. Whoever you are, come out. A chuckle echoed as multiple figures emerged, all exuding impressive auras, but one was stronger than the rest. Issei focused on the leader, a middle-aged man with short black hair and dark blue eyes, dressed in a pale gray trench coat over a white dress shirt, black breathes, and a fedora. You managed to detect me and my soldiers. I must give you credit for that, the man said. Who the hell are you? What do you want from me? Issei demanded. The man chuckled, summoning a blue spear of light, while the others conjured yellow ones. Issei's eyes widened as he recognized the light spears belonging to fallen angels. Light spears? You're just like Yuma. The man smirked as black feathered wings sprouted from his back, a color that Issei would never forget. Since you are going to die, I shall tell you my name. It's Donasik. Issei narrowed his eyes, preparing to summon his dagger when the key in his hand sparked with blue electricity. Both he and the fallen angel watched in shock as the key flew from his grasp and landed on the ground. Before they could react, a portal opened where the key had landed, pulling the group closer. Sheet! Issei exclaimed, trying to run away, but the portal's force was too strong. The fallen angel struggled to escape, and one even threw a light spear at the portal, but it was Issei Yin. Diamenet. What did you do, brat? Donasik shouted. How should I know? Issei retorted. Suddenly, a loud growl emanated from the portal, sending chills down their spines as a web shot out, sticking to their legs. They tried to free themselves, but were pulled into the portal. As Issei was drawn in, the portal closed behind him. He fell for several seconds before landing on rocky ground with a thud, groaning from the impact. Ow! Slowly sitting up, he looked around and realized he was in a cave system. Was this the dungeon? It had to be, given the key's behavior. But why had the key acted that way? He thought he needed to go to a specific location to use it, but it seemed to have opened the dungeon right beneath him. As he pondered, he heard a noise from above, snoring. What could be snoring in a cave? A lizard? A dragon? A wolf? Or a bear? He looked up, his eyes widening in shock and horror. It wasn't any of those. It was a massive spider resembling a tarantula, with a gray carapace and 8 legs covered in black chitinous armor, multiple glowing red eyes staring down at him. Giant arachnid Bariura, Issei thought. No way. Is that the boss of this dungeon? He hadn't expected to confront the boss so soon. He thought he would have to fight other creatures first. However, it appears that he won't have to. The brown-haired boy noticed a whole bunch of large lumps scattered across the massive spiderweb, guessing that the spider had killed all the other creatures. Issei shouldn't really be surprised. Spiders are known to have massive appetites. They could eat loads and store the rest for later. It seems that the boss is no different from the everyday spider in Issei's world. Thank God it's asleep. Issei thought as he stared at the spider, wondering what had happened to the fallen angels. They had also been pulled into the dungeon along with him. Did the spider take them out already? Suddenly, Issei sensed something and moved just in time as a blue light spear flew by, missing his head by an inch but leaving a mark on his cheek. He looked over to see Donasik and the other fallen angels, who did not look very happy. You brat, where have you taken us? Donasik shouted. Issei narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you? Donasik growled but then grinned as he summoned another spear. Doesn't matter, all we have to do is kill you, and this shall be over. Issei gritted his teeth and summoned Kasaka's venom fang into his right hand, surprising Donasik and the fallen angels. Is that your sacred gear? Donasik exclaimed. Issei didn't answer as a screen appeared in front of him. An emergency quest has been issued. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to harm the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed. 8 enemies killed. 0. Issei's eyes widened. He had to kill the fallen angels. What was this? He had only killed monsters before. He couldn't kill another human. But they weren't exactly human. Plus Yuma had killed him without mercy, taking pleasure in it. He narrowed his eyes, remembering that survival of the fittest was the law of the land. The strong survived while the weak perished. Issei had been weak and had died. But now, he was given a chance to become strong, and he wasn't going to let that go to waste. If he had to kill to survive, then he would do it. After all, it would be very awkward if he just suddenly died after everything he had been through. Plus, he had made a promise to Sona, and he intended to keep that promise. Issei let out a small chuckle. The system uses me, and I use the system. Ironic. He looked at Donasik and the fallen angels, taking a fighting stance with his dagger at the ready. All right, system. I'll play your little game. After I deal with all of this. That spider is next. Issei narrowed his eyes as he faced off against Donasik and his companions, his venom dagger in hand. It would be his first time using it, but he was confident he could handle it. Daggers were extremely effective for close-quarter combat. While other weapons like bows or swords had their advantages, they also had limits in tight spaces. Emergency quest. Kill the enemies. There are entities nearby that intend to harm the player. Slay them and ensure your safety. If this quest is not completed, a penalty will be issued as a result. Enemies required to be killed. 8 enemies killed. 0, so I have to kill all 8 of them or else they will kill me. Donasik must be the strongest out of the group. Issei had never fought against other humans before, only beast-like monsters. This was completely different from his previous experiences. The chance of winning or dying in the dungeon was about 50-50, but whoever struck first would likely secure victory. Issei could easily attack now and probably take down 1 or 2 fallen angels, but that would leave him wide open. The system might assist him in becoming stronger, but it was up to him to make the right decisions. 1 strike is all that is needed. 1 strike that will decide if I survive this. Donasik narrowed his eyes at Issei, sensing the dreadful aura coming from him. He was still wondering where he and his comrades were, but that didn't matter right now. Donasik couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was about to happen. Maybe that was why Rainier had told him to bring backup. He had thought his mission would be easy, just kill a human with great power and return to base. But Rainier had ordered him to bring a squad of fallen angels. Donasek was surprised. He was one of the strongest among them. Was Rainier afraid? Perhaps she sensed Issei's dreadful aura, which was why she wanted him to bring backup. Then again, the black-haired man remembered that she had killed a human a week ago, if he recalled correctly. Was the human in front of him a friend of that victim? Maybe she wanted to ensure that no one investigated what happened to that boy. "Hey, Donasek," one of the fallen angels accompanying him called out. Donasek turned his head. "What?" he replied. The fallen angel stepped forward with a sinister smirk. "I'll take care of this human." Donasek watched as the fallen angel approached the brown-haired boy, feeling a sense of foreboding. However, there was nothing he could do to stop him. The fallen angel approached Issei, a malicious grin on his face, confident that he could eliminate the boy before he even had a chance to defend himself. But before the fallen could act, Issei appeared in front of him, dagger poised against the fallen's neck. The fallen's eyes widened in surprise. How had the boy moved so quickly? It was impossible for a human to possess such speed. Issei used all his strength and slashed the fallen angel's head off, blood splattering across the rocky ground and onto his face. 1. Issei's eyes glowed menacingly as he turned to Donasek and the other fallen angel, who stared in shock and horror. He glared at them as a screen appeared. In front of him, revealing enemies required to be killed, 7 and enemies killed, 1. 1 day and 7 remain. That one I just killed was very cocky, he thought. Another screen appeared, showing his stats. Issei noticed that his level hadn't increased, and he hadn't received any notification of a level up. Did that mean he needed to kill more to level up? He knew this was a common theme in video games, but he couldn't see how much experience he gained from each kill. Donasek and the remaining fallen angels continued to stare at Issei, still in disbelief. One of their own had just been killed by a human. How is this possible? One fallen angel exclaimed. There's no way a human can do that, another added. Donasek gritted his teeth, glaring at Issei. How did you do that? Issei didn't respond. He slowly approached the supernatural beings, maintaining a serious expression. He was following the system's orders, but it didn't change the fact that he had taken a life. If he didn't act, he would be the one in danger. He tightened his grip on his dagger, memories of his past flooding back. His pointless life, the endless loop of despair, and the agonizing moments of his death. He had to do this. There was no other choice. He had to become stronger. Only the strong will survive. A dark aura began to envelop Issei, sending shivers down the spines of Donasek and the remaining fallen angels. The giant arachnid Bariura, which had been sleeping until now, slowly started to wake. It had just fed on the creatures of the dungeon and was not prepared for the powerful and menacing aura that surrounded Issei. The aura felt dark and cold, evoking a sense of fear within the giant arachnid Bariura, an emotion it had only seen in others. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kuo, an abandoned church stood, seemingly forgotten for many years. The church stood 2 stories tall, its broken windows and damaged walls overrun with vines and other plant life. The sky above was dark, the clouds a silvery gray, hinting at impending rain. Inside the abandoned church, a loud voice broke the silence. "I'm so bored." A girl with blonde hair styled into twin tails and blue eyes sat on one of the old seats. She wore a gothic Lolita outfit, a black dress with white frills, a large black bow on the front, a green jewel embedded in the collar, white thigh-high socks, and black shoes. A large black bow adorned her hair. "Will you be quiet, Middlet? Your voice is getting on my nerves," came a response from her right. This was Calla Warner, a tall woman with brown eyes and long navy blue hair that obscured one of her eyes. She wore a maroon trenchcoat-like top with a wide collar, a matching miniskirt, and black-heeled shoes. The trench coat was open at her chest, revealing a glimpse of her attire underneath. Middlet glared at Calla Warner. "Shut up, Calla Warner. You have no right to tell me what to do." Calla Warner narrowed her eyes, taken aback by Middlet's defiance. The two were not ordinary people. They were fallen angels, supernatural beings who had been residing in Kuo for some time. With only around 15 to 20 of them, they were cautious of being spotted by the devils in the area, but stealth felt increasingly difficult. A bright light suddenly illuminated the park of Kuo, causing birds to scatter from the trees. From the light emerged Issei, who fell face-first onto the ground with a thud that sent pain through his face. Groaning, he opened his eyes to the dirt beneath him. Note to self, work on landing, he muttered, slowly getting up and dusting off his clothes. He checked his nose, relieved to find it unbroken. The last thing he needed was for his mother or Sona to worry about him. He had bigger concerns. He was exhausted, both mentally and physically, and his clothes were torn and stained. Looking down at his right hand, he noticed a mysterious ring on one of his fingers. Made of a dark, strange gold with intricate patterns, it featured a bright green jewel that radiated a powerful magical aura. Item, Ring of Loki Item Class, S-Type, Armor plus 25 Intelligence plus 300 MP Effect, Illusions. Wielder can create up to 10 illusion clones. The Ring of Loki. My first S-rank item, and to think he just gave it to me. Issei chuckled, recalling the tale of how he obtained it. Flashback. Issei charged toward a giant arachnid, dagger in hand, ready to battle the fearsome creature. The monster roared, attempting to attack him with its massive jaws, but Issei dodged effortlessly. I'm currently level 18, I should be able to take on a C-rank boss. He thought as he leaped into the air, avoiding the creature's attack. Gritting his teeth, Issei unleashed a flurry of slashes against the giant arachnid. The monster roared in pain, trying to retaliate, but Issei continued his assault. My attack worked, he thought, surprised that his dagger had penetrated the creature's tough hide. His dagger dripped with a strange green substance, likely the arachnid's BLD. Kasaka's venom fang is a pretty good dagger, he mused, wondering what treasures awaited him in the future. After all, this was only a rank C item. There was still the possibility of acquiring an S-rank or even an SS rank item. A small smirk grew on his face as he chuckled, imagining himself as an overpowered hero. Before he could finish his thought, an immense force struck him in the chest, sending him flying into the rocky wall. Pain shot through his body. Arg! Issei glared at the giant arachnid Bariura, realizing it had taken advantage of his distraction. He made a mental note to stay focused in battle rather than daydreaming about power. Issei brought himself to his feet and cracked his neck, his eyes glowing slightly purple. The real hunting begins now, he muttered. The giant arachnid let out a thunderous roar as Issei charged toward it. The brown-haired boy leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of slashes upon the monster. The arachnid tried to attack him with its fangs and legs, but he easily dodged its attacks. Issei felt confident he could take down the monster, especially given the size difference. The Bariura was easily the size of a house, which meant it had immense strength. However, Issei had the advantage in speed. In a fight between strength and speed, the first to land a devastating blow could win, but if one could outmaneuver the other, speed would prevail. As Issei continued to attack, he noticed his weapon was starting to bounce off the arachnid's tough hide. Its outer shell is pretty tough. If I want to damage it, I need to use as much force as possible, he thought. The spider attempted to squash him with one of its massive legs, but Issei jumped backward just in time. The attack caused immense destruction when it made contact with the ground. The giant arachnid growled at him, and Issei narrowed his eyes, remaining on guard. He began to brainstorm ideas to defeat the beast. Sneaking up on it for a fatal blow seemed impossible in a room full of sticky webs, especially since the spider had 8 eyes that could see him from nearly any direction. Besides its 8 eyes, this thing's destructive power is strong enough to break through any object, Issei thought, gritting his teeth. Every attack from the spider could be fatal. He had survived the first strike, but he doubted he could handle much more. I should take some time to see if I can figure out this thing's weakness. It has to have one. What could possibly be the monster's weakness? The eyes. An obvious choice, but difficult to reach. Could attempt it, but one wrong move could be the end for him. The inside of the giant arachnid's mouth was certainly dangerous, and he wondered if it could use venom-type attacks. What if its venom is like my venom dagger? He pondered. As he prepared for another attack, he noticed his fatigue level rising. My fatigue is nearly at 60%. The higher it gets, the slower I will become. That isn't good. Issei gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't prolong the battle much longer. There had to be a way to take the beast down quickly, perhaps by using his environment. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of him, catching him off guard. What does the system want? Can't it see I'm in the middle of something important? Warning! Urgent notice. The god of mischief, Loki, finds you interesting. This got Issei's attention. Loki, the half-brother of Thor, the god of thunder. Why would the Norse god of mischief be interested in him? How did Loki even know what he was doing? Loki would like to give you something to assist you. Do you accept? Issei hesitated. He knew Loki's reputation for trickery. But the thought of receiving a powerful weapon was tempting. The giant arachnid growled at him, and he realized he had to make a choice quickly. Letting out a small sigh, he decided, "All right, Loki. Let's see what you got me." At that moment, a bright light filled the cave, forcing Issei and the giant arachnid to look away. He hoped this wasn't just a trick. When the light faded, Issei's eyes widened at what floated before him. It was a ring, likely an Asgardian one, made of a strange, darker gold with intricate patterns. To top it all off, the ring also had a bright green jewel embedded within it, giving off a powerful magical aura. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. It was an S-rank item and his very first one. He felt a mix of shock, happiness, and awe. Why would the god of mischief give him, a mere mortal, such a thing? The ring floated toward Issei as he held out his hand, settling onto one of his fingers. At that moment, he felt a surge of power flow throughout his body, unlike anything he had experienced before. "Whoa, this feels amazing," Issei said, his excitement palpable. The giant arachnid soon recovered from the bright light and growled at him. A small smirk grew on Issei's face as a new idea formed in his mind. "Let's test this out." Suddenly, the jewel in the ring glowed bright green, and 10 illusion clones of Issei appeared out of thin air. They looked exactly like him and wielded the same weapon, catching the giant arachnid by surprise. All the Isseis smirked as they charged toward the monster, unleashing a barrage of slashes while the original Issei made his way toward the creature's head. He was impressed by the ring's power, but he realized that each illusion cost around 50 MP to create and recreate if they were destroyed. He would need to invest in increasing his MP if he wanted to continue using the ring's abilities. When Issei reached the monster's head, the giant arachnid finally noticed him and tried to shake him off. "Nice try," he exclaimed, plunging his dagger into one of the creature's eyes. The beast roared in pain, but Issei didn't stop. He repeatedly stabbed the eye, activating effects that would cause the monster to bleed and lose health over time. As he continued his assault, Issei felt fatigue setting in. If it reached its peak, he would be done for. The giant arachnid roared in agony, unable to withstand the pain, and soon, its head exploded. The illusions smirked as the spider fell to the ground with a loud thud. "You have defeated the dungeon boss. Level up. Level up. Level up." Issei couldn't help but smile. He had leveled up 3 times. He should be around level 20 or 21 now, but he knew he needed more strength and power to survive. He turned to the illusions and smiled. "Thanks, couldn't have done it without you." The clones nodded before disappearing, leaving Issei alone. Now that he had leveled up, he wondered what kind of reward he would get from the giant arachnid. Issei smiled at the memory but decided it was best to head home and get some sleep. He was sure his mother was worried sick, likely having stayed up late again. He often found her passed out on the couch when he returned home. He wished she would let him help with the bills. "Time to head home, I guess," he said to himself, starting to make his way back. He put his dagger away, not wanting to alarm anyone he might encounter. As he walked, he realized he hadn't had the chance to use his new bloodlust skill against the spider boss. Issei froze for a moment, then exclaimed in frustration, "I can't believe I forgot." The next day, Issei and his mother were sitting in their living room. On a small table was a box of fried chicken and 2 beverages. It was Saturday, and Mickey had decided to treat them to something special for breakfast. Issei had no complaints. He loved fried chicken. He bit into a piece and was hit by the flavor. Is this a new spice?" he asked, looking at his mother with curiosity. Mickey smiled, pleased to see her son enjoying the meal. Mickey, "Yeah, it's chili pepper flakes." Issei, "Whoa, no wonder I can feel a little heat to it." The brown-haired boy's mother giggled as she ate a piece of chicken. Issei picked up one of the cans and began drinking from it. Suddenly, a screen popped up in front of him. "Harmful substances have been detected in your body buff. Detoxification has been activated. You are now being healed." This was the reward that Issei received from the spider dungeon, a useful one the more he thought about it. 3, 2. You have been successfully detoxified. Issei rolled his eyes slightly. While he admitted that it was useful, he had a feeling it would be annoying later on. The effect made him immune to all diseases, poisonous substances, and any other abnormalities in his status. That meant he couldn't get sick, and if he faced any monsters or supernatural creatures that used poison, he was practically invincible. Suddenly, Issei realized something. "Issei, I have to check this out. If this works, it will definitely assist me in my journey." The brown-haired boy stood up from the couch, gaining his mother's attention. "Mickey, where are you going, sweetie?" Issei, "Just to my room, I've had enough chicken." Mickey, "Oh, okay. Do you want me to put some in the fridge?" Issei smiled at his mother. Issei, "Sure." He turned and made his way into his room, making sure to close the door behind him. Issei, after seeing Rias and the others fight that stray, "I need to level up more." Currently, Issei was at home, taking a nice hot shower. He had just returned after watching Rias and her peerage battle the stray devil. Issei didn't bother to remember the name since he wanted to get the mental image of that monstrosity out of his mind. He had much to think about. When he saw the battle, he was left speechless by their abilities. Rias and Aquino looked like they had the power to annihilate anyone who crossed their path. He sensed they were holding back. They probably had battled stray devils in Kuo for a while and could easily take them out in a matter of minutes or even seconds, while Issei struggled against the boss monsters from the dungeons. Of course, he knew there was a difference. Stray devils were once regular devils, so they had more intelligence than the monsters in the dungeon. However, Issei couldn't help but feel like all he had done so far had been for nothing. He needed to take this seriously, otherwise he would pay the price, and so would his mother. Issei gritted his teeth as his eyes started glowing slightly. Issei, "No more." He looked at the ring that Loki had given him. The god had given him such a powerful ring because he was interested in him. Issei knew he couldn't disappoint him, otherwise, Loki might take back what was once his. Issei, "It's time to take this seriously." After a while, Issei turned off the shower and dried himself off. Once done, he made his way back to his bedroom and quickly put on some spare clothes. Tomorrow was the weekend, so he didn't have to worry about school. This was a good thing. He could now go off and level up before heading back to school when the weekend was over. The brown-haired boy made his way out of his room and walked into the living room, where he saw his mother fast asleep at her desk. In front of her were some books and folders, likely from her work. Issei sighed. Issei, yar days, Mom." He picked up a blanket from the couch and walked over to his sleeping mother, quietly placing it over her before backing off. The last thing he wanted was for her to catch a cold while she slept. He deeply cared about her since she was always there for him. Issei barely knew anything about his father. He didn't even know what he looked like, and there weren't any pictures of him in the house. If there were, Issei would have seen them by now. Their home was simple, not massive. He was just an average boy living in an average house, unaware of his father's identity. As he walked away from his sleeping mother, he made a screen appear to check his stats. Name, Issei Hayadu. Job, None. Title, Wolf Assassin. Level, 21 health points /HP, 2600/2600 magic /MP, 650/650 fatigue, 0 strength /STR, 38 vitality /Vit, 30 agility /AGL, 30 intelligence /Int, 31.25 cents, 31 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20%. Issei, level 21 is a decent start. If this were a video game, I could handle E rank to maybe C rank creatures and bosses. While that sounded good, In reality, it wasn't because Issei understood something about the system and the dungeons it created. Nothing could be predicted. It was like moving through fog, unsure of what lay ahead. For all he knew, he could enter a C-rank dungeon one day and find an S-rank boss waiting for him. He needs to be smart with his actions, but he can't be too cautious, as that might backfire later. For now, Issei decides to go for a walk. He doesn't feel tired at the moment. The brown-haired boy often stays up late, so this wasn't unusual for him. Plus, if the system gives him his daily quest, he can complete it without worrying about penalties. He wants to avoid that place until he gets stronger. Issei made his way to the front door, grabbed the doorknob, and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. It was a chilly night, but he remembered to wear his jacket. He wasn't the same boy he once was. He had changed for the better. Taking a deep breath, he let out a small sigh, creating a cloud of breath in the cold air. This made him chuckle slightly as he began walking. He had to admit, Kuo was peaceful at night. One could rarely hear anything. If he had to think of any sounds, it would be the wind or nighttime creatures. It was also uncommon to see animals in Kuo. Perhaps it was because it was a small town, and people didn't often get pets. Issei had wanted a dog when he was younger, but his mother said they couldn't afford one. To this day, he still wondered what it would be like to have a dog. Maybe one day, after he figures out who gave him the system, he could leave Kuo and find a place where he could have one. However, there was one problem. Issei cared deeply about his mother. He couldn't leave her. She would be devastated since he was her only family. His grandparents had passed away when he was younger, and his aunt never visited. He also had no idea who his father was. All his mother had left was him, and he felt responsible for her well-being, which was amusing considering he was just a teenager. People often thought they looked like siblings because his mother appeared so young. With a small sigh, Issei mused, life, full of wonder, misery, and adventure. Suddenly, he heard a noise coming from his right. He quickly turned to see it was coming from a bush. Narrowing his eyes, he summoned his dagger, just in case. The noise grew louder until a black cat emerged from the bushes. A cat. Issei observed the creature. It didn't have a collar, meaning it was a stray, yet its fur was clean. This raised alarms in his mind. Something felt off about the situation. Issei had seen pictures of stray animals, and they were usually dirty. But this cat was pristine. Why has a cat suddenly turned up in Kuo? There haven't been any in the past, he wondered. He approached the cat, which stared at him with glowing yellow eyes. Crouching down, he said, "Hey there, little guy." Or girl. The cat approached and nuzzled against his leg, confirming it was friendly. Issei smiled as the cat purred, and he began to pet it. "You're a cute one, aren't you?" The cat responded with another purr, and Issei picked it up, holding it in his arms. "You don't seem to have a collar. Does that mean you have no owner?" The feline meowed, making Issei chuckle. Despite the strange feeling the cat gave him, he couldn't shake the notion that he was meant to find it. Was it fate? Was it connected to the system? No, he thought, there couldn't be a reason for that. With a small sigh, he said, "I can't believe I'm going to say this." Looking at the cat, he smiled, unsure if this was a good idea, but he would deal with any consequences later. "Looks like you're coming with me, girl." The cat purred and nuzzled into his chest. Issei realized he needed to come up with a name for her. Issei pondered, what should I name you? He thought long and hard, wanting to choose the perfect name for the black cat he had found. After considering several options, he finally exclaimed, "I know. I'll call you Yoruchi." The cat purred in response, clearly pleased with her new name, which made Issei chuckle. "That's good to hear." As the sun shone brightly in the town of Kuo, Issei and his mother, Miki, were at the park dressed in casual clothing. Issei wore a white shirt under a blue jacket, long black breathes, and gray shoes, while Miki sported a pink jacket over a similar shirt, white shorts with black ones underneath, and pink shoes. "Mom, why do you want to work out with me all of a sudden?" Issei asked. Miki replied, "Well, I feel like you're getting full of yourself. Plus, it will help my joints after I woke up at my desk." "It was your fault for falling asleep in the first place," Issei retorted, causing his mother to pout. "I had a lot of work to do." At least I'm not the one who brought in a stray cat, Miki said, recalling how she had discovered Yoruchi when the cat accidentally woke her up. After some convincing, she agreed to let Issei keep Yoruchi, but he would be solely responsible for her care. Issei was fine with that since Yoruchi had been well behaved. Hey, you told me I could keep Yoruchi, Issei reminded her. Miki rolled her eyes. Whatever, so are we going to start or what? Issei nodded. Yeah, but I won't wait for you if you can't keep up. I'll be fine, she replied, and they began their jog. Issei needed to complete his daily quest, and his mother had decided to join him. As they ran, Issei reflected on the work piled on his mother's desk, all the effort she put in to provide for them. He had suggested getting a part-time job before, but she had refused. However, he started to think there might be another way to earn money without a job. He had collected various items from dungeons that he could sell for cash. He wasn't sure how it would convert to dollars, but he was determined to find out. Hey Mom, he called out. Miki looked over, breathing slightly. Yes. If you somehow got $30 billion, what would you do with it? Miki thought for a moment, struggling to keep pace. I guess I'd use it to get us a better home and as much food as we could want. The rest I would save for emergencies. She paused, realizing the number seemed unrealistic. Why did you say that number, sweetie? 30 billion sounds a bit far-fetched. Issei shrugged. Not sure, just thought of a random number. Miki gave him a deadpan look, which made Issei chuckle. Soon, they were both giggling, but Miki noticed Issei pulling ahead. His speed surprised her, he seemed to have accelerated dramatically. Sit. Slow down. She called, but he didn't hear her and continued to dash off. Eventually, Miki had to stop, feeling out of breath. She walked over to a bench and sat down, breathing heavily. Geez, when did Issei get that fast? Suddenly, she heard a chuckle and looked up to see someone offering her a bottle of water. Here, you look exhausted. Thanks. Miki replied, taking the bottle and enjoying the refreshing water. Miki really needed this drink and probably wouldn't do any more exercising with Issei because she could already feel her muscles getting tense. Thanks for the what? The brown-haired woman turned to see the one who gave her the water bottle. The person in front of her was a tall man in his 20s with an average build, black hair, golden bangs, and a black goatee. He wore a V-neck maroon long coat with a wide, open collar and 2 black belts around the waist, along with 4 black bands on each arm. He had gray slacks and brown shoes. Miki had to admit that the man looked really handsome. If she compared him to her husband before he disappeared, she would proudly say they both looked like supermodels. Oh, he's handsome. Suddenly, she realized what she was thinking, and her face went bright red. Hey, you alright? The man asked. Why yeah, I am perfectly fine. Miki stammered. The man noticed her blush and chuckled. Pleasure to meet you, my dear. My name is Azazel, he said, bowing slightly and placing his hand on his chest. Miki Haidu, she replied. Azazel's eyes widened slightly upon hearing her name. It was one he had heard mentioned before, long ago. So, this is her. The one he told me about, he thought. Azazel had to admit that Miki looked stunning. He almost thought she was a teenager, but now he knew she was older than that, though not too old. Meanwhile, Issei breathed slightly as he continued jogging. The brown-haired boy wasn't wasting a single moment because he wanted to see what this daily quest would reward him. He already knew he would get the usual rewards, but the random loot box was the most important because he wouldn't know what was inside unless he picked it. So far, he had received 2 dungeon keys. The first was F rank and the second was C rank. This made him curious. Would he only get dungeon keys from the loot box? He didn't mind them since they helped him level up quickly, but he hoped for something new, like a weapon or item. As he jogged, he heard a ding, signaling the end of his quest, and a screen appeared in front of him. Daily quest. Train to become a formidable combatant has been completed. Seeing this brought a small smile to Issei's face. He then realized his mother was not behind him anymore. Mom's not behind me anymore. Did she fall behind? Issei crossed his arms, recalling that he had warned her he would wait if she lagged. She had been confident in her ability to catch up, but it seemed she was just all talk. He shook his head. It was the weekend and she wouldn't be working. Plus, it was a small town, so she wouldn't get lost. Issei turned his attention to the screen again, his eyes widening at what he saw. Push-ups 100/100, sit-ups 100 out of 100, squats 100 out of 100, run 11/10 km, what the... It kept track of the extra exercise I did, even though the quest is already completed. This made Issei more curious. Did this mean he could push past his limits and see what would happen? Would the system give him double the loot? He doubted it. The system had never been kind to him. He let out a small sigh. Yar days, things are just getting weirder by the day. He then turned his attention to the ring of Loki still on his finger. You have some sort of plan for me, don't you, Loki? A few hours later, after discovering that the system tracked any extra exercise, Issei decided to push past his regular limits. It wasn't easy, even though he had grown significantly. However, it was worth it in the end because he got something very interesting. Currently, Issei was in a part of Kuo with his hoodie over his head, wielding his Venom Fang dagger in his right hand. Push-ups 200/100, sit-ups 200/100, squats 200/100, run 20/10 km. Issei let out a small chuckle as he reached into his jacket pocket. While doing the extra work for his daily quest, something had happened. It turned into a hidden quest. The brown-haired boy guessed this would occur a few times as he continued to get stronger. Issei took out a red key. It was no ordinary key. It was a dungeon key, obtained from a random loot box, but this one was different. Item: key to the demon's castle, level of difficulty, S-type. Key: it was an S-rank key, his very first one, and just from its name, Issei could tell he was headed to a demonic place. He chuckled as he examined the key in his hand, surprised by his good fortune. Issei, looks like I was wrong. I did all that extra work and got something way better in the end. This made Issei more curious about hidden quests. He previously thought they would only appear a few times. Now, he believed they would be given when he exceeded the requirements of the daily quest. If that was the case, he might be getting even better rewards in the future. The key to the demon castle might just be the tip of the iceberg. Issei, this could end up being a one-time thing, but if not, then I'm gonna use this as long as I possibly can. As he held the key, it began to spark with red electricity. He turned it, and within seconds, a fiery portal appeared before him. Issei stared at the portal with seriousness. Determination filled his eyes. This would be his first time in an S-rank dungeon, and he knew the monsters would be much stronger than those he had faced before. Yet, he felt excitement at the challenge ahead. Issei, well, no point just standing here. Without hesitation, Issei stepped through the fiery portal and found himself in a completely new place. It looked eerily similar to the town of Kuo, but there were no humans in sight, and everything was engulfed in flames. This left him puzzled. This was an S-rank dungeon, yet it resembled his home. Was the system trying to convey something about this dungeon? He could feel the pressure all around him. Powerful monsters inhabited this hellish place, ready to attack. Issei thought, I still have that teleportation stone I obtained from that instance dungeon. If things get too dangerous, I can use it to escape. He narrowed his eyes, resolving to give it his all. Things were getting tougher, and Issei needed to grow stronger. To do that, he had to understand his current abilities. If he gave up out of fear, he wouldn't improve. Suddenly, a loud and vicious growl echoed in front of him. Issei looked up and narrowed his eyes, greeted by a sight he never expected to see in a dungeon, let alone an S-rank dungeon. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus, stood out among the monstrous creatures of Greek mythology. The beast was the pet of Hades, the watchdog of the underworld, ensuring that no one dared to escape their eternal suffering. Issei knew that Cerberus was known for devouring those who tried to flee, and he didn't want to find out what that truly meant. The three-headed dog towered over him, and Issei felt a mix of fear and awe. He wasn't sure he wanted to fight Cerberus. He knew Hades would be furious if he harmed his beloved pet. But then again, this could be a mere illusion created by the system as a challenge. Issei narrowed his eyes at the three-headed dog. Issei, if I give up just because I'm scared, I won't become stronger. I will become stronger. Cerberus growled, then let out a thunderous roar before charging at Issei. Issei, time to level up. He leaped into the air toward Cerberus, careful to avoid the beast's 3 heads. One bite from those jaws could be fatal. Holding his dagger tightly, he delivered a powerful slash to Cerberus's arm, causing BLD to erupt from the wound. He had come to this S-rank dungeon to test himself, eager to see how he fared against such a formidable monster. Issei continued to attack Cerberus, unleashing slash after slash upon its hide. Title: Wolf Assassin buffs have been activated. This filled Issei with delight. Since Cerberus was a beast-type monster, he would deal double damage. While it might not be enough to defeat it, it would certainly make an impact. Issei used his speed to strike Cerberus, attacking the 3-headed dog from various angles: left, right, below, and above. Cerberus roared and growled, trying to retaliate, but Issei was simply too fast for the Devourer of Souls to keep up with. As he landed on the ground, he remembered his bloodlust ability and wondered if it would affect Cerberus. It might not, but it was worth a try. If it worked, it could leave Cerberus wide open for more attacks, as long as he stayed far away from its 3 heads. Issei's eyes began to glow as an aura enveloped him. However, Cerberus stood unmoved by the effect. Issei gritted his teeth as a notification appeared before him. The foe's resistance was too high, the effect was cancelled. Great. That didn't work, Issei muttered, realizing that if Cerberus had high resistance, his dagger's effects would be useless. He wouldn't be able to paralyze it or make it bleed. From a growth standpoint, the 3-headed dog was the perfect opponent for him, a terrifying creature from Greek mythology that no one wished to encounter. Yet, it seemed unfazed by his attacks. Even with the boost from his Wolf Assassin title, he felt he had done nothing at all. Issei clenched his teeth in frustration. I can't believe I'm still so much weaker. Cerberus growled at him, and Issei glared back, one of his eyes glowing. Suddenly, Cerberus's eyes glowed crimson red as it unleashed a powerful roar that nearly knocked Issei off his feet. This worried him. It meant Cerberus wasn't taking him seriously. To the 3-headed dog, he was just another soul trying to escape hell. The gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus has used skill, Rage. Cerberus will be in a state of rage for 3 minutes. All of Cerberus's stats will increase twofold. What? Issei exclaimed as Cerberus charged at him with blinding speed. He managed to evade the attack by jumping into the air and stabbing his dagger into the middle head. You have to be kidding me. What kind of skill is that? While annoyed, Issei understood that the system was highlighting the difference between their strengths. Cerberus does not feel any pain. Issei's eye twitched. Are you serious? The Devourer of Souls threw Issei off its head and lunged at him, its middle head snapping its jaws around Issei's left arm. He didn't have time to scream as both he and Cerberus crashed into a house. Cerberus stood up, leaving Issei on the rubble, missing his left arm. He cried out in pain as his health rapidly decreased. Health, 1290/2600 health. 726/2600 health. 411/2600, that hurts like hell. Issei thought. Despite losing a limb, he wasn't losing health from the BLD pouring out. The system was ensuring he didn't die. It couldn't afford to lose its only player, Issei Haidu. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Cerberus, feeling as if it was mocking him. Just because it was a creature from Greek mythology didn't give it the right to boast about its strength. Issei realized he needed to become a stronger avatar, to exceed expectations. He needed to take control. Cerberus lunged at him again, trying to devour him. But Issei had had enough. Status recovery. A bright light erupted from the ground, restoring his health and reattaching his arm. He found himself holding the maw of Cerberus's middle head open with his bare hands. A reckless move, but one he was willing to take. I'm sick of you. Using his strength, Issei twisted Cerberus's head and leaped into the air. The other 2 heads watched as he slashed one of their eyes, causing immense pain. In midair, he activated the Ring of Loki, creating around 10 illusion clones. If this was his final stand, he would ensure Cerberus stayed down. Die! Issei and his clones stabbed their daggers into the remaining head of Cerberus, causing BLD to erupt from its mouth. They pulled their daggers out and, just like with the giant arachnid in the C-rank dungeon, they repeatedly attacked the devourer of souls. Before long, Cerberus fell to the scorched ground, going limp. As Issei sent his illusions away, he breathed heavily. A notification appeared before him. You have defeated the gatekeeper of hell, Cerberus. His face filled with surprise. He couldn't believe it. He had done it. He had defeated Cerberus. He actually managed to defeat the pet of the Greek god, Hades. Was this a dream? No, he couldn't be dead since he had used the status recovery just before Cerberus reached him. The brown-haired boy had done it. He had defeated his very first S-rank monster. Level up. Level up. Level up. Level up. Issei smiled. He had progressed from level 21 to level 25, which was a significant achievement, bringing him closer to his goal. He looked at Cerberus's lifeless body. Because of you, I now know how strong I truly am. He narrowed his eyes at the demon castle nearby. If I were to go in there, I would die. Issei looked back at the body and gently petted Cerberus's 3 heads. Thank you, Cerberus. You have taught me so much. He turned to another screen that displayed the items he had obtained from defeating Cerberus. They were impressive. Item, Warden's Necklace level of difficulty, a type, necklace plus 20 agility, plus 20 sense item, key to the castle level of difficulty, a type, key item, Cerberus Fong level of difficulty, none type, miscellaneous. Issei smiled, realizing he could use the necklace to enhance his agility and the key for future access to this place. As for the Fong, he wasn't sure of its purpose yet, but he had a feeling he would find out soon enough. Inventory. A screen appeared next to him, and he reached into it to retrieve a teleportation stone. Just as he was about to use it, another screen appeared in front of him. The god of the underworld, Hades, is watching you. Issei's eyes widened. In shock and fear, killing Cerberus had drawn Hades' attention. He had hoped this wouldn't happen, as he sensed that the god of the underworld would not be pleased. Well, this is just great. Mount Olympus. Known throughout Greek mythology as the home of the 12 Greek gods, it now also housed many other beings such as dryads, naiads, and various gods and goddesses. Olympus was an ancient city resting on the highest mountain, invisible to mortals. Each god and goddess within Olympus differed from traditional depictions of deities, with some commanding the sun, thunder, and even death. The Hall of the Gods, the largest room in all of Olympus, was where the gods' thrones were located and where formal and war council meetings were held. They typically convened only for matters of great concern, such as threats to their existence. Despite being immortal, the gods had heard rumors that the God of the Bible, the creator of angels and the sacred gear system, had died in a battle among the factions. The throne room was empty and silent, illuminated by the flames of Olympus, which burned so hot that even the gods could not touch them without suffering. Suddenly, a bright flash of white light appeared, and from it emerged the Greek gods. They took their seats, with Zeus, the king of the gods and god of thunder, sitting at the center. The gods sat in silence for a moment before Zeus broke it. Who called this meeting? I would like to know as well, Father. I was in the middle of a hunt with my huntresses, Artemis replied. Artemis, the daughter of Zeus and the goddess of wild animals and the hunt, was known for her preference to hunt with women, stemming from her disdain for men. Bah, your hunts are pointless when it comes to true battle. In a real fight you must decimate your enemies. Ares, the god of war, interjected, expressing his distaste for Artemis's ways. Be quiet, Ares, she shot back. Oh, shut up. Besides, I've already called dibs when you want to lose your virginity, Ares taunted. In response, Artemis fired an arrow at Ares, who easily blocked it with his swords. He smirked at her frustration. I will never lose my virginity to a filthy male like you. Artemis declared. Yeah, keep talking. You won't be saying that when you're screaming my name, Ares retorted. Ares! Hera exclaimed, trying to regain control of the meeting. Enough. Or do you wish to end up like your alternative counterpart in that one universe, 11 Hera, the goddess of marriage, women and family, and the protector of women during childbirth? She is the sister and the wife of Zeus, which makes her the queen of the 12 Olympians and Mount Olympus. 7. Despite being married to Zeus, Hera knows that her husband has countlessly cheated on her with other women and have had numerous children. The one she hates the most is a demigod known as Hercules. No one knows why she only chooses to target only him and not the other half-children of Zeus. 5. To be honest, they don't want to know since she is very powerful. Ares, forgive me, mother. 2. Ares looked away as he recalled hearing tales of another version of himself who made a mortal man a great warrior, only for him to kill the god after that. Ares killed his family so nothing would be holding him back. 7. Zeus, enough. Who is the one that summoned us here? That would be me. Brother, the Greek gods perked up at the sudden voice as they all saw the room growing darker by the second. They watched as some sort of liquid shadow rose from the ground. From it came out a man with a powerful aura that could cause any lesser being to fall to their knees. Even the gods and goddesses felt a shiver run down their spines when they saw this man. Zeus, Hades. Hades, the Greek god of the underworld and the elder brother of Zeus. After he and his brothers, Zeus and Poseidon, defeated their father's generation of gods, the Titans, and claimed rulership over the cosmos. Hades received the underworld, Zeus the sky, and Poseidon the sea. Hades smiled. Hades, hello brother, I see you and everyone have arrived. Zeus, yes, tell me brother. What the F is with this anime-looking appearance? For Hades, what? Don't you like it? Ares, you look ridiculous. The Greek god of the underworld simply crossed his arms. Hades, says the man with a bucket on his head. 3. Ares, hey, it's not a bucket. Hades smirked. Hades, wearing a bucket, say what? 2. Ares, what? 7. Hades, H. Ares crossed his arms as the Greek god of war grumbled in annoyance. Zeus and Hera couldn't help but laugh a little from their brother's sense of humor. Normally he is known to be very serious and calm. They were glad that he was developing a little. Maybe it had something to do with his wife always being there for him while he tends to all the souls. 5. Zeus, anyways, why did you call us here, brother? Hades, you see, I sensed something while I was tending to the souls. Poseidon, if you sense something, then it must be very important. Zeus deadpanned at the Greek god of the sea. Why the hell was he also in that appearance? Zeus knows where they got it from. What he doesn't understand is why they choose to take those forms. 7. Hera, tell us Hades, what is T that you sensed? Hades let out a small sigh. Hades, I'm afraid to say that Cerberus is dead. 11. Silence filled the hall of the gods as their eyes widened in absolute shock. They were left utterly speechless by what the god of the underworld had just said. Cerberus was among one of the most powerful mythical creatures they had ever known. He was the guard god of the underworld and made sure that no one tried to escape. But to hear that he is now dead, they honestly couldn't believe it. They knew that Hades was not making this up because he would not just call all the gods and goddesses from their duties and make up something like that. This was very serious. Zeus, how has Cerberus died? Hera, Hades, please tell me you're joking. Hades stared at the queen of the gods with a serious expression that alone told her that he was not making this up. Hades, so you really think I would joke about something like this, sister? Hera shook her head. Hades, then don't just think I would. Hera silently gulped. She may be the queen of the gods, but she knows that there are things that she should not mess with. One of those is Hades and Cerberus. Those two acted like very close friends. One could say that Hades raised the three-headed dog since he was a puppy, which sounds cute. In a strange type of way. Demeter, Hades, how is my daughter handling this situation? She was quite fond of Cerberus. Demeter, known as the gods of the harvest, agriculture, grain, and Epharli. Many of the younger and more foolish male gods call her the goddess of melons, because of her massive rack that is said to put the goddess of SXL love, Aphrodite, to shame. 2. Demeter was also the mother of Persephone, the goddess of spring who was the wife of Hades. Hades, Persephone is all right, Demeter. But she is still quite shocked that Cerberus is gone. Aphrodite, maybe I should go and spend some time with her. For Aphrodite, the goddess of SXL love and beauty. She is known to be the most appealing goddess in all of Olympus, She is also known to charm both men and women into bed where she has passionate sex with them. Besides all that, she has the most demigod children out of anyone in Olympus, including Zeus, who was known to cheat on his wife countless times. 5. Artemis. Aphrodite, can you please control yourself, Aphrodite? Oh, Artemis, you said you won't lose your virginity to any male. Does that mean you want to lick my cherry pee-pee? 5. The goddess of the hunt blushed slightly. Artemis, don't say things like that. I shall remain a virgin. 2. Aphrodite, don't give me that, I can sense it since it is in my domain. I know how much you want me to slide those smooth, creamy legs of yours and spank your butt. 15. Artemis was now blushing uncontrollably. Zeus glared at the goddess of love, who wasn't bothered by the king of the gods' stare. Hades, can I get back to speaking? And no, Aphrodite, you may not go see my wife. Aphrodite, you win some, you lose some. Hera cleared her throat. Anyways, back to the matter at hand. Tell us, Hades, who killed Cerberus. Hades sighed. Before I tell you, please no more screaming. My ears can't take much more of that. Ares, just tell us already. The god of the underworld shook his head in annoyance. This was giving him a headache, but he just needed to tell them who killed Cerberus and wrap up the meeting before returning to the underworld. Hades, all right. I'll tell you, it was a human. Silence filled the hall of the gods as they blinked in disbelief. Ares started laughing, but quickly stopped when he noticed no one else was joining in. Ares, you serious? Hades, yes, Ares. I'm serious. Ares, how can a human defeat Cerberus? Hades, I do not know, but I will be keeping an eye on him. Zeus, tell me, brother, what is this human's name? Hades looked at his younger brother with a serious expression. Issei Hayudu. Meanwhile, Issei sneezed and sniffled as he sat on his bed, resting his muscles. He scratched the back of his head. Who the hell was talking about me? No, it couldn't have been. It had been a day since he faced Cerberus, and he felt a bit worried. The thought of Hades, the god of the underworld, keeping an eye on him lingered in his mind. This was the second god interested in him, each from a different mythos. I better be careful, otherwise, I may end up making an enemy I can't defeat. Issei brought up a screen that showed his stats. Name, Issei Hayudu. Job, None. Title, Wolf Assassin. Level, 25 health points /HP, 3150 magic /MP, 820 fatigue, 0 strength /S tier, 41 vitality /Vit, 35 agility /AGL, 35 intelligence /Int, 36 sense, 35 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20%. My stats look good since I obtained that necklace from Cerberus. A small smile grew on Issei's face. He felt proud of how far he had come. It only felt like yesterday that he was peeping on the kendo girls with his friends, and now he felt like a full-on anime character. However, he knew he still had a long way to go before reaching the max level. What would happen then? Would that be the end of the system? He still needed to find out who gave him the system. There had to be a reason for it. The system had been beneficial, helping him gain strength and money to support his mother. Speaking of which, he realized he hadn't seen her that morning. She had left a note saying she would be at a friend's place for a while. This made him suspicious. She usually stayed home or worked. As far as he knew, his mother didn't have any friends in Kuro. He hoped she wasn't meeting anyone. If so, he would have to intervene to ensure they stayed away from her. His father had left her heartbroken, and Issei wouldn't let anyone else hurt her. Suddenly, Issei heard a notification from his phone. He picked it up and checked the message, his eyes widening when he saw it was from Sona. Is Sona messaging me? I wonder why. He read her message. Hey, Issei. It's me. I was just wondering. Do you want to hang out or something? This surprised Issei. He didn't expect Sona Citri to ask him to hang out. He thought she and Rias would be busy with devil work since it was the weekend. He considered it for a moment. He wasn't doing anything and had no quests left since he had completed his daily quest. There was no way he was going back to that demon castle unless he was stronger. He had struggled with Cerberus, and he knew there would be stronger foes ahead. His mother wouldn't be back until later, so he figured he could manage a simple hangout. A small smile grew on Issei's face. Issei, well, looks like I know what I'm doing today. He then proceeded to text Sona back, telling her that he was doing all right and that he would be happy to hang out with her. The brown-haired boy waited patiently for a reply from the student council president, and almost immediately he received an answer from her. Sona text, excellent. I'll meet you at the Kuo Park fountain. Issei text, okay, meet you there. With that, Issei turned off his phone and placed it down on his bedside table. The Kuo Park fountain was where he had faced a traumatic experience at the hands of his girlfriend, Yuma. A place he felt he would be visiting often, though he wasn't sure if it would be because of the system or something else. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, well, better get ready. Time skip Issei arrived at Kuo Park for his hangout with Sona, choosing to wear something comfortable rather than fancy. Being back in the place that held such unpleasant memories brought a wave of discomfort, but he pushed through, knowing that dwelling on the past was pointless. However, he couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Yuma. He hadn't seen any activity from the fallen angels besides the ones he had encountered in the dungeon, which made him curious about their current situation. Perhaps they had retreated, but he was sure Rias would be on top of any developments. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. Issei. He perked up and turned to see Sona Citri running toward him, surprisingly dressed in casual clothes instead of her usual business attire. Issei, whoa. Sona, what's up? Issei, nothing, I just didn't expect you to wear casual clothes. Sona gave him a playful glare. Sona, what is that supposed to mean? Issei chuckled. Issei, oh, nothing. Sona pouted, and Issei couldn't help but find her expression endearing. Issei, so, you ready to go? Sona sighed before smiling. Sona, you bet. She took his hand and began to lead him off, and Issei was excited to see where they would go. As they walked through the streets of Kuo, they chatted about various topics. Issei enjoyed seeing Sona's more relaxed side, which was a stark contrast to her serious demeanor at the academy. Many students believed she was so strict to prove her capability to run the school, but to Issei, she was someone who genuinely cared for others. After a few minutes, they arrived at the Kuo Karaoke Palace. Issei, the Kuo Karaoke Palace. He looked at Sona, who blushed slightly, rubbing her arms. Sona, I come here in secret to sing. This surprised Issei. He hadn't expected Sona to be a singer. Issei, you can sing. Sona nodded, her blush deepening. Issei, wow, I'm learning more about you every second. They entered the building and noticed a few rooms were already occupied. They were soon greeted by a cheerful worker. Worker, welcome to the Kuo Karaoke Palace. What can I do for you both? Sona, a room for two, please. The worker smirked playfully. Worker, oh, is this your boyfriend? Sona turned beet red, and both Issei and the worker could see her embarrassment. Sona, he's not my boyfriend. We're just friends. The worker chuckled, clearly enjoying the moment. Worker, I'm just joking with you. You both are in luck. We have one room left. Issei, that's good to hear. After paying, they followed the worker to their room. Worker, here you go, I hope you two enjoy. Sona bowed in gratitude. Sona, we will. As the worker left, Sona opened the door, and they stepped inside. Issei, I have to say, not bad. Sona smiled and walked to a small table in the middle of the room, picking up two microphones. Sona, so what song do you want to sing? Issei thought for a moment before a song came to mind. Issei, I got one. Sona, what is it? A small smirk grew on Issei's face. Issei, I think you will like it. He turned on the karaoke machine, and the music began to play as Sona settled into her chair, watching him with anticipation. Issei, I caught it bad yesterday. You hit me with a call to your place. I haven't been out in a while anyway. Was hoping I could catch you throwing smiles in my face. Sona, whoa. Silence filled the room as Sona stared at Issei with an absolutely shocked expression. The black-haired devil girl never knew that Issei was so good at singing. His voice sounded natural, full of passion, And if she had to admit, flirtatious. A crimson blush grew on Sona's face, her heart starting to beat faster as she stared at the brown-haired boy in front of her. Issei, who had just finished singing, looked over at Sona, who was staring at him in awe. Could you really blame her? She knew that Issei had a reputation for being a bit reckless and not the best at handling fights, but she never expected him to be capable of singing so well. Maybe he had a hidden talent for it, like many people did. Issei, so, did I do well? Sona, Issei. You were. Issei scratched the back of his head, a bit nervous. Issei, was I that bad? The black-haired devil girl quickly shook her head. Sona, no, you were absolutely amazing. I didn't know you were capable of singing. Hearing this caused Issei to let out a small chuckle as he scratched his cheek. It wasn't anything special to him. His mother was 10 times better than him when it came to singing, having sung him countless lullabies when he was young. Issei, it's nothing that special. Sona, nothing that special. She stood up and grabbed Issei's shirt, shaking him excitedly. How can you sing so perfectly? It took me weeks to get good at it. Issei, Sona. Calm down. Sona, no. Not until you tell me. Issei, I learned from my mom. After saying that, Sona finally stopped shaking him and let him go. Issei felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but he managed to hold it together. He made a mental note to avoid being shaken like that again. Sona, so you learned how to sing from your mom. Issei, why yeah, please never do that again. I felt like I was gonna throw up. Sona realized what she had done and began apologizing. Issei wasn't angry, but he still felt a bit dizzy. Issei, it's fine, Sona. But to answer your question, I technically learned how to sing because my mom sang to me when I was just a little boy. Sona, I see. Issei placed the microphone down on the table, having finished singing. Issei, so, are you going to sing? Sona blushed slightly. Sona, I'm not sure you want to hear me sing. Issei waved her off with a smile. Issei, come on, I'm sure you will do fine. Sona, I'm not sure. I never sang in front of anyone. Issei placed a hand on Sona's shoulder, making her look up to see his encouraging smile. Seeing that smile reminded Sona of her father, who always told her that there is nothing to be afraid of, and that fear is something that weighs a person down. Issei said, Sona, you have nothing to be afraid of. Fear is just something that weighs a person down, but if you don't want to sing, then I will not force you. Sona couldn't help but smile at the brown-haired boy, her expression soon changing to one filled with determination. I can do this, she declared. Issei chuckled. That's great to hear. He then walked over to one of the chairs and sat down, smiling at Sona. You may begin when you are ready. Sona nodded and picked a song, filling the once silent room with her voice. Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you every time you bleed for reaching greatness. Relentless, you survive. When Sona finished singing, Issei stared at her in shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape. He had never heard anything so appealing before, not even the songs his mother sang could compare to Sona's. So what did you think of my singing? Sona asked, a bit worried by his silence. Issei soon started clapping, surprising her. Fantastic, simply fantastic. Really? You bet. Hearing this brought a smile to Sona's face. She was glad that Issei enjoyed her song. It felt nice to sing with someone else around. There was only one other person she had ever done that with, and that was her big sister. Sona's relationship with her big sister was a bit strange. She often felt embarrassed by her sister's childlike personality and overprotective nature. Sometimes, she felt like the older sibling because of their different personalities, but Sona was also protective of her sister and genuinely cared for her. Only one other person knew about her sister's personality, and that was Rias. They were childhood friends with a great deal of respect for each other, as well as a friendly rivalry. Sona smiled at Issei. Thank you for your kind words, Issei. Issei smiled back, feeling a flutter in his stomach. He had to admit that Sona had a very cute smile, which reminded him of someone from his past. Suddenly, an image of young Issei and another boy acting like superheroes flashed through his mind. That boy was someone who visited Issei and his mother often since his father left them. Issei's childhood best friend. Yet, he couldn't remember the boy's name, which felt strange to him. How could he not remember his childhood best friend's name? Issei wasn't the type to easily forget things. He would have to wait until he got home and ask his mother about it. I'll worry about it later. For now, I should enjoy my time with Sona, he thought, clearing his throat. So, you want to continue singing some songs? Sona smiled. Sounds good to me. Later, as they walked down the streets of Kuo, the sun was slowly setting, turning the bright blue sky into deep orange. They had the time of their lives at the karaoke palace, singing so many songs and laughing that they nearly lost track of time. Issei felt nice spending a day without the pressures of his usual responsibilities. He's human. The brown-haired boy wasn't some kind of superhuman. He had his limits and the choice to do something or not. Issei should spend more time just having fun and being a regular teenage boy. What he and Sona were doing right now could easily be described as a date, but he doubted Sona would think that. To her, it was simply a hangout. Plus, Issei didn't want a repeat of what happened with Yuma. He doubted Sona would try to harm him unless she had a reason, but the memory still lingered in his mind. Issei, this was fun. Sona smiled. Sona, yeah, it really was. I'm actually glad that I got to spend time with you. The brown-haired boy smiled back at the black-haired devil girl. Sona thought, that smile. It makes him look so handsome. Suddenly, her face went bright red as she realized what she was about to think. Issei noticed her blush and couldn't help but smirk. He was going to enjoy this. Say, what's wrong, Sona? Are you a little red under the collar? Sona, I'm fine. Issei crossed his arms, his smirk growing bigger. Issei, your blushing face says otherwise, but I gotta say. He leaned closer to Sona. You actually look very cute. Sona's eyes widened as she jumped back slightly, her face completely red. Sona, shut up. Issei chuckled. The black-haired girl pouted at him, feeling embarrassed. She wasn't just some shy girl. She was the next head of the Citri clan, one of the highest-ranking devil families. Sona thought, how dare he make fun of me, I'm gonna. Just then Sona got an idea for payback on Issei. It would be more embarrassing for her since it would be their first time doing something like this, but she decided to go for it. Sona, you know what, Issei? Issei, Sona walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, surprising him. She then stepped back, her face bright red as she smiled at him. Sona, keep that as our little secret, okay? Issei, Suddenly, a system screen appeared next to Issei. Warning. Player. EXE has stopped working. Reboot required. Issei thought. Not now, system. Issei lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling of his bedroom. He had just returned from saying goodbye to Sona. He was still shocked from what had happened at the end of their hangout. Could you blame him? He had just been kissed on the cheek by the president of the student council. Did this mean they were boyfriend and girlfriend? Was it just a one-time thing? Did it mean nothing in the end? Issei felt confused, with so many thoughts racing through his mind. He let out a small sigh. Issei, my life doesn't cease to fill me with anticipation. Good or bad? Suddenly, a red glow caught his eye. He sat up and looked over to see a familiar circle on the ground. Issei, wait, isn't that? From the circle emerged a very familiar person, Rias Gremory. Issei realized that this circle was the same one from the Occult Research Club. Did this mean Rias could teleport into his home whenever she wanted? That thought made him uneasy. He didn't want her to appear when he was doing something private. Yet, he couldn't help but think of the advantages of teleportation. Issei, Rias, what are you doing in my room? Is something the matter? Rias, Issei. The crimson-haired devil girl jumped onto Issei, pinning him onto the bed. Rias, Issei, please take me. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Issei, what? Rias, please. Take my virginity. Rias started blushing, and Issei was taken aback by her sudden request. He noticed her tone sounded off, almost desperate, as if she were forced into something she didn't want. It reminded him of a troubling story he had heard about a classmate before he was introduced to the supernatural. Issei heard that someone soon discovered the situation, and Chichan's uncle was sent to prison for life. Chichan moved out of Kuo and went to another country to try and recover from her experiences. Issei sat in his room, watching as Rias, the crimson-red-haired devil girl, began to undress. His face flushed with embarrassment, and he was grateful that his mother was not home to demand an explanation. He shook his head, trying to calm himself. "Arias, you can't be serious," he stammered. "Am I not good enough, Issei?" Rias replied, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Issei thought to himself, "Did I say you weren't hot?" He let out a small sigh. "No, Rias. That's not it. You are very appealing. What I don't understand is why you're doing this." Rias blushed at his compliment. "Thank you to say. But I thought a lot about this, and there's no other way." "What do you mean?" he asked, confused. "If something like this is done, then there is no turning back, and there is nothing they can say. Among those close to me, you were the only one I could trust to do this with me." Issei's curiosity piqued. Who was they? It sounded like they were very close to Rias, perhaps family members. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the floor, drawing their attention. Unlike Rias's crimson circle, this one was silver. "Do you mean it? I was so close." Rias muttered. "Huh." Issei replied, puzzled. From the magic circle emerged a appealing young woman in her early 20s with long silver hair and striking red eyes. She wore a blue and white French-made outfit, exuding an aura of power that Issei could sense immediately. "Graphia," Rias said, her tone serious. "If I don't do this, my father and brother won't listen to me." Graphia responded, "If it's discovered that you're giving your purity away to this lowborn, both Emma and Surzex will be saddened." Issei felt a twinge of annoyance at being called lowborn. He understood the devils had a sense of nobility, but he hoped not all of them were arrogant. Rias glared at Graphia. "My chastity belongs to me. What's wrong with giving it to someone I approve of? And don't you dare call my friend a lowborn," Rias shot back. "Regardless, you are the next heir to the Gremory household, so please don't recklessly show your skin to men," Graphia insisted. Issei crossed his arms, unhappy with Graphia's commanding tone. He disliked people who tried to control others' choices. "Graphia, did you come here of your own will, or is it the household's decision? Or is it by my brother's will?" Rias asked. "All of the above," Graphia replied. Rias sighed and began to get dressed. "I see, you who is my brother's queen, personally came to the human world with just that. I understand." She turned to Issei, bowing slightly. "Issei, please forgive me for my actions. I wasn't thinking straight. Let us both forget what happened here." Issei blinked as Rias walked up to him and kissed him on the cheek, leaving him in shock. This was the second time she had done so. Rias then turned and walked to Graphia, who created a magic circle. Issei watched as Rias smiled and waved before they both disappeared from his room. Silence filled the space as Issei stared at the spot where the magic circle had been, his mind racing. What just happened? He was still trying to process everything. Rias Gremory, the most appealing girl in Kuo, had come to him seeking help. Before she could explain, Graphia had intervened. Now, Issei was left feeling confused but certain of one thing. Rias needed help, and he sensed that the engagement Graphia mentioned was a significant part of the situation. Rias is being forced to marry someone she doesn't want to, and she is desperately trying to escape the situation. However, her attempts have failed. Issei, a brown-haired boy, realizes the gravity of the situation. "I understand what is going on," he says, a serious expression forming on his face as his eyes begin to glow. "She needs my help." Although Issei hasn't interacted much with Rias, aside from her explaining the supernatural to him, a voice in the back of his mind warns him not to trust her. This voice reminds him that she was involved in his death, suggesting she could have prevented it. Yet, Issei dismisses those thoughts. He has already told Rias that he holds no grudge against her, the past cannot be changed, and he believes in moving forward. Issei reflects on his growth since gaining new abilities. He has become stronger and more confident, and he hopes to support his mother financially. He feels a sense of responsibility to help Rias, determined not to let her marry someone against her will. I'm going to set her free, but to do that. He glances at a screen displaying his stats. Name, Issei Hayadu. Job. Nun title, Wolf Assassin level, 25 health points / HP, 3150/3150 magic / MP, 820 fatigue, 0 strength / STR, 41 vitality / VIT, 35 agility / AGL, 35 intelligence / int, 36 sense, 35 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20%. I feel like even at my current level, I won't be able to save her. Issei clenches his fist, realizing he needs to become stronger. He must level up, acquire better weapons, and improve his skills. He resolves to push himself, thinking, looks like I'm going to be doing some solo leveling. Meanwhile, at the Kuo coffee shop, Miki Hayadu is sitting at a table with Azazel, a man she met in the park. And then I said, brother, I can taste the color. What kind of holy crack did you give me? Azazel shares a humorous story, and Mickey giggles, enjoying the moment. You're really funny, she says, smiling. Thank you, thank you. I do what I do best, Azazel replies, smirking. Mickey adds, this is a fun hangout. Hangout? I thought you were taking me on a date. Azazel teases, causing Mickey's face to flush. No, this was only a hangout. Nothing more. She stammers, but Azazel reassures her with a chuckle. Calm down, I was just messing with you. As Mickey regains her composure, Azazel inquires about her life. So, Mickey, tell me a bit about yourself. He is intrigued by her. She seems different from others he has met. Mickey blushes and fidgets with her fingers. There's nothing special about me, I'm just a mother trying to make ends meet for my son. Oh, you have a son? Azazel asks, leaning in. Yeah, he's in high school, Mickey replies. What's his name? His name is Issei Hayadu. He had a little incident a while back. This piques Azazel's interest. What kind of incident? Mickey sighs, looking down at the table. He was found nearly dead in the park. They said he was attacked by some sort of killer that is still at large. Azazel is taken aback. A killer in Kuo. It seems unlikely in such a small town. He wonders if this incident might be linked to the supernatural. He recalls hearing rumors about fallen angels in the area but hasn't sensed anything yet. Perhaps Mickey's son possesses a sacred gear, which could make him a target. Azazel, I'll have to keep an eye on this Issei boy, maybe he'll let me study his sacred gear. Within a dungeon, silence filled the vast tunnels adorned with various colored crystals. This silence was soon disrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridors, but these footsteps did not belong to any human. They belonged to 3 werewolf-like creatures, seemingly fleeing from something or someone. What could possibly frighten 3 werewolves? In legends, werewolves are known to be fierce and powerful mythical beings, often at odds with vampires. Both are supernatural, hunting their prey at night, but they do so in different ways. One drains BLD while the other tears flesh. This has led vampires to consider themselves the more intelligent beings, viewing werewolves as mere savages. However, despite their vampiric powers, the werewolves remained undaunted, until now. The largest of the werewolves, appearing to have sustained the most damage, was covered in scars, with one eye missing. The leader halted, prompting the others to stop as well. It began sniffing the air, searching for a scent. Suddenly, the alpha growled in anger, but before it could issue orders, the werewolf on the right had its head severed clean off. BLD splattered across the alpha and the remaining werewolf, their eyes widening in horror as they watched their companion fall. With fear gripping them, they searched for the attacker but could not see who had struck. However, they could smell the presence of their foe. The alpha growled as a teenage boy with brown eyes and hair appeared before him. Issei, Issei, heal. In an instant, Issei used his venom dagger to slash the remaining werewolf in half, more BLD splattering across the cave floor. The alpha, now drenched in BLD, attempted to avenge its comrades, but Issei easily dodged its feral attacks, rolling his eyes. Issei, Boring. With a swift motion, he stabbed the dagger into the alpha's remaining eye, causing it immense pain. A notification appeared before him. Name: Issei Hayadu. Job: None. Title: Wolf Assassin. Level: 39 health points / HP, 7229 7229 magic / MP, 1282 to 1282 fatigue, 0 strength / STR, 55 vitality / vit, 49 agility / AGL, 4920 intelligence / int, 5025 sense, 4920 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20%. Issei smiled, feeling a surge of excitement as he reviewed his new skills. He had been eager to acquire more abilities to complement his bloodlust skill, and he was confident these new skills would be beneficial. Days had passed since Issei's incident with Rias, and he had been unable to contact anyone from the Occult Research Club. He couldn't even reach Kiba, who was popular among the girls in Kuo. This was concerning, likely due to the marriage that Grafia had mentioned. Rias's peerage must be aware of her situation and want to assist her. Issei: I still can't believe how much I added to my intelligence. Initially, he had hesitated to invest points in intelligence without acquiring a skill or magic power. However, after receiving the Ring of Loki from the God of Mischief, his perspective shifted. He wasn't sure if these skills would be enough to help Rias, but he was resourceful and could think of ways to utilize them. Camouflage would allow him to cloak himself from enemies, while advanced dagger techniques would enhance his damage output. The critical attack skill puzzled him, as he had always been adept at identifying opponents' weak points. Suddenly, Issei heard footsteps approaching. He turned to see another werewolf charging at him. Narrowing his eyes, he readied his dagger. Issei: So one survived. Doesn't matter. The werewolf lunged with massive claws, but Issei deftly dodged the attack, countering with powerful strikes that left 3 holes in the creature's body. BLD erupted from the wounds as the werewolf collapsed, lifeless. Silence once again filled the tunnels of the dungeon, but Issei kept his eyes peeled for any potential ambushes. He had to admit that it felt a bit too easy, reminding him of his first encounter with the system's dungeons. The brown-haired boy hoped he wouldn't run into an S-rank boss. He had barely survived against Cerberus and was still carrying the Ring of Loki. Suddenly, a notification appeared. Level up. Issei perked up. I leveled up again. That quickly. The player has reached the required level. Issei raised an eyebrow at this. Required level. He wondered if this meant he could do something interesting, like upgrade his weapons and equipment as he had seen in games. You have received a job change quest. Issei's eyes widened at the sight of the screen. A job change quest. He remembered seeing something beneath his name every time he checked his stats, but he had never thought much about it since it was always blank. Now, he felt a thrill of excitement about what this job change quest would entail. He theorized he might be able to choose from options like warrior, mage, assassin, or archer. A small smirk grew on his face. He had a feeling he was in for an adventure with this quest. This is gonna be fun. Either way, it's time to rock. Meanwhile, in another realm, the universe was vast and filled with powerful beings. Among them was Tang Sanzang, a Buddhist monk who had embarked on a journey to the west. He was meditating peacefully when someone sat next to him, looking bored. Was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, a being feared throughout the universe, even by the dragon gods. Wukong was fierce and brave but had once been mortal. He gained immortality through various means, including consuming the peaches of immortality and even erasing his name from the Book of Life and Death. As Tang Sanzang continued to meditate, Wukong let out a small sigh, interrupting the monk's tranquility. Wukong, what is wrong this time? Tang Sanzang asked. I'm so bored. Wukong replied. But you have achieved omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. Yeah, that's the problem. There's no one to fight. I know basically everything there is in the universe. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Wukong always craved a powerful opponent, but he had faced everyone in heaven already, except for the Buddha himself, who was unbeatable. Calm down, Wukong. I am sure you will find someone, a voice said. Both Sun Wukong and Tang Sanzang turned to see the Buddha, a being who had transcended humanity and achieved enlightenment. Mighty Buddha. Tang Sanzang bowed, while Wukong remained seated, still annoyed. Hello, Wukong, Buddha greeted. What do you want? Normally you don't come to visit us unless you have something important to say, Wukong replied. Buddha chuckled. I only came to tell you that I think I found someone for you. This piqued Wukong's interest. Did the Buddha really just say he found someone for him to fight? You're joking, right? Wukong asked. Do I look like the type to joke? Buddha replied, crossing his arms. You're right, you're terrible at that, Wukong retorted. Tang Sanzang interjected, Wukong. Shut up. Wukong shot back. Buddha laughed. I see you two still have that peculiar relationship. Wukong sighed. Tell me about it. After achieving enlightenment, he is still the same naive monk I had to save over and over again. You're still mad about that. How many times must I apologize? Tang Sanzang asked. The same amount that me, Beiji, and Wu Jin had to save you. Wukong replied. Tang Sanzang looked away nervously, deciding not to provoke the Monkey King further. So, Buddha, who is the one that I will battle? Wukong asked. Buddha smiled. His name is Issei Hayadu. Back with Issei, he stood in a part of the forest surrounding Kuo, the sun slowly setting in the distance. Looks like it's nearly time, he murmured to himself. He wasn't sure what he would find in this job change quest, but he wasn't going to let an opportunity like this go to waste. He had no idea if he would ever get a chance like this again, and compared to Cerberus, how bad could it really be? A small smirk grew on his face as his eyes shone with determination. Suddenly, he heard a noise and watched as a purple lightning bolt struck the ground. The impact caused the ground to shake, and the other boys nearby flinched at the sound, though Issei remained unfazed. Looks like it's time, he said, starting to approach as a dark purple portal appeared before him, creating a gust of wind that rustled the leaves on the trees. This sounds fun. I wonder what kind of monsters I'll encounter inside. As he stepped through the portal, he felt a sense of anticipation. It was as if the real game was just beginning. When Issei arrived on the other side, he saw two things. First, the landscape was unlike anything he had ever seen before, resembling the interior of a castle. The walls were white with wooden pillars painted in gold, and torches hung along the walls. However, he barely had time to take in his surroundings before a knight attacked him. The armored warrior swung its sword, and Issei dodged the strike, but the knight continued its assault with another swing, which he ducked under. Holy cow! Talk about a first greeting! He exclaimed. Summoning his dagger, he struck the knight in the chest, but to his surprise, it did no damage. Curiosity piqued, he dodged several more attacks, trying to strike back only to find his efforts ineffective. My attacks aren't affecting him. Narrowing his eyes, Issei's dagger began to glow blue. Skill, critical attack, has been activated. Let's see if this skill works on it. He dodged another attack from the knight and struck its arm with his dagger, using his critical attack skill. However, his eyes widened in disbelief as it had no effect. So I was right, he thought. Deciding to create some distance, he kicked the knight in the gut, sending it crashing into a wall. This guy isn't strong at all, he's probably on the same level as those werewolves. But I can't damage him because of that armor. Before embarking on the job change quest, Issei had considered buying armor but hesitated, knowing it could slow him down. Most of his skills relied on speed and agility. He noticed the knight's movements were sluggish, and its attacks were nothing like those of the giant snake, spider, or three-headed demon dog he had faced before. So the only impressive thing about this guy is his defense, he mused. The thick armor reminded him of the snake, as his previous weapon had done nothing against its hide. A small smirk returned to his face. If I can't use my dagger on you, that means... The knight lunged for another attack, but Issei dodged and activated the Ring of Loki. Ring of Loki has been activated. Another Issei appeared out of thin air and sucker-punched the knight in the face, while another clone grabbed its arms. The original smirked as he seized the armored warrior's helmet and, using his strength, tore it open. You have defeated a knight. Issei chuckled as the illusion clone dropped the now defeated knight, both clones giving him a thumbs up before disappearing. He had to admit he was enjoying the gift Loki had given him. It had proven incredibly helpful in many quests. He wondered if there would be any other gods, besides Loki and Hades, watching him. Looking at the fallen knight, Issei remarked, "I gotta say, for a magic beast, you had an annoying dance. Wait, are you even one? You're a monster, but humanoid." He crossed his arms, puzzled. He had faced werewolves, which were beasts yet humanoid in shape. So what did that make the knights? Humanoid beasts. Shaking his head, he realized there was no point in overthinking it. He needed to stay focused. He had a quest to complete. Alright, it's time to complete this K. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him. "Huh. You are not permitted to leave this dungeon until you have completed the job change quest." Wait, does that mean I can't use a teleportation stone? Consuming potions within this dungeon will have no effect, and the shop function has been disabled. You will also not be able to recover your status upon leveling up. Issei's eyes widened in shock. If he couldn't use potions in the dungeon, he was in big trouble. He had no idea what awaited him inside. There could be an S-rank or higher boss lurking. And since he wouldn't recover when leveling up, he needed to be smart with his mana and avoid wasting it recklessly. Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Looks like I won't be using skills like camouflage, critical attack, or even the Ring of Loki. Sure, they are effective, but they use up too much of my mana. Camouflage requires around 200 mana to cast and drains 10 every second, while critical attack only needs 70 mana. If Issei were to use those two skills recklessly, he would be in serious trouble. He didn't know the rank of the dungeon he was currently in, plus he couldn't heal himself or run away. Going into this dungeon is very risky. Issei let out a small sigh. This job change quest. It won't be easy, I can see that now. This could take me hours or maybe even days to complete. As Issei began wondering if there was anything he could do, he realized something concerning. Wait, I don't think I completed my daily quest today. This was bad for the brown-haired boy. He had hoped to finish the job change quest quickly and complete his daily quest before time ran out. He really didn't want to face giant centipedes again. The first encounter had been a nightmare. Looks like I'll be cutting it close. Before Issei could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. He turned around and was greeted by several knights, each wielding different weapons like swords, spears, axes, and maces. Issei sighed and shook his head. Looks like I have to take care of you lumps of metal. It won't be too hard since your only strong suit is your defense. Issei smirked as he de-summoned his venom dagger and cracked his knuckles. This was going to be fun. He had always wanted to punch someone in a suit of armor. Welp, let's do this. With that, he charged toward one of the knights, which tried to attack him with its weapon. Issei got up close and delivered a powerful strike to the armored warrior's gut, sending the knight flying back into another one. He chuckled, loving his strength stat. Issei then leaped into the air, gaining the attention of another knight. He dove and kicked into the armored foe, launching it into the wall with a forceful impact. As the remaining knight tried to charge at him, it seemed noble for a warrior to avenge its fallen comrades, but it made one simple mistake. It was up against Issei Hayaru. The armored warrior didn't last long against Issei, who kicked its head off with another powerful strike. Really guys, is that the best you can do? He shook his head. Since I can't slice them, I'll just do things the old-fashioned way. Issei knelt down to the knight he had just defeated, searching its body for any useful items. After a moment, he found two things that piqued his interest, a leather pouch and a high-ranking knight's chest plate. Issei's eyes twitched. These items were practically useless to him. He didn't need a pouch to hold his money. There was something called a wallet that did that job much better. The chest plate looked good and added more reduction to physical damage, but with his strength at only 50, he would be slowed down by it. Maybe he could save it for the boss's room and deal with the slowness then. Suddenly, Issei's eyes widened as he sensed something coming at him. He quickly summoned his venom dagger and attacked a spot next to him. At first, there was nothing, but soon a monster began to materialize. An assassin. I thought there were only knights. This was bad. If Issei got too caught up in battle, he could miss any assassins sneaking up on him. He was lucky to have sensed this one. However, The move it used reminded him of his camouflage skill. It was strange to see a monster using a skill that he had. So I'll be encountering monsters that know how to use camouflage. The brown-haired boy was cut off by a beam of light that whizzed past his head. He quickly turned around to see a hooded mage holding a staff. Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Not only was he stuck in a dungeon he couldn't escape, but now he had to deal with knights, assassins, and mages seemingly appearing out of thin air. So knights, assassins, and mages. Great, just great. Issei shook his head as more knights and assassins approached him. This dungeon was trickier than he had originally believed. With multiple types of monsters, he needed to use different abilities to counter each of them. He charged forward, using his strength to punch a knight in the face, sending it flying back. He then dodged an attack from the mage's beam, and when the assassin tried to attack him, Issei managed to grab its arm. Issei glared at the monsters, his eyes glowing with determination. "Get lost," he shouted, throwing an assassin at a mage, causing them to crash into the wall. He knew he had to rely on 3 key abilities: strength to bash the knights, sense to detect camouflaged assassins, and health to withstand the mage's attacks. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past his face, and he spotted a knight with a bow in the back. "Great, just great," he muttered, dodging another arrow before charging forward. He punched a knight and snatched its weapon, hurling it at a mage mid-spell, disrupting the incantation. With swift reflexes, he caught an incoming arrow and returned it to the archer with precision. "You have defeated a knight. You have defeated a mage. You have defeated an archer." Issei breathed heavily, sweat trickling down his face. He was exhausted, and more enemies loomed ahead. He needed to finish this fight quickly to recover. Time to get to work. After a brief moment, Issei leaned against a wall, catching his breath. He had managed to defeat all the knights, assassins, archers, and mages. His fatigue was nearing critical levels, but he was relieved to have ended the battle swiftly. Now, he could rest and regain his strength. He opened several leather pouches he had collected from his foes. Item: leather pouch has been opened. You have obtained 20,000 gold. You have obtained 30,000 gold. You have obtained a bottle of lukewarm water. The last item brought a smile to Issei's face. He desperately needed water. He opened the bottle and gulped it down, savoring the relief. I've leveled up quite a bit and gathered a lot of items," he said, checking his inventory. Item: high-ranking knight's gauntlet, level of difficulty, B-type, defense item. Item: low-ranking archer's glove, level of difficulty, C-type, defense item. Item: high-ranking mage's ring, level of difficulty, B-type, ring item. Mid-ranking assassin's boots, level of difficulty, B-type, defense item. While the items weren't as high-ranked as he had hoped, he felt fortunate to have acquired them. "Something is better than nothing," he acknowledged with a sigh. Standing up, he declared, "Now that I've recovered, it's time to move on to the next stage." His gaze shifted to a pair of massive doors at the end of the hallway, which he had noticed during the battle. A sense of dread washed over him as he stared at them. What kind of beast awaits me on the other side? Issei gulped. The door must lead to the boss's lair. He approached and pushed it open with surprising ease. As the door creaked, a chill ran down his spine, and he felt a sinister presence watching him. Torches flickered to life, illuminating a grand throne room. A throne room, he mused, noticing the empty throne. Silence enveloped the space, broken only by the sound of heavy metal footsteps approaching. Issei tensed as a towering knight emerged from the shadows. Clad in BLD red armor, he wielded a great sword of gold and black. Issei's heart raced. "What is this?" he thought, checking the knight's name and feeling a surge of shock and horror. BLD Red Commander, Igris. Issei couldn't believe his eyes. Dark red names were usually associated with formidable foes. If his gaming knowledge served him right, this knight was likely stronger than even the legendary Cerberus. This knight guards an empty throne. He isn't normal, Issei realized, gritting his teeth as Igris descended the stairs. He knew he had to take this fight seriously. One wrong move and he was beyond death. He couldn't die here since he needed to take care of his mother. He blinked, and Igris was suddenly before him. Thanks to his high sense stat, he managed to dodge just in time. He squatted down as the large sword swiped past him, nearly giving Issei a heart attack. He was relieved to be spared, but the pillar behind him was not as lucky, completely shattered by the BLD Red Commander's attack. Issei was shocked. Sure, the giant arachnid had caused destruction before, but this was different. Issei thought, he sliced through that pillar like it was nothing. He's unbelievably strong. He quickly summoned his venom dagger and attempted to stab the knight, but it merely bounced off the armor. It's not penetrating. You have got to be kidding me. Suddenly, his sense went off again, and he barely had time to react as the great sword lifted up. Issei's eyes widened as it came crashing down, and he quickly backed up to avoid the strike, dust flying up as the blade connected with the tiled floor. He only had a moment to catch his breath before he had to bend backward, narrowly avoiding the giant blade that shot out of the dust, slicing off some of his hair. Holy cow! Taking advantage of the moment, Issei jumped back to create more distance between himself and Igris. He couldn't stay close to that monster or risk getting hit by that great sword. He was grateful he hadn't worn any armor. The speed reduction penalty would have kicked in with his strength below. Comparing his stats to the BLD Red Commanders, Issei thought, his strength is at least 80, maybe more. Judging from the impact he made on the wall, he's definitely stronger than me. Same goes for agility. Gritting his teeth, Issei realized his dagger wouldn't work against Igris's armor, which likely matched his strength and agility. He couldn't get close without being sliced in half. How the hell can I beat this guy? Letting out a small sigh, Issei's venom dagger vanished from his hand. I don't think I can win without a weapon, but if I can't break through the armor, I can't do any damage. So this is the only way, but... He slammed his fist into his palm. This is the only way. Issei had no choice. He was at a disadvantage and needed to gain some leverage. The knight tilted his head, watching him. To Issei's surprise, Igris stabbed his great sword into the ground and removed his tattered cape and daggers, cracking his neck as he stood still. Are you being chivalrous? Issei growled, narrowing his eyes at the BLD Red Knight. Did it think he was weak? Despite his words, Igris charged at him. Issei's eyes widened as the knight struck him in the neck, stunning him. He felt his hood being grabbed and was thrown toward the wall with such force that a giant dent formed upon impact. BLD filled his mouth as Issei was left speechless. Was Igris really holding back this entire time? Could the BLD Red Commander have killed him whenever he wanted? Thoughts raced through his mind, but before he could process anything, he sensed another attack. Gritting his teeth, he raised his arms in defense, barely managing to block Igris's punch. But Igris wasn't done. He unleashed another brutal punch that forced Issei further into the wall. As dust filled the area where Igris struck, Issei managed to jump out, breathing heavily. I blocked that attack, but it still feels like I lost half my health. Through the dust, he could see the menacing silhouette of the knight before him. How can I even put up a decent fight against this guy? If he lands a direct hit, I'm basically dead. Anger surged through Issei as his eyes began to glow. Why was he so weak? Had everything he had done been worth anything? All those challenges, quests, and monsters, was it all just a waste of time? What was he supposed to do against an opponent like Igris, who seemed to outclass him in every way? This couldn't be where he died. He refused to accept it. I refuse to die. Issei charged toward Igris. You activated skill, sprint. Maybe this 30% boost in speed would allow him to land an attack. If he couldn't beat Igris with strength, he needed to be faster. Unfortunately, Igris was unfazed and brought his elbow down onto Issei's head. Issei had to use his left hand to block the attack. However, this wasn't the end, as Igris countered by smacking Issei's attack away. The two began exchanging a flurry of punches, but Issei quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Igris was simply too powerful. With a massive punch, he sent Issei spinning. Issei attempted to use the momentum to kick Igris in the face, but Igris caught his leg, backhanding him so hard that Issei flew into the wall above the throne, creating a new crater. Issei sat on the throne, breathing heavily, BLD trickling from his mouth and his body covered in bruises. His head fell forward, casting a shadow over his eyes. Igris approached, staring at the beaten Issei. It had to admit that, among all its enemies, the brown-haired boy would be one to remember for eternity. The BLD Red commander held out his right hand, and, reminiscent of a scene from a movie, a great sword flew into it. Raising the weapon high, Igris prepared to execute Issei. Just as the attack was about to connect with Issei's neck, he shot his hand up and caught the blade, cutting his palm in the process. "I'm not dead yet," Issei exclaimed. Quickly summoning his dagger, he stabbed Igris in the right eye. As the monster reared back in pain, Issei tackled him into a pillar, cracking it. He watched as Igris pulled the dagger from his eye, white BLD erupting from the wound. "There's no way I'm letting you or anyone else have that item," Issei declared. Igris attempted to strike back with his own weapon, but the dagger vanished from his clawed hands, reappearing in Issei's grasp. Issei used it to stab upward, but it wasn't enough. "Not deep enough," he urged. The venom dagger began to glow blue. Skill, critical attack, has been activated. This resulted in critical damage as he stabbed Igris in the neck, not once, not twice, but 5 times. With one final use of critical attack, Issei plunged the dagger into Igris, causing the BLD Red commander to collapse against the wall. "You have defeated BLD Red commander, Igris level up." Issei breathed heavily, disbelief washing over him. He had actually defeated Igris. It felt surreal. Squatting down, he rested his hands on his knees, feeling exhausted and nauseous. "Won, but..." He gazed at Igris's lifeless body, realizing that his victory was due to sheer luck. Even with the Ring of Loki, he would have lost. Igris had outmatched him in every way. One wrong move could have cost him his life, and he knew the BLD Red commander wouldn't fall for simple illusions. After catching his breath, Issei noticed something that made him grin. "Items? You have obtained Crimson Knight's helmet. I look forward to fighting alongside you all," Issei said, feeling proud of himself. He hadn't expected any of this, but it would assist him in the future. He hoped the system wouldn't put him through such trials again. Relying on luck alone was not sustainable. He needed to grow stronger as greater threats loomed ahead. With a small sigh, he added, "Well, it's time to head back. Mom's probably worried about me." Suddenly, Issei felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned to see Igris, which surprised him. He sensed the knight wanted to share something. Perhaps there was a secret within the throne room. Issei asked, "What is it, Igris?" The former BLD Red commander gestured to the empty throne, where his former emissary had once sat. Issei wondered what Igris wanted him to do with it. Did the knight wish for him to sit on the throne? "The throne," Issei mused, looking at Igris. "You want me to sit on the throne?" Igris nodded. Issei raised an eyebrow, questioning why he would sit on an empty throne. He had promised Igris he would become his king if he served him, and he meant every word. It was the least he could do for Igris. Approaching the throne, the echoes of his footsteps filled the silent room, with his shadow soldiers and Igris following closely. As he sat down, he was surprised by how comfortable it felt. He watched as his soldiers bowed before their king, lined up like military soldiers, with Igris at the front. Just then, a screen appeared before Issei, revealing something that shocked him. "You have completed Secret Quest. The New King, a secret quest." Issei had never encountered one before. He understood urgent quests, but this was a first for him. This made him wonder if there were more like these in other dungeons. The brown-haired boy didn't really get the chance to check because he had nearly died in all of them. Maybe Issei would obtain items that weren't just weapons or armor, but something unique like the Ring of Loki and the necklace he obtained from Cerberus. There could be a chance that this would unlock a craft feature that Issei could use to his advantage, if the system even had one. From his experience, not many RPG games included that kind of feature. The system could very well be one of those cases, though Issei guessed he would have to wait and see what would happen later. For now, he had a bigger question. Igris had told him to do this. Did that mean the former BLD Red commander knew about the system? How would he know that Issei was a player? Did other people or monsters know about the brown-haired boy's power? Or was Igris the only one who knew? Issei thought, there's more to this night than meets the eye. Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of Issei, and when he looked at it, he saw something that made his eyes widen in both shock and excitement. Because you have completed Secret Quest, the new king, you may take one S-rank item from one of the gods of the world. Issei exclaimed, I get another S-rank item. This will be like my third or fourth one. He was at a total loss for words. Why was he getting so many of them? He wasn't complaining, but he couldn't help but wonder why it was S-rank and not something like A-rank, especially since he had obtained one from Cerberus, who was an S-rank monster. Maybe the author was simply trying to make this chapter longer than his love life, which seemed like a fitting explanation. Meanwhile, back with Issei, the system also mentioned that he could take an item from one of the gods of the world. Did that mean the Norse, Greek, Dermic, and other gods that humanity knew of? If he were to take something from one of them, it could put a major target on his back. He was already being watched by Hades after he defeated Cerberus. The system didn't say that Hades was angry with him, it only indicated that the Greek god of the underworld would be watching him. Issei figured he should avoid taking anything from the Greek gods to be safe. The last thing he needed was for them to come after him. At his current level, there was no way he could defeat a god. Would you like to choose, or have the item randomly selected? Issei couldn't help but feel frustrated at the system screen. Why was it only now telling him that he could have it randomly selected? He sighed. Why does the system keep holding out the most important information until the very end? Deciding not to get too worked up over it, he resolved to select an item and go home because he needed to take a shower. Alright, let's see what we got. Issei scrolled down the list, making sure to check everything before making his choice. He wasn't like others who would simply go for the first item that piqued their interest. He scrolled and scrolled, letting out a sigh of annoyance because he couldn't find one that suited him. He was pretty sure he was on page 4 out of Why Were There So Many Gods? This is gonna take forever. He then remembered the random select option and decided to use that to speed things up. At this point, he didn't care what he obtained. He just wanted to go home and get some rest because he needed to recover after this experience. His mom must be worried sick about him again. Alright. System, randomly select. The system dinged as it began going through all 100 pages of items at insane speed, moving so fast that Issei's eyes couldn't keep up. Maybe that was for the best since he could give himself a headache from staring at the fast-moving screen. After a few minutes, he heard a ding as a screen appeared before him. Random god item has been selected. Issei smiled. About time, now let's see what we got. Another screen appeared, showing the item he obtained. When he saw it, he wasn't sure how to feel about it. It wasn't a bad item, but he wasn't certain how he could use it in any upcoming battles, especially since he was planning to free Rias from her forced marriage. Speaking of which, Issei made a mental note to ask Sona about the marriage the next time he saw her. Since she was Rias's best friend, she should know what the crimson red-haired devil girl was planning. After all, Sona and Issei could always rely on each other for help. Issei smirked as he looked at his kneeling knights and Igris, who waited for their MSDR's command. He stood up, causing them to look up at their new king. Issei, alright, let's get going. After a long and exhausting walk, Issei finally arrived back home. He grabbed the doorknob and headed inside the house, closing the door behind him. The brown-haired boy smiled, but as soon as he turned around he was greeted by his mother, who had her arms crossed. Mickey, and where were you, mister? Issei sighed, knowing she would be back before him. He hoped they could discuss it in the morning since he was feeling quite tired, but it seemed that wouldn't be the case. He couldn't tell her about the job change quest or the fact that he nearly died, twice. First, for obvious reasons, he couldn't have his mother know about the supernatural. The less she knew, the better her chances of staying safe, as she wouldn't be involved in any wars or political matters. Issei, I was hanging out with Motohoma and Matsuda. Mickey, those two? Really? I thought you dumped them for new friends. Issei deadpanned at his mother. Issei, I may not be doing anything inappropriate, but people still don't like me. He couldn't really blame them. After defeating the first instant dungeon, Issei had developed a handsome model/anime protagonist vibe. Typical of anime, all the boys were jealous of him for attracting the attention of all the girls. But to Issei, it felt more like a curse. He never thought popularity could be a terrible thing, but now he was sure it had its downsides. Mickey, you do have a point there. Suddenly, Issei's nose picked up a strange smell coming from his mother. It was the scent of coffee, which caught his attention because she didn't normally drink coffee at this time. He suspected it was because she had been talking to someone. This caused Issei to narrow his eyes, becoming more serious. Issei, Mom, why do I smell coffee on you? You don't normally have it at this time. Mickey perked up, surprised that her son could pick up on the scent. She started to sweat a little, unsure how Issei would react if she told him she had been hanging out with Azazel. Since her husband left, Issei had been a bit protective of her, hating to see her cry. Mickey, I was hanging out with someone. Issei, who? Mickey. His name was Azazel, and he was very friendly and charming. Silence filled the room as Issei's expression turned serious and annoyed, one of his eyes glowing with a menacing aura that sent shivers down his mother's spine. Mickey silently gulped. She knew her son would react like this. She didn't expect him to have such a menacing aura. Normally, it was the mother who had that kind of presence. She should probably calm Issei down before he overreacted. Mickey was an adult and his mother, so she could handle herself without any problems. Mickey, Issei, calm down. We're only friends. Nothing more. Issei gritted his teeth. He did not like this, not one bit. He had no idea who this Azazel was. What if he was part of the supernatural? What if he was a fallen angel sent to target Issei's mother to get to him? The brown-haired boy had no information on this guy, so he couldn't act irrationally. The best thing to do was to forget about this for now and learn as much as he could about this Azazel. Maybe he could ask Sona and Rias about him. Perhaps they had met him before or at least heard of him. From his name alone, he sounded powerful. He sighed and shook his head. To say, fine then, I'll let this go. For now. Mickey, phew, all right then. Mickey looked at the time, realizing it was getting late. Mickey, Issei, go wash up and get to bed. You have school tomorrow. Issei nodded and started to make his way upstairs to take a shower. He needed one because he could feel sand and rock in many spots, mainly the sand since he had to face giant centipedes for hours. He sort of regretted it. It was a good thing he didn't finish his daily quest because it saved his life. He should keep that idea in mind for the future, as he wasn't sure if he would survive against any god-level beings. However, he never did like the penalty zone. Issei hoped that when he met whoever created the system one day, they would reconsider the existence of the penalty zone. Speaking of god-level beings, Issei wondered when he should use his newly obtained item. He was still surprised he was allowed to get it. It felt like a strange plot twist. As Issei pondered, his eyes widened as he felt something powerful approaching him. Whatever it was 10, if not thousands, of times more powerful than what Igris was. This worried Issei. It could very well be one of the gods, coming to reclaim the item he had taken from them. Gritting his teeth, Issei quickly made his way to his bedroom. As he entered, time seemed to slow down, and he noticed the door moving very slowly. Issei, what the hell? Why is my door slowing down? This put Issei on alert as he summoned his 2 daggers, realizing that whoever was behind this had the ability to manipulate time. Defeating them seemed impossible, but perhaps he only needed to prove his strength. He looked around, waiting for the time manipulator to reveal themselves. Suddenly, a bright white light blinded him, causing him to cover his eyes. When the light faded, he uncovered his eyes to see a young man with an athletic build, dark brown hair, and striking black eyes with bright gold pupils shaped like crosses. Issei gulped as he sensed the man's powerful aura, something he had never felt before. Issei, who are you? The young man smirked and pointed at himself. Sun Wukong. The name's Sun Wukong. The Monkey King and the Great Sage, equal to the heavens. Issei's eyes widened in shock. Why was the strongest being in Chinese mythology, aside from the Buddha, in his bedroom? The last he remembered, the Monkey King had attained omnipotence and ascended to a level unlike any other. Issei, why are you here? Sun Wukong, simple, I wanna fight you. Issei, wait, fight me? Sun Wukong, yep. Issei could tell from Wukong's expression that he was serious. It was confusing and worrying that someone so powerful wanted to face a mortal like him. Did Wukong know about the system? Surely he would, given his omnipotence. Yet, the system hadn't given Issei any quests, which puzzled him since it often provided urgent quests. Issei, if you don't mind me asking, why me? You're basically a god that can rival all except for the Buddha. Why fight me? Wukong sighed. Son Wukong, don't get me wrong, I was very happy when I became omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipresent. I felt like I could do anything. But, Issei, you must be looking for a challenge. The Monkey King nodded. Issei could understand where Wukong was coming from. If he had such abilities, he would be bored in no time. Son Wukong, so what do you say, Issei? He smirked, holding out his hand. Wanna face the great sage equal to the heavens? Issei thought carefully. He had just returned from the job change dungeon and was exhausted. However, he sensed that Wukong might not leave him alone unless he accepted the duel. Issei sighed. Issei, okay, I'll fight you. Just not near my home. I don't want my mom to know I'm gone. Son Wukong, don't worry, I only stopped time in the house. As far as she knows, you are heading to the bathroom. Issei nodded and walked up to the Monkey King, shaking his hand. In an instant, they vanished from the bedroom. Unknown to them, Issei's pet cat, Yoruchi, had been watching the entire time. The black feline leaped onto the bed, laying down on Issei's pillow with a small smirk. Yoruchi thought, let's see if my can handle a god. Back with Issei, he took a few steps away from Wukong, shocked at how quickly they had teleported. He checked his surroundings and realized they were in a completely barren location. Issei, holy, Son Wukong playfully rolled his eyes. Son Wukong, please, this was nothing. Issei chuckled nervously, feeling a bit afraid. If Wukong could do something like that and consider it nothing, would more gods start showing up in his life? He hoped not. His normal high school life had already been turned upside down when he was killed by Rayonra. The last thing he needed was a bunch of gods watching him while he slept. Son Wukong, well, shall we begin? Issei, I guess we see. Suddenly, Son Wukong appeared in front of Issei and threw a kick at him. Issei barely dodged in time, turning to see the terrifying result of Wukong's attack. The force was so powerful that it sliced through the clouds and the ground, but Issei couldn't shake the feeling that Wukong was holding back. Issei sweated at the sight of the destructive force. The legends of the Monkey King were all true. He had learned when he was young that Wukong was someone not to be messed with due to his immense power. Now, Issei understood why people spoke of him with such reverence. All that from one single kick. I'm in trouble, Issei thought. Come on, Issei. Show me what you got. Wukong challenged, grinning. Issei gritted his teeth and charged toward the Monkey King, daggers in hand. He unleashed a barrage of slashes, but Wukong dodged effortlessly. Issei realized why the gods who faced the demon in the past had struggled. Wukong's movements were fast and unpredictable. The odds of a mortal boy defeating someone who had bested gods seemed impossible. Issei continued to attack, his determination unwavering. You gotta do better than that. Wukong taunted. Issei growled and slashed with his Night Killer dagger, but Wukong dodged. However, he wasn't prepared for Issei's knee strike, which hit him in the chest and sent him back a few feet. Issei was surprised. He hadn't expected to land a hit on the Monkey King. Wow, you actually landed a hit on me, Wukong chuckled. Looks like that annoying Buddha was right about you. This caught Issei's attention. Why would someone like the Buddha be interested in an average teenage boy trying to grow stronger by battling monsters? Well, my turn, Wukong said, charging at Issei and swinging his staff. Issei managed to block the strike with his daggers, but he still felt the force of the attack. Expand Yui. Wukong commanded. Issei's eyes widened as he barely escaped the staff's sudden growth. Now he faced a new problem. Wukong could change the size of his weapon at will, making it nearly impossible to fight him at any range. Issei considered using the Ring of Loki to create illusions, hoping to distract Wukong for a sneak attack. But he sensed that Wukong had faced opponents who attempted similar tactics before. trying to come up with an idea to defeat me. Wukong smirked, lifting his massive staff with ease. He charged toward Issei and leaped into the air. Let's hope you survive this. Wukong shouted as he slammed his weapon down, causing a massive explosion that shook the ground and sent shockwaves throughout the world. Everyone felt the force, with supernatural beings recognizing the power behind it, while humans believed it was an earthquake. Wukong felt a twinge of disappointment. Buddha had told him Issei would be a strong opponent, yet he had defeated the boy with a single move. I guess I got my hopes up. Wukong sighed. Suddenly, he heard a dark chuckle from within the smoke cloud, a sound filled with authority and pride. You're just like I remember, a voice said. Wukong's heart raced. No way. It can't be. As the dust settled, an enormous western dragon with black scales, glowing green eyes, and a long WHP-like tail emerged. You're nothing but a mere monkey that pretends to be a god, the dragon said, smirking as it held Wukong's Yui with a single claw. Wukong recognized the dragon instantly. The dragon of domination. You live again. Indeed, I live again. I also did not appreciate your attempt to harm my emsir, the dragon replied. This revelation caught Wukong's attention. That was something he never expected to hear from Drake. Wukong recalled that Drake and his arch-rival were powerful beings known as the Heavenly Dragons, feared throughout the supernatural world for their ability to challenge gods. They had never respected anyone, serving no one but themselves. This was something very new, and Wukong wasn't referring to Drake's new appearance. Son Wukong, your emsir. Who is your ma? Judgment is upon you. Wukong perked up as he saw Issei, who not only survived the attack but emerged unscathed. Issei had a new look, featuring a glowing purple helmet resembling a jackal and a pair of purple claws radiating an electric aura. Wukong was clearly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Issei, shall we continue? Dragons are powerful supernatural beings, considered among the strongest aside from the gods themselves. They are admired, respected, and feared across various cultures and folklore. While Western dragons are often depicted as winged and capable of breathing fire, Eastern dragons are typically portrayed as wingless, four-legged, serpentine creatures with above-average intelligence. Dragons possess a unique pride, often declaring their titles in formal greetings or in response to challenges. They are categorized into different classes: normal dragons, dragon kings, heavenly dragons, and the highest class, the true dragon and dragon god. Dragon gods have powers that rival those of gods, instilling fear even in the strongest beings. The 5 great dragon kings are recognized for their strength and nobility, with powers that rival ultimate-class devils. High-level dragons possess great power but are still beneath the dragon kings, while low-level dragons are comparable but less respected. Evil dragons, known for their vicious temperament, are particularly dangerous and often referred to as broken dragons. They are battle maniacs, seeking destruction, and are difficult to control. Despite their vicious nature, legendary evil dragons wield power that exceeds even the 5 great dragon kings. The most feared class of dragons, aside from dragon gods, are the 2 heavenly dragons. They possess powers capable of defeating both gods and satans. Among them is the White Dragon Emperor, Albion, an enormous dragon with a appealing pure white body and venomous abilities that can kill gods. Albion, however, was lonely due to his overwhelming power until he met his arch-rival, the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake, who was immune to his venom and possessed flames that could incinerate anything in their path. Both Drake and Albion were pleased to meet someone who could rival them, leading to a fierce competition that pushed them to develop their powers and techniques. They became known as the 2 heavenly dragons, facing each other countless times without either gaining the upper hand. Their relentless battles caused widespread destruction, yet no supernatural being dared to intervene. Their conflict culminated in the Great War, a fierce clash between heaven and hell, prompting the 3 factions to unite against the 2 dragons. Ultimately, they were subdued, and to ensure peace, Drake and Albion were sealed within 2 sacred gears, the Boosted Gear and Divine Dividing. Even in their sealed state, they continued their rivalry through their wielders. Now, Drake had returned to the living world, albeit in a different form. He looked down at Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, and let out a roar that shook the ground beneath them. Wukong was astonished to see Draig Y Gotch, the Western Dragon of Domination, back in some form. Draig's once crimson scales had turned black, his horns glowed purple, and his green eyes shone brightly. He was acting differently, which unsettled Wukong. Wukong then turned his attention to Issei Haidu, the human who was meant to challenge him, as foretold by the Buddha. Initially disappointed by Issei's lack of skill, Wukong's interest was piqued by Issei's sudden transformation, which granted him a glowing purple helmet resembling a jackal and electric purple claws. "Shall we continue?" Issei asked, trying to process the unfolding events. Wukong, surprised but excited, felt a rush of adrenaline. He had long desired a worthy opponent, and this was the moment he had been waiting for. "Hell yeah!" Wukong exclaimed, ready for the challenge. Issei narrowed his eyes, realizing he not only had to face Sun Wukong but also had Draig as a powerful ally. A screen appeared before him, displaying Draig's rank as a general, which caught Issei's attention. General rank. That's interesting. Issei thought, recalling that his previous ally, Igris, was only a knight rank. The thought of facing something stronger than Igris sent a shiver down his spine, as he had barely defeated Igris through sheer luck. "Alright, time to take this seriously. I only have 5 minutes before this form disappears," Issei reminded himself, knowing he needed every ounce of strength to stand a chance against Wukong. He activated the power of the S-rank item he had taken from Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. Issei understood that he had to push beyond his limits to survive this battle. He had promises to keep, to his mother, to Sona, and to assist Rias. "I won't die," he declared, determination fueling him. "Let's begin the games." Wukong shouted, appearing before Issei and striking him with his staff. The force of the blow sent Issei flying back several meters, but he quickly regained his footing by digging his clawed hands into the ground. "Issei, Draig. Draig, as you command." Sun Wukong turned his attention to Draig as the shadow dragon fired a massive purple beam toward him. The Monkey King dodged the attack just in time, but the resulting explosion was immense, resembling a nuclear blast. Sun Wukong, oh ho ho. He landed on his nimbus cloud, grinning in amusement. Issei groaned in annoyance, wishing he could find that cloud, as he had heard stories of Sun Wukong riding it into battle. He hoped he wouldn't have to deal with that, but it seemed inevitable. No worries, though, Issei just needed to get Wukong off that cloud. Sun Wukong, Rui Jingu Bang extend. The Monkey King extended his staff, striking Issei in the stomach and sending him crashing into the wall. Currently, Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, was at his home in the small town of Kuro. No one knew about this place except for him, not even his second-in-command. The reason for the house was unclear, but it was possible he kept it to monitor fallen angels who had come to the town without his knowledge. Rumors had reached him about some fallen angels venturing off without proper authorization, yet he had seen no sign of them in Kuo, nor could he sense them. This led him to theorize 2 possibilities. The first and most obvious was that the 2 devil heirs in the town had dealt with them. He was in devil territory, which could spark another great war if he acted out of line. However, he had received no inquiries from the 4 great Satans about his fallen angels being in Kuo, so that theory seemed unlikely. His second theory was more troubling. Upon arriving, he sensed something familiar, a presence he hadn't felt since the Great War. An old friend. Azazel sat on his couch, staring at the ceiling with a sigh. He had an eventful night, enjoying a long conversation with Miki Hairu. She had a way of keeping the conversation going, and for some reason she seemed full of energy, despite only drinking coffee. He hoped she wouldn't crash later. She had enough on her plate without needing to fix her sleep schedule. Azazel, man, what a woman. Indeed. Azazel jumped out of his seat, taking a defensive stance at the unexpected voice. When he saw who it was, he sighed in annoyance. Azazel, will you stop that? Standing in the doorway was a handsome, muscular middle-aged man with gray eyes and shaggy black hair. Sorry, you old crow. You know I couldn't help myself. Azazel deadpanned at the man. Who was he calling old? He was in his prime. Azazel, look who's talking, you muscular hobo. The man chuckled at the nickname. Okay. That was a good one. Azazel knew this man well. They were close friends who had helped each other over the years. But one day, his friend disappeared without a trace, leaving even his family in the dark. This man was none other than Miki Hayadu's husband, the same one Azazel had been spending time with recently. Azazel, so why are you here? Oh, am I not allowed to see my old friend? Azazel deadpanned. Azazel, you just up and left one day, and now you show up after so many years. The man sighed, scratching the back of his head, anticipating Azazel's question. Yeah, I know. I'll explain everything when the time is right. You're going to want to write it all down. Azazel, okay then. But, why are you hanging out with my wife? At that question, Azazel fell silent. He maintained a calm exterior, but inside, he was panicking. A small voice in the back of his mind had warned him this question would come up, but he hadn't listened. The leader of the fallen angels knew he was in grave danger. He had witnessed and survived the Great War alongside his comrades, battling against both God and Lucifer simultaneously. But the man before him was a force unlike any other, and one wrong move could send him crashing through walls, or worse. He had unfinished business. He still wanted to experience love with an appealing woman. Well, I didn't know it was your wife. Azazel stammered. The man before him didn't believe a word. His stutter betrayed him, making it clear he was lying. The man sighed, his eye glowing ominously. Don't lie to me, old friend. Azazel gulped, fear coursing through him. Meanwhile, Issei sighed as he finally arrived home, sitting atop Drake, the massive shadow dragon that hovered above. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, relieved that his arm was back where it belonged. He had a spare status effect recovery on hand, otherwise, he would have had to explain to his mother why he was missing an arm. The brown-haired boy still couldn't believe he had faced Sun Wukong, one of the strongest beings in the universe. Their battle may have ended in a draw, but surviving against him was a significant achievement. Unfortunately, no one would know about his encounter, not even Rias, as she and her peerage were absent during the fight. Issei hoped they were safe, though he couldn't shake the feeling that they might struggle against their current opponent. Issei had only managed to defeat Sun Wukong thanks to the S-rank god item he had taken from Anubis and Drake's assistance. He pondered how he had even acquired a massive dragon as a shadow soldier, considering he had never slain a dragon before. He had fought many creatures, werewolves, giant spiders, knights, and mages, but never a dragon. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What if Drake was his sacred gear? Rias had mentioned that Yuma had killed him because he possessed a sacred gear. He would need to ask Drake about it. My liege, we have arrived at your residence, Drake announced. Thank you, Drake, Issei replied, jumping off the dragon's shoulder and landing safely on the ground. He looked up at the massive creature, deciding to inquire about his sacred gear once they were inside. Return to my shadow. I have some questions for you when we get to my bedroom, Issei instructed. Drake nodded and vanished into his shadow. Issei smiled and approached the front door, opening it and stepping inside. He closed the door behind him and sighed as he walked past the living room. He paused when he noticed something on the couch. His mother, Miki Hayadu, sleeping soundly, her head nestled into the pillows. Issei face-bombed at the sight. He had left her a note urging her to get some rest and not stay up too late. He considered waking her to let her know he was back, but two reasons held him back. First, she looked exhausted, and it would be kinder to let her sleep. Second, he was tired too. He had just completed the job change quest and faced Sun Wukong. Have a good sleep, Mom. I'll see you in the morning, he whispered with a smile before heading toward his bedroom. Exhausted, he knew that stronger opponents awaited him in the future, and he had to be prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. The floor beneath him creaked as he walked to his bedroom door. He grabbed the doorknob and opened it, only to be greeted by Yoruichi leaping into his arms. This surprised Issei at first, but he soon chuckled. Hey girl, it's good to see you too, he said. Meow, Yoruichi replied. Issei smiled as he placed the black cat on the ground and closed the door behind him, rubbing the back of his sore neck. He made his way to his bed and lay down. Yoruchi was about to jump up to her emcir when Draig's shadowy head rose from his shadow and growled at the black feline. "Why are you here?" Draig demanded. "Draig, what are you doing?" Issei asked. Yoruchi hissed at Draig, who growled back with hatred in his glowing purple eyes. "Why are you in my liege's home? Tell me." No. Draig insisted. "Draig, what the hell are you, Issei?" Issei started. "My business with your emissary is my own, Draig," Yoruchi interrupted. Silence filled the bedroom as Issei slowly turned his head toward Yoruchi, his eyes widening in shock. His cat had just spoken. He hoped that his battle with Sun Wukong hadn't driven him crazy. After all, he had faced many challenges and remained sane. Did Yoruchi just? Issei stammered. "I speak, and I am sure this is a surprise to you," Yoruchi confirmed. "Oh, you think?" Issei exclaimed. He was torn between viewing Yoruchi as an enemy or an ally. He leaned toward ally since she had every chance to attack him before, and the system wasn't giving him any urgent quests. "So, who the hell are you?" Issei asked. Yoruchi chuckled. "Well, for starters, my actual name is in fact Yoruchi." This surprised Issei. He had guessed her name. Was he secretly psychic, or just lucky? He had enough of relying on luck and needed to take tougher opponents seriously. "Well, that was lucky. But anyways, what are you?" he inquired. "You really want to know?" "You might be shocked," Yoruchi teased. Issei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After everything he had been through, he felt ready for anything. "Show me," he urged. "Okay, you asked for this," Yoruchi replied. Steam began to rise off Yoruchi, and Issei watched in confusion. Was she using some sort of power? Then she transformed into a slender woman of average height with dark skin, golden irises, and waist-length black hair. But what shocked him most was that she stood before him completely unclothed. Yoruchi smiled at him. "So, what do you think?" Issei fell silent, staring with a crimson blush creeping onto his cheeks. He had seen many appealing women, but this was different. "You're hot," he finally managed to say. Issei soon realized what he had just said, and his face turned even redder. Yoruchi giggled at his reaction, a small blush appearing on her face as well. She had been called many things over the years, but hearing it from Issei made her feel special. Perhaps it was because he had taken her in when he found her, or maybe it was something else. She sensed a strange power within him that intrigued her. Issei knew he had to keep an eye on Yoruchi and learn more about her. "Thank you, you're not so bad yourself," she said, and Issei looked away, embarrassed by his compliment. He worried about what his mother would say if she found out he had called an appealing woman hot. Draig, his dragon companion, growled at Yoruchi. "Now that you have revealed your true form, explain why you are here," Draig demanded. Yoruchi crossed her arms defiantly. "The reason why I'm here is my own. I don't have to explain anything to you." "Dragon." Draig growled again, irritated but not surprised by her disrespect. "You know, most dragons would kill you for that. But not me." Issei and Yoruchi exchanged curious glances. Issei, still new to the supernatural world, had limited knowledge of dragons. He understood they were powerful beings, often feared and respected. He guessed that some dragons were arrogant due to their strength, and he felt that if he faced one, it would likely belittle him. Yoruchi raised an eyebrow. "And why are you not?" "I am no longer the Welsh dragon. I am merely a soldier in my liege's eternal army," Draig replied. Issei, intrigued, turned to the floating shadow head beside him. "Actually, that is what I have been wondering. Who even are you, Draig? Because last time I checked, I never killed a dragon." Draig felt a pang of hurt at Issei's words. "That's understandable, my liege. I am known as Draig y Gotch, the Welsh dragon of domination, one of the two heavenly dragons capable of killing gods." Issei's eyes widened in shock. A dragon with the power to kill gods was both amazing and terrifying. He imagined how formidable Draig must have been in life. "Wow. You must have been very powerful, Draig." Draig chuckled. Indeed I was. There was only one being who was on par with me. Who was that? Issei asked. His name was Albion, the white dragon of supremacy. So, he was another dragon that could kill gods. Issei inquired, and Drake nodded. This made Issei ponder their relationship. Were they friends or rivals? Why are you a shadow? Issei asked. Drake sighed. When my rival and I fought, we accidentally ended up on the battlefield of the Great War. I remember the stories, Yoruchi interjected. The three factions had to put their differences aside to take you both down. Issei was surprised. He knew that angels, fallen angels, and devils had stopped their war, but he didn't think they would unite against two dragons. It must have been a monumental battle. Wow, it must have been one hell of a battle. Issei said. Indeed it was, my liege. I can recall every moment. The day the three factions worked together, Drake replied. Issei absorbed this information, realizing he had a powerful shadow soldier capable of killing gods. It dawned on him that this might be why gods like Loki and Hades were keeping an eye on him. He wondered why Rias hadn't mentioned Drake. Perhaps something was blocking her ability to sense him. Issei felt that the system had taken precedence as his sacred gear, while Drake remained within his soul. No, that makes no sense. Why would the system do something like that? It doesn't have a mind of its own, or does it? Issei still had much to discover about the system. It was possible that instead of being just a game screen, it could be alive or merely a tool for another being to observe him. So many questions flooded his mind. Why did this have to be so confusing? Yoruchi spoke up. You know, while having Issei learn more about the supernatural, there's a tiny problem. Issei looked at her, accustomed to her presence. And what's that? Yoruchi gestured to herself, reminding Issei that she was standing there without clothes. Unlike others who became flustered at her appearance, Issei had changed significantly over the past few weeks. After talking to Drake, he found that he no longer reacted in the same way. I'm naked, and you're not reacting. Am I not pretty? She asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Issei scratched his cheek, slightly blushing. You are appealing, Yoruchi. Easily prettier than any girl from my school. Yoruchi blushed at his compliment, caught off guard. Then why aren't you a blushing mess? That's simple, I've already seen a woman's naked body, he replied. This surprised Yoruchi. She wondered who the woman could be, realizing it wasn't anyone from his school. The pieces fell into place. It was your mother. Issei sighed, scratching the back of his head. It's one hell of a story. It can't be that bad, Yoruchi said, rolling her eyes. Issei continued, you see, a while back, before I got thrown into the supernatural world, I was just an ordinary human living with my mother. Okay, Yoruchi prompted. One day, when I was heading to the bathroom, the door opened, and out came my mother. Oh, and yes, I was naked too. Yoruchi was surprised, realizing how embarrassing that must have been for both of them. A small voice in her mind wondered what might have happened if they weren't related. However, she kept that thought to herself. I see, and you both just decided not to speak about it? Yoruchi asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, we will never speak of it. Okay then, sounds good to me. Turning to his alarm clock, Issei noticed it was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning. He had hoped this conversation wouldn't take long, but he was mistaken. Well, it was fun talking to you, Yoruchi, but I need to get some sleep. Drake chimed in, don't worry, my liege. I shall take care of things while you slumber. Thanks, Drake. I owe you, Issei replied as he laid down on his bed, slowly closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. He was exhausted from the job change quest and the battle with Sun Wukong. With Issei asleep, Drake turned his attention to Yoruchi, who remained in her human form. So, how long are you going to keep your true identity a secret? Yoruchi looked away, crossing her arms. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't take me for a fool, I know who you are. You think I didn't know about your BRH before I was sealed away into the boosted gear? Drake challenged. Yoruchi was impressed. She hadn't expected Drake to know her true identity. She was born before he was sealed into the sacred gear, and not many supernatural beings were aware of her existence. Not even the gods of Greek or Egyptian mythology. She shouldn't really expect anything less from the mighty heavenly dragon of domination. He truly was something else entirely. Yoruchi said, "I shouldn't expect anything less from you, Drake." Drake replied, "Tell me, daughter of, please, just call me Yoruchi. I'd rather that than hear his name again." "Very well then, tell me Yoruchi. What are you planning to do with my liege?" Yoruchi stared down at the sleeping Issei Haidu, a small smile growing across her face as he snoozed away without a care in the world. She had come to Kuo to escape her problems and start a new life on her own. However, after meeting Issei that night, she couldn't help but feel attached to him. Maybe it was because of how caring he was to her and to his own mother. Either way, she knew one thing for certain. She would assist Issei however she could and stand by his side as he grew stronger with each passing day. "That's simple, Drake." Yoruchi smiled at the floating shadowy dragon head. "I'm sticking around, after all. He's my owner." Drake fell silent for a moment, contemplating her words, before smiling at the black-haired woman. "Very well then, Yoruchi. I shall accept that. Unless you do anything to harm my liege. Then not even the dragon gods and the beast of the apocalypse will save you from my wrath." Yoruchi gulped a little and nodded, making a mental note not to anger the former Welsh dragon. With that, Drake disappeared from sight, causing Yoruchi to let out a sigh of relief. When Issei opened his eyes, they felt heavy, and he found it kind of hard to breathe. It wasn't suffocating, but it was strange. He found himself in a dark field, definitely not his bedroom or the penalty zone. If he were in that hellhole, he would be dead by now. Standing up, he saw that he was in what appeared to be a battlefield. This confused him. Was this the work of the system? Was it trying to show him something within his dream? Issei knew this was a serious situation and had to take it as such. If he were his perverted self, he would have complained about the lack of certain distractions. He had been a loser back then, and no wonder he was disliked by all the girls in school. His mother thought his friends prevented him from getting a girlfriend, but in reality, it was only himself. Shaking his head, he focused on the matter at hand, figuring out why the system brought him here. Okay, this has to be the work of the system. But the question is, why did it take me here? Suddenly, Issei sensed something behind him and turned around to find several beings cloaked in darkness. There were probably 9 in total, all humanoid in appearance, but 2 had some sort of fire or strange energy on top of their heads. Issei found it strange that he couldn't see their features, but he guessed that all of them were males except for one that appeared to have tentacles. He chuckled slightly, thinking about the oddity of a single female in a group of 8 males. His attention turned to the one with the purple flames on his head. He felt something strange coming from him, as if that figure was trying to communicate. Maybe these beings were the previous users of the system. Are these the previous users? Issei wondered aloud, conflicted. He wasn't sure what to believe, as he possessed zero knowledge about the system. It used him, and he used it. That is how it works. That is how it shall always work. Until the day he dies. Narrowing his eyes, Issei slowly approached the figure with the purple flame hair. With each step he took, he found it harder to breathe and walk. It felt like an immense pressure was washing over him, as if he were being crushed alive. However, he wasn't going to be denied. He wanted answers, and he was determined to get what he rightfully deserved. Gritting his teeth, Issei's eyes began to glow blue before shifting to purple. He pushed through the pressure around him, each step building up more strength within him. There was going to be a change. Issei wasn't afraid of death. He had faced it numerous times and had always bested it. "I won't be denied," he declared, a dark aura enveloping him as he reached out to the figure, just inches away from touching it. But before he could grasp the answers he longed for, something interrupted him. Beep, beep, beep. Issei's eyes shot open as he quickly sat up in bed, breathing heavily, sweat running down his face. His gaze shifted to the source of his interruption, his alarm clock. "You," he muttered, gritting his teeth as he turned off the alarm before it could disturb him further. He wanted to break the clock in frustration but decided against it. It wasn't its fault. Issei stared at the ground for a moment before recalling the hand that nearly touched the figure. He still needed to grow stronger to reach the answers he sought, the reasons behind the system's choice of him, why he was special. I was close. So close to the answers, yet they were still out of my reach, he said, a small smirk growing on his face as one of his eyes glowed purple. His shadow stirred with the presence of his soldiers, who felt their liege's determination and were ready to help him achieve his goal, no matter the challenges ahead. Yoruchi, who had transformed back into her black cat form and was sleeping at the end of the bed, opened one eye and stared at Issei. What is this power? Just who are you, Issei Hayadu? Issei stood up and sensed a familiar presence downstairs. It was strange, one he couldn't fully understand, but he had sensed it before. He ruled out Rias, Sona, or either of their peerage since it wasn't a demonic presence. He noted that he still needed to meet Sona's peerage when he headed to Kuo. He hoped it wasn't someone like Yuma. If it was, he would need to find a way to handle it without putting his mother in danger. Time to go, he said, walking to his bedroom door with Yoruchi following closely behind, curious about his urgency. As they descended the stairs, they heard laughter and conversation. The first voice was definitely Issei's mother, but the other was familiar yet unexpected. No way. It can't be, Issei said as they entered the kitchen. His eyes widened in shock at the sight of Miki Hayadu at the table, talking to someone he never thought he would see again, Sun Wukong. You have got to be kidding me, Issei exclaimed. Both Miki and the Monkey King looked over and smiled, Wukong waving at him. Hey, bro, good to see you again, Sun Wukong greeted. Yoruchi's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected to see Sun Wukong here, and she could tell Issei was equally shocked. Holy cow. It's him. It's that Monkey King. Are Issei and he friends? What's the story behind this? Meanwhile, Drake observed from Issei's shadow, his glowing green eyes barely hidden. He was surprised by this turn of events as well. He hadn't anticipated seeing the Monkey King again so soon, but he and Issei had promised to reunite. It was almost amusing, and Drake had to suppress a laugh to avoid revealing himself. Drake, looks like my liege has become friends with the one equal to the heavens. You certainly have a strange boy. But what will you do when he discovers his heritage? What is your plan then, old friend? To say that Issei Hayadu wasn't surprised would be a complete lie. He was completely taken aback by the fact that Sun Wukong was currently inside his home. The presence was familiar, but he had expected someone like Sona or maybe even Rias. However, he didn't sense any demonic aura, so that idea was out the window. The only other familiar faces were Yuma and Sun Wukong. Sweat ran down Issei's forehead as he wondered why the Monkey King was in his home. Issei, why is he here? Miki, did you sleep well, Issei? Issei, yeah, ma'am. What are you doing? Miki, oh, I am just talking with your friend here. His friend. Did Issei really think of Sun Wukong as a friend? They were sort of rivals, but he never imagined they would be friends. After all, he was only human, while Wukong was a powerful being. Issei, my friend. Sun Wukong stood up from the table, wrapping his arm around Issei's neck and smiling at him. Sun Wukong, yep. We're very close friends, right buddy? Issei, Suddenly, Sun Wukong used telepathy to speak to Issei in his mind. Sun Wukong, just go with it. We became friends after our fight, remember? Issei, okay, that's new. When were you going to explain? Oh yeah, you're Sun Wukong. You make cartoon powers look real. Sun Wukong, exactly. Issei smiled slightly. Issei, yeah, this is my new friend, Mom. Miki smiled at Sun Wukong. Miki, it's very nice to meet you, Sun Wukong, oh, my name is Jean. Jean Mori. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Hayadu. This made Miki happy. She was glad her son was making new friends instead of hanging out with those two troublemakers he used to know. Miki, well, I'm going to make some breakfast. Would you like some Mori? Sun Wukong, I would love to. Thank you. As soon as Miki went to the kitchen, Sun Wukong turned to Issei, only to be taken aback by the cold expression on the boy's face, his eyes glowing with a menacing aura. This was unexpected for the Monkey King, and it sent a shiver down his spine. To say, what? Here. Both Sun Wukong and Yoruchi, who was still in her cat form, shivered at Issei's tone. Sun Wukong, I just wanted to come and see you. That's all. Issei remained silent but sensed no lies from the Monkey King, so he calmed down, letting the aura dissipate. He figured there was no harm in Wukong being there. He had no malicious intentions. The last time they met, Wukong had declared Issei his strongest rival. Issei found it ridiculous. How could he be worthy of being a rival to one of the most powerful beings in the universe? He was just human. Issei, okay, I guess you being here is alright. Just try not to say anything about the supernatural. Sun Wukong, oh, so you're protecting her. I get it. Issei, yes, and it's best if we don't tell her because I don't want anyone going after her. Wukong raised an eyebrow. Sun Wukong, why not? Issei, my mom doesn't know about it or my powers. I like to keep it that way. Sun Wukong nodded, respecting Issei's decision to keep his mother in the dark. He knew that one day Issei would have to tell her about the supernatural, but revealing it now would only worry her. Issei, you know, you're lucky that I didn't summon Draig or Igris to knock some sense into you. Sun Wukong, I know. Issei sighed, pulling out a chair and sitting down as Yoruchi leaped onto his lap. He smiled, patting the black feline, which made her purr and nearly made Issei chuckle. He then turned his attention back to Sun Wukong, who decided to sit down next to him. Issei, so why are you here? Shouldn't you be with your wives? Sun Wukong, well. In another part of the world or dimension was the home of Sun Wukong, where his wives were currently residing. Among them was a boy no older than 2 or 3, resembling Sun Wukong. He was Kenji Jin, Sun Wukong's son. The mighty Wukong, the monkey demon, was the father of a little boy. If anyone found out about this, they would be shocked. No one expected Wukong to settle down and become a father. Kenji was the heir to his father's throne, the next Monkey King. Some may wonder, who is Wukong's wife? His first wife was a woman named Tang Sanzang, and the other was Dan An, his adoptive sister. Ahan was currently teaching Kenji. Ahan, Kenji, what's 3 plus 3? Kenji thought for a moment before holding out his fingers, giving his mother the answer. Ahan smiled at her son. Ahan, that's correct, very good job. Just then, Tang Sanzang walked into the room, smiling as she saw what Kenji had done. She giggled at how adorable the little boy was, proud of her son. Tang Sanzang, adorable. The two began to wonder something important. Where was their husband? They woke up that morning and noticed he wasn't in bed with them. They initially thought he was cooking, but he wasn't in the kitchen either. Back to Issei and Wukong. Issei, you didn't leave a note. Sun Wukong smiled. Sun Wukong, nope. Issei sighed, shaking his head. Why did he agree to be the monkey demon's rival again? Probably because if he didn't, Wukong would end his existence with one swing from his staff. Issei, I don't think I could take Wukong on again, even at my current level. Issei looked at Wukong. Issei, so you have a kid? Wukong smiled. Sun Wukong, yep. He's a cute little fella. Issei crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Issei, how come you didn't mention him to me after our battle? He found it strange that Wukong never mentioned anything about a son, despite having 2 wives. Sun Wukong, one word, protection. Issei, wait, so you literally had a child after you left me on that island? Sun Wukong, to be fair, you didn't ask for a ride back, and I thought you knew how to get home. Issei sighed. Issei, you're lucky I had Draig, but for real. You had a child after you left me. It had only been a day. Suddenly, Draig's shadowy head appeared next to Issei, catching Wukong by surprise. Sun Wukong, holy cow. Don't do that, Draig. Draig, no. The dragon looked at his MSTR. Draig, my liege, it is very possible that the time and the place Wukong is currently residing moves much differently than out here. This surprised Issei. He didn't know such a thing was possible. However, he had to remember that this was Sun Wukong, who made the impossible possible. Issei, so you're saying time is different where he lives? Draig, precisely. Issei, interesting. The idea of a place where time moves differently sounded like something out of a story, where the main character becomes overpowered after a long time in a different dimension. However, Issei doubted it would help him since he leveled up by defeating monsters or completing quests. Just then, a screen appeared before him, showing his stats. Name: Issei Hayate. Shadow Monarch title: Conqueror of Adversity +1 level, 56 health points / HP, 16895/16895 magic / MP, 1769 fatigue, 0 strength / STR, 82 +20 vitality / Vit, 66 agility / AGL, 66 +20 intelligence / Int, 67 +25 sense, 66 +20 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20% +15. Issei had grown thanks to the 5 levels he obtained from the secret quest, but he knew that this wasn't enough. He needed to reach the max level if he was going to face off against beings at the level of gods. Sure, maybe Sun Wukong would stick around and act more like support, but Issei preferred to solo level to gain experience. "Are you okay?" Sun Wukong asked, snapping Issei out of his thoughts. That was a first. He didn't think anyone had ever interrupted his contemplation before. "Just thinking," Issei replied. "If you say so," Wukong started, but Issei cut him off. "Actually, can I have your opinion on something?" This gained Wukong's attention. Whatever Issei needed to discuss must be important. "What's up?" Wukong asked. Issei sighed, knowing he had to ask someone like Wukong, who was part of the supernatural world, for his opinion. "Okay, here's what happened." He explained everything that had transpired between him and Rias, including her desperate plea for help regarding a forced marriage. Wukong listened intently, taking in every detail. He realized this was a new kind of situation for him. "So, what do you think?" Issei asked. "I have no words to say. I haven't been in this kind of situation before," Wukong admitted. "Well, what do you think I should do?" Issei pressed. Wukong could see that Issei deeply cared about Rias Gremory. While he didn't have much of an opinion on the Gremory family, he knew that if he were in Issei's position, he would do everything in his power to help someone he cared about. No one should be forced into a marriage they do not want. "You care about this Rias girl, don't you?" Wukong asked with a smile. Issei blushed slightly, scratching his cheek. Yoruchi perked up, feeling a twinge of jealousy at Wukong's comment. "Well, while I don't know much about her or her family, the look in her eyes, the desperation to escape that marriage, it caused a pain in my chest," Issei admitted. "Do you love her?" Wukong asked. Issei's face turned deep red as he slowly nodded. "Why, yes." Just then, he blinked at what he had just said. Wukong's smirk made him uneasy. Why had he said that? He wasn't in love. Sure, Rias was cute, but he barely knew her. "Wait, no. She's only a friend." Issei stammered. "You sure?" Wukong asked. "Yes. I barely know her. So how could I love her?" Issei insisted. Wukong chuckled, patting Issei's shoulder. "Well, whether you do or not, follow your heart and do what you think is right." "Do what I think is right," Issei echoed. He began to contemplate Wukong's words. He didn't like the situation Rias was in at all. In fact, he wanted to help her escape from this forced marriage. No one deserves to marry someone they don't love, even if he hadn't met the man she was supposed to marry. But he could tell that whoever it was, Rias would be grateful to him for freeing her. "All right, I'll do what I think is right," he decided. Hearing that made Wukong smile, but then Mickey entered the room and Drake quickly vanished. Both Wukong and Issei were relieved they weren't doing anything unusual, though they were surprised by the sight of the food Mickey was carrying. "Wow!" Wukong exclaimed, staring at the food with excitement. Issei chuckled. This was one of his mother's special dishes. She didn't usually make such elaborate meals, but she must have thought this was a special occasion. "I hope you two are hungry," Mickey said. Wukong nearly drooled at the sight of the food. He had never seen anything so appealing in his immortal life. Sure, his wives made great food, but Mickey had outdone herself. "Issei, your mother is the best," Wukong declared. "Thanks, Jean," Issei replied with a smile. Mickey was pleased to see the two getting along. She placed the plates on the table, and the delicious aroma filled the air, making their mouths water. Issei managed to control himself. He was used to his mother's cooking. As they began to eat, Wukong's eyes widened in surprise at the first bite. "This is amazing, Mrs. Hayadu," he exclaimed. "I'm glad you like it. Would you like more?" Mickey asked. "Yes, please." Wukong replied eagerly. Mickey giggled and stood up to prepare more breakfast. Issei rolled his eyes but soon noticed something was off about his mother. She looked a bit pale, which concerned him. He hoped she was all right. She had seemed perfectly fine the last time he saw her. Maybe she was just a little sleep-deprived, or perhaps she hadn't been eating much, but that didn't make sense since she had just prepared a delicious meal for him and Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the brown-haired boy and raised an eyebrow. "Are you okay?" he asked. "Why wouldn't I be?" Issei replied, his voice shaky. "You're stuttering," Wukong observed. "I'm fine." Issei insisted, but Wukong could tell he was anything but fine. It was obvious to anyone that something was bothering the boy. "Hey, you all right?" Wukong pressed. Issei looked up at the Monkey King, momentarily distracted. In another part of the world, specifically Nepal, one of its towering mountains stood tall. Nepal was known for having some of the highest peaks in the world, many reaching above the clouds. Sitting on the edge of one such mountain was a powerful being, a young girl with long black hair cascading down to her hips and striking gray eyes. Her ears were pointed, a feature often overlooked due to her flowing hair. She was Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon and the infinite dragon god, one of the two most powerful beings in the universe. Ophis could easily wipe out all life on the planet with a single attack or even destroy the planet itself if she wished. Her current appearance was just one of many she had taken over countless years. One of her previous forms had been an old man with a long white beard, a sight that would terrify many. Another form was a small purple snake adorned with gray diamonds, which also left many feeling uneasy. Currently, Ophis wore a gothic Lolita outfit and was smiling, a rare sight. She had just observed the battle between Issei Hayadu and Rise Phoenix. Initially uninterested, she became captivated when Issei won the match. She hadn't expected a human to achieve such a feat, especially knowing their vulnerability to fire. "Issei Hayadu, you interest me," she thought. Meanwhile, in heaven, a handsome man with long blonde hair and green eyes sat in an office overlooking the realm. He wore a red robe adorned with a gold cross and had a golden halo above his head. This was Michael, a high-ranking angel and leader of the angel faction. He was one of the creations of the God of the Bible, tasked with guiding the church with divine teachings. That boy had some impressive skills. "What do you think?" Michael asked, glancing to his left. Standing beside him was Gabriel, an exceptionally appealing woman with curly blonde hair and bright blue eyes. She was one of the 4 great seraphs, the most powerful warriors created by God. Unlike regular angels, Gabriel and her fellow seraphs had 12 pairs of wings, signifying their status and importance. "I agree, brother. He certainly has talent," Gabriel replied, a small blush creeping onto her cheeks as she felt her heart race. Why was she feeling this way? The moment she saw Issei's face on the screen, something changed within her. Was this love? Angels had never experienced such emotions before, but she had heard much about it and wanted to learn more. Having been trained as a warrior, she had little knowledge of the world her father created, but she knew for certain that Issei Hayadu was the most handsome human she had ever seen. Gabriel wondered, "Can I meet him?" Meanwhile, in Asgard, the realm of the Norse gods, a powerful being sat in a grand throne room. This was Odin, the All-Father, known for his wisdom and strength. With long black hair and a distinctive eye patch over his left eye, Odin observed a battle through a mystical screen. He chuckled softly at the sight of Riser Phoenix, an arrogant fighter, and the mysterious human, Issei Hayadu. The boy reminded him of his son Thor in his youth. "Your aura is intriguing, Issei," Odin mused, feeling a raw power emanating from the young man. It was unlike anything he had encountered before, even among other gods like Zeus and Are. This energy felt ancient and profound, hinting at something beyond the 9 realms. A smile crept across Odin's face as he wondered, will you give my son Thor the challenge he seeks? Meanwhile, Issei groaned as he slowly opened his eyes, feeling strange and disoriented. What the? He muttered, noticing he was floating in an endless void of darkness. Where am I? What is this? He asked himself, trying to remain calm despite the unsettling atmosphere. Was this a result of the system? The sensation reminded him of the pressure he felt when encountering mysterious figures before. Just what is your plan, system? What are you doing to me this time? Issei pondered, when suddenly, a surge of energy coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. It was a powerful force, reigniting the fear he had felt during a previous encounter. Before he could process it further, a massive explosion erupted nearby, sending shockwaves through the void. Issei shielded himself from the blast, relieved that he was alone in this strange place. What the hell was that? He exclaimed, uncovering his eyes to see dark gray clouds forming from the explosion. As the clouds began to dissipate, Issei gasped at the sight of two colossal beings locked in a standoff. One glowed dark purple, while the other radiated a scarlet red, their intense auras warping reality around them. They glared at each other, oblivious to Issei's presence, filled with an overwhelming hatred. It then struck Issei that this was no mere dream. No, this had to be a vision of some kind, something that would occur in the far future, something he would have to confront and hopefully defeat. But one thought consumed him. Could he really take on such beings as those before him? The colossal figures radiated pure and unmatched power. Who are they? Issei murmured. The two beings continued their standoff, but it soon escalated as they charged at each other, resulting in a loud crash. Gray clouds and dark matter swirled around them, while bolts of scarlet and purple lightning flashed and thunder boomed. The collision forced Issei back, leaving him shocked. A simple clash of their bodies had such an impact. He dreaded to think what their actual attacks would be like. It was clear to him that these monsters were on a completely different level. There was no way he could defeat either of them. They were just too powerful. Those two, he said, they are true monsters. The being covered in scarlet aura opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of flames toward the other, who easily dodged the attack. It then summoned a massive sword engulfed in purple flames. Issei watched as the first being leaped into the air, slashing the air and launching a crescent of purple energy. With no way to escape, the colossal being took the attack head-on, resulting in a massive explosion. The being growled through the smoke, its crimson-red eyes glaring at its opponent. Issei had to admit that these beings were not only powerful but also durable. The attack from the purple being could slice through buildings with ease. Holding its sword in front of it, the being shrouded in purple narrowed its eyes at the enemy, which roared in anger. It began to charge an attack, and Issei's eyes widened. He knew it wouldn't end well. Hey, you better dodge this. He shouted, but once again, the two beings ignored him. The scarlet one fired a massive beam of flames toward the purple one, which readied its sword to block the attack. A foolish idea. Issei was blown back as the attack was unleashed, watching as the beam approached the purple being, which swung its sword in response. Beep, 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 beep. Issei's eyes shot open as he was greeted by the sight of his bedroom ceiling. He quickly turned off his alarm clock, his ears ringing. Breathing slightly, he felt sweat rolling down his forehead. The vision had been intense. He had no idea what he had just experienced, but he sensed that those two beings would force their way into his life. That was some nightmare, he muttered. Suddenly he felt a weight on his body, which confused him. Was it Yoruchi? She often slept on his chest. But something felt different. Turning his head, he was surprised to see Rias Gremory sleeping soundly next to him. Two thoughts raced through his mind. First, she was sleeping next to him in a vulnerable state. Most people would be startled, but Issei was more surprised than anything else. How had she ended up in his bed? Last time he checked, he hadn't invited her over, and it had only been a day since he had defeated Riser in a humiliating way. As he pondered this, Rias let out a yawn, rubbing her eyes and slowly waking up. Is it morning already? She asked, smiling at Issei when she noticed he was awake. Rias, oh, good morning, Issei-senpai. Issei raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the term, senpai. Last he checked, Rias was older and in her 3rd year, while he was just a 2nd-year student. There seemed to be no reason for her to call him that unless it held a different meaning. He had seen in both anime and manga that such titles often indicated a deeper affection, usually of a romantic nature. That was something Issei hadn't experienced since his awkward date with Yuma, and he still needed to figure out her whereabouts. For now, though, he had more pressing concerns, namely, why Rias was in his house. Issei, morning, Rias. What's with calling me senpai? Rias blushed slightly. Rias, and nothing important, I just wanted to call you that. Issei scratched the back of his head, deciding it wasn't a bad thing after all. It was just a nickname, and not all of them had negative connotations. Issei, well, I guess that's all right since it's only a nickname. Hearing this made Rias smile brightly. She was relieved that Issei didn't mind her calling him senpai. She felt indebted to him after he risked his life to save her from a marriage with Riser Phoenix. She intended to repay his kindness tenfold, no matter what it took. Issei, though, can I ask you something? Rias, oh, what is that? Issei narrowed his eyes at her. Issei, why are you in my house? Rias crossed her arms. Rias, am I not allowed to stay with the one who saved my life? Issei sighed, hoping this wouldn't become a regular occurrence, as it could get annoying. Issei, I guess not. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Issei, are you awake? It was his mother, likely coming to tell him breakfast was ready. Issei, yeah, Mom. I'm awake. Mickey, good, breakfast is ready. Issei was about to respond, but Rias cut him off. Rias, we will be down in a minute. Mickey, wait, was that Rias? Issei sighed, realizing he had to handle this situation. Issei, yeah, Mom. It's her. Rias, morning, Miss Hayudu. Mickey, morning, Rias. Do I need to make some more breakfast? Rias giggled. Rias, you might have to. Mickey, well, I better get to work then. With that, both Rias and Issei heard Mickey walk away from the door. Issei shook his head as he got out of bed, leaving Rias on the bed, and started to grab his school uniform. Rias, hey Issei. Issei looked over as he put on his breathes. Issei, yeah Rias. She smiled at him, contemplating a way to reward him. She could always just thank him again, but she wanted to do something special since he had crashed her wedding and saved her. Rias, I want to take you somewhere after school. This caught his attention and he raised an eyebrow. He put on his shirt, and before it fully covered him, Rias caught a glimpse of his muscular chest, causing her to blush slightly. Rias thought, he's so attractive. Issei, what's this special place? Rias snapped out of her thoughts and smiled. Rias, no spoilers, Issei chuckled, sensing that wherever she planned to take him was somewhere new, especially since he was still getting accustomed to the supernatural world. After breakfast with Rias, Issei, and his mother, along with Sun Wukong, who somehow managed to join them, Issei said goodbye to his mother. He and Sun Wukong started making their way toward Kuo Academy, Issei feeling a bit annoyed. Sun Wukong, what's wrong, buddy? Issei shot a deadpan look at the Monkey King, unsure if he was joking or genuinely clueless. Issei, how did you even get into my house? Sun Wukong chuckled. Sun Wukong, I have my ways, Issei. Issei sighed and shook his head, wanting to focus on school and get through the day. As they walked, Rias decided it was the perfect time to reveal her reward for him. She knew she had said she would take him after school, but they had time before class started, and the place she wanted to take him might not be open later. Rias, hey Issei. Issei, Both he and Sun Wukong turned to Rias. Rias, remember I said I was going to take you somewhere after school. Issei nodded, still curious about the destination. He had already seen the underworld, but he doubted it would be somewhere like heaven or where the fallen angels resided. The latter wouldn't be so bad. He could potentially learn about someone he hadn't been able to forget. Issei, yeah, but I thought you were going to take me after school. Rias, well, we left early and to be honest with you, I'm not sure if it will be open later, so we might as well go now. Sun Wukong, Where are you taking him? Rias, oh, just the familiar forest. Hearing this gained Issei's attention. What was a familiar? Was it some kind of pet? Issei, familiar. What's a familiar? Sun Wukong looked at the brown-haired boy. Sun Wukong, a familiar is basically a companion for devils. They do various tasks while their emtar handles more important ones. Issei was surprised when he heard this. It was like having a pet. Issei, so, it's like having a pet. Rias, in a way, yes. Issei, whoa, that's pretty cool. Rias smiled. Rias, well, do you want one? Issei thought about it for a moment. It sounded helpful, but did he really need a familiar? He technically already had Yoruchi, who was her own person and could come and go as she pleased. He didn't want to be rude to Rias, so maybe he would just take a look at the familiars. Issei, sure, I'll have a look. This caused Rias to smile happily. Rias, well, shall we get going? Sun Wukong, I'll take us there. At that moment, Sun Wukong placed his hand on both Issei's and Rias's shoulders, and before they knew it, they were gone and appeared in a place that looked like it was out of a horror movie. There were tons of trees, some were dead, and the sky was a crimson-red color with no sun or moon in sight. Issei blinked as he looked at his surroundings, unsure how to react. It wasn't like the other locations he had visited, which were all designed by the system. Issei wondered if these were actual places known to the supernatural world. If that were the case, maybe Rias, her brother, Sona, or someone else could tell him about their history. However, that was just a tiny voice in the back of his mind, a theory he knew would likely be incorrect even if he asked. Issei, well, this is surprise. Sun Wukong chuckled. Sun Wukong, Issei Haidu, welcome to the familiar forest. Issei, familiar forest. Sun Wukong, yeah, or the FF as some like to call it. Issei raised an eyebrow at Rias, checking if it was true that people called it the FF. The crimson-haired devil girl shook her head, staring at the monkey demon with a deadpan expression. Rias, no one calls it that. Wukong crossed his arms with a huff. Sun Wukong, I do, and I'll stick with that. Issei, well, you do you then. Rias, well, let's take a look around. Issei nodded as he and Sun Wukong started to walk into the dark forest, something that teenagers should probably avoid, especially if they were in a horror movie. Issei swore that if they ran into any iconic horror figures, he was going to throw a fit. He wasn't in the mood to face any immortal killers. How did those characters even get beaten in their movies? Issei had seen them overcome impossible odds, and he couldn't help but wonder about their stories. As he, Rias, and Sun Wukong walked through the dark forest, unknown to Issei, one of his shadow soldiers had left and traveled in a different direction. The soldier, Igris, sensed something nearby and decided to investigate. It was strange that Issei hadn't sensed it, but that meant Igris could check it out alone. He served Issei with undying loyalty, but he had been feeling off for the last couple of days. Igris recalled the battle he had with Issei, where he nearly killed the boy when he was alive. When he accepted to serve under him, he vowed to protect him from any threats and to help him in difficult situations. Yet, where was he during the battles with Sun Wukong or Riser Phoenix? He should have been there for Issei, but instead he stayed on the sidelines watching as Draig did all the work. Although Draig was a higher rank, being a general while Igris was only a knight, that didn't matter to him. Igris was determined to be the sword and shield for his new liege, and to keep that promise, he needed to grow stronger. Traveling through the dark forest, Igris arrived at a clearing, sensing something nearby. He perked up, hearing music that sounded oddly familiar. Suddenly, a massive force crashed to the ground, creating a shockwave that knocked him off balance. Using his armored gloves to shield himself from the gust of wind, he steadied himself. He had faced worse challenges in life and had always managed to endure. As the winds calmed, Igris was met with a massive dust cloud that slowly faded away. When it cleared, he found himself staring at a colossal crater, unlike anything he had seen before. His expression reflected disbelief, as anyone witnessing such a sight would feel the same. From the depths of the crater, a massive hand emerged, slapping the ground and causing the earth to shatter. Igris watched in awe as a towering figure rose from the darkness. The man was middle-aged, standing around 710 centimeters tall, with a muscular build that dwarfed a normal human. He had sharp-pointed horns, a long face with bloodshot eyes, and unruly black hair that fell to his mid-back. His facial hair was styled into a wavy Fu Manchu mustache and a spiked goatee. A tattoo resembling reptilian scales adorned his torso, culminating in a skull on his forearm. The man groaned, placing a hand on his head in annoyance. "Diamenit. Looks like I survived again," he muttered. Igris narrowed his eyes as he sensed the man's overwhelming aura, stronger than his lieges. Perhaps this was the one who could help him grow stronger. As the man finished drinking from a container, he sighed and said, "I know you're there." Igris was taken aback. How had he sensed him? The man glared at him and asked, "What the hell do you want?" Igris drew his sword and assumed a fighting position, but the man merely shook his head in annoyance and stood up. "All right, let's get this over with." In summary, Igris had lived a life filled with challenges, facing defeat multiple times and enduring captivity and torture. Yet, despite it all, he had never been able to die, his tough skin impervious to even the sharpest weapons. Sure, there were many ways he could meet his end, but none would succeed due to his incredible strength. He had faced fire and emerged unscathed, immune to high temperatures. Drowning was not a concern either. His large size granted him the ability to hold his breath for hours, making the ocean his temporary refuge. Even electrocution was ineffective against him, as his tough skin rendered him immune to electricity. Falling from great heights posed no threat either. He had survived drops from 30,000 feet without a scratch. Some might wonder who would attempt such feats. That would be Kaido, the strongest creature in the world, known as the King of the Beasts. Kaido had earned a fearsome reputation in the supernatural realm, rivaled only by the heavenly dragons, Draig and Albion, and the two dragon gods, Ophis and Great Red. Beyond these four, Kaido was unmatched. While there were many gods in various realms, no one had witnessed a confrontation between them and Kaido, leaving his true strength in comparison a mystery. His origins were shrouded in uncertainty. Some speculated he belonged to an ancient, extinct race, while others believed he merely adopted a human form. Kaido was a monster and a tyrant, having conquered numerous factions and defeated armies with ease. He was also a father, though not the best one, and perhaps that was part of his longing to end his own life, to free himself or his child from the burden of existence. Kaido narrowed his eyes at Igris, who stood ready with his massive sword. In Kaido's hand was a formidable black spiked club, a weapon he had wielded for ages. "Who are you, creature of the shadows?" Kaido asked. Igris remained silent, his gaze fixed on Kaido. The former BLD Red commander understood that defeating such a monster was nearly impossible, but he had to try for his liege. He had failed to protect him during a battle with Sun Wukong, and now he sought to prove himself. Kaido sighed, annoyance evident. "What a pain. I'll just end this quickly then." The two warriors stared each other down, the air thick with tension. While it appeared they were motionless, a fierce battle raged in their minds, each trying to anticipate the other's moves. Kaido shifted his weapon, sparks flying as he prepared for action. "All right then, it's time." In an instant, both charged at each other. Kaido swung first, but Igris dodged just in time, the force of the blow causing destruction to the landscape. Igris was taken aback. Only beings like Sun Wukong and Draig could unleash such devastation. Igris swung his sword at Kaido's leg, but to his shock, it merely bounced off. Kaido chuckled, a grin spreading across his face. "Did you really think that would work against me?" With a powerful strike, Kaido brought his weapon down on Igris, who barely managed to block it as the ground shattered beneath them. Igris found himself in a precarious situation, questioning his decision to challenge one of the most powerful creatures in the familiar forest. "Oh, you blocked it," Kaido taunted, raising his weapon for another strike. Igris seized the opportunity to evade, throwing his weapon at the King of the Beasts. Kaido effortlessly dodged, the blade embedding itself in the ground. Chuckling, Kaido acknowledged that if he were any other being, such an attack might have surprised him. But he was far from ordinary. He possessed a unique ability lost to time itself, something even the most powerful beings, like Lucifer and the dragon gods, did not have. This power was known as Haki, a mysterious force that allowed its user to harness spiritual energy for various purposes, including sensing others' energy and predicting their actions. All living beings in the world are capable of learning Haki, however, most people do not notice it or fail to awaken it. The first type is Busashoku Haki, or Armament Haki, which allows the user to use their own spiritual energy as armor to defend against attacks and enhance their own attacks. An advanced level of Busashoku enables the user to emit the armament a short distance without a medium. A higher grade of advanced Busashoku allows the user to make the emitted armament flow into a target's body and destroy it from the inside out. The next type is Kanbunshoku, or Observation Haki, which gives the user a sixth sense of the world around them, allowing them to sense the presence, strength, and emotions of others. It also grants limited precognitive abilities, enabling the user to sense their opponent's intentions and predict their actions before they happen. With enough training, an advanced level of Kanbunshoku allows the user to foresee a short PRD into the future. The final and most powerful type of Haki is Haoshoku, or Conqueror's Haki. This type allows the user to unleash their willpower to overpower the will of others, resulting in victims being mentally overwhelmed, with particularly weak-willed foes losing consciousness. Haoshoku is a rare form of Haki that only one in several million people are born with the ability to use. Most people tend to excel in one type of Haki and focus on training that primarily, though it is possible to improve abilities in all types with effort. Kaido recalled a few battles against opponents who had one or two types of Haki, mainly those that allowed for protective coatings and predicting enemy moves. However, only a select few possessed the one known by various names such as Color of the Supreme King and King's Will. In those battles, Kaido felt something unexpected: excitement. He believed that emotion had been lost to him due to his immense power, but one man reignited that feeling: Monkey D. Luffy. Initially, Kaido dismissed Luffy as just another weakling, but he learned never to underestimate an opponent. Luffy was stronger than he realized and was part of the mysterious D family, which intrigued Kaido despite his reluctance to care about such matters. Shaking off those thoughts, Kaido focused on the battle. He watched as Igris held out his hand, confusing him until he sensed something and quickly moved his head as the knight's weapon flew past him and into his own hand. Kaido exclaimed, "What the hell was that? How did he do that?" Igris, seizing the moment, jumped to Kaido's eye level and attempted to slash him, but Kaido dodged just in time, receiving a cut on his cheek. Gritting his teeth, Kaido thought, "How is he doing that? My Haki should have predicted that. Was it because I wasn't focusing?" With a growl, Kaido grabbed Igris's blade and lifted both it and the knight into the air with ease. He smirked as he tossed Igris into some trees, sending him crashing through nearly 10 of them. "I'll admit you caught me off guard, but I won't let that happen again," Kaido declared. Igris slowly got to his feet, glaring at Kaido. He was fortunate to be alive, but the pain from his injuries was intense. He needed a plan to defeat Kaido and grow stronger to serve his MSTR, but he was at a disadvantage as Kaido seemed to anticipate his every move. Meanwhile, Issei, Rias, and Sun Wukong were walking through a familiar forest, unaware of the battle occurring elsewhere. Issei noticed his mana decreasing slightly, indicating that one of his shadow soldiers was taking damage. He hadn't sent any of his shadows out, so one must have snuck off, and Wukong was already aware of it. Issei pondered, not wanting to ask Drake who it was since Rias was present. He preferred to keep his powers a secret for now, wanting to grow stronger on his own. Don't get him wrong, he didn't want to hurt her feelings because she was a very appealing young girl, but he had his own secrets to figure out. Who created the system? Why was he chosen? What was its purpose? There were many mysteries to solve, but he was determined to uncover them in time. If he didn't, he feared he might lash out in frustration. He suspected the system might be connected to his family. Issei wondered, is the system the reason Dad left? This thought consumed him as he and his two friends walked through the forest. His father had abandoned him and his mother years ago, and while he had tried to understand why, he eventually realized it was a waste of time. He had more pressing matters to focus on, like school and supporting his mother, who had made countless sacrifices for him. He felt powerless to help her, knowing he was too weak to make a difference. He longed to provide a life for them both that was free from worry. Meanwhile, Igris was struggling against Kaido, the king of beasts. Kaido's immense strength and size overwhelmed the knight, making it impossible for Igris to land a hit. Kaido swung his mace, lightning crackling around it. Igris managed to dodge, but Kaido feigned the attack and struck him in the chest with the spiked club, sending him crashing through the trees. It was clear that Kaido was far too powerful, and Igris felt his chances of victory dwindling. Kaido laughed as he approached the fallen knight. "I have to say, you fought well for a mere shadow." Igris remained silent, glaring at Kaido. He was a man of few words, believing that actions spoke louder. He couldn't recall much about his past service to a king or queen, but he remembered his loyalty and vowed to protect his current MSTR with the same dedication. He needed to become stronger, for his MSTR and for himself, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Igris slowly raised his sword, surprising Kaido, who had expected him to give up. Such determination, Kaido noted, recognizing the will to fight in Igris. It reminded him of many opponents he had faced, including Monkey D. Luffy. Kaido chuckled, shaking his head. "I have to say, you are very determined, little shadow." Despite Igris's resolve, Kaido knew the outcome of the battle was inevitable. "I think it's time to end this." Kaido's eyes glowed red as he prepared to unleash his most powerful haki, ready to assert his will over Igris. Meanwhile, Azazel, the leader of the fallen angels, sat on his couch, flipping through channels with a sigh of annoyance. He loved the human world, finding it fascinating, but he was disappointed by the lack of quality in their entertainment. The only movie he had enjoyed recently was Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, praising its animation. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. "You seem to be bored." Azazel turned to see a red portal open in his living room, and his old friend stepped through. "Still using red portals?" Azazel asked, raising an eyebrow. "What's wrong with red?" "It's a wonderful color," his friend replied. "Nothing, but when the war starts, you may want to change to a different color." "We can't have our allies thinking you're one of the monarchs," the man sighed, shaking his head. I know. So where were you?" "You left and haven't come back for a few hours." Azazel asked. The man fell silent for a moment, unsure if he should reveal his whereabouts to his old friend. After a brief pause, he let out a small sigh and leaned against the wall, inadvertently causing it to crack. "Am I wallpaper?" Azazel muttered. "I was watching my son," the man finally admitted. "Issei?" Azazel inquired, and the man nodded. "Yeah, I followed him into the familiar forest, and he got himself a pet now." This caught Azazel's attention. He hadn't thought it possible for a human to acquire a familiar. Normally, only devils could venture there, and even then, it was rare for them to convince one to join them. "Really now?" Azazel asked. The man nodded again. "Yeah." "What familiar did he get?" Azazel pressed. "I believe it's the daughter of the king of the beasts." "Yamato." The man confirmed with a nod. "Yeah, but I personally don't like it." "Let me guess why. Is it because Kaido is one of the generals of the Dragon Monarch?" Azazel speculated. "That, and I'm afraid she might be used as a spy to get information on my son." "Well, it's not like your son is that powerful," Azazel remarked. Hearing that made the man chuckle, drawing Azazel's curiosity. What's so funny?" Azazel asked. "My son may not be powerful yet, but he will surpass us, and that includes you." This filled Azazel with excitement. The governor of the fallen angels grinned savagely, crushing his remote as his eyes glowed with anticipation. "Ha! I can't wait for that to happen. I swear, sometimes I feel like you're secretly a monarch or something," the man said, rolling his eyes. "Oh, come on. You know I haven't fought a strong challenge in a very long time." "I know, just don't go off being Kokobile or something." Azazel gritted his teeth at the mention of Kokobile, a fellow fallen angel he despised for his reckless longing for chaos. Unlike Kokabeel, who instigated fights, Azazel preferred to wait for a worthy challenge. Please don't compare me to that idiot. When was the last time you checked up on him? The man asked. Azazel sighed. Been a while, but from what I've been told, he's been up to something in secret. And are you going to do something about it? The man pressed. Nah, I'll let your son deal with him. The man deadpanned. You know, for someone who was given power by those who created your father, you're extremely lazy. Azazel smirked. That's me. All day, every day. The man let out a small sigh of annoyance, prompting Azazel to chuckle and pat his friend's back. Don't worry, old friend. When the time comes, you know I'll be there to help in the upcoming war. Those monarchs won't know what hit them. The man chuckled in response. You're right, and maybe after this war, I can be with my family without having to hide. Yeah, that sounds nice. Both men laughed, their camaraderie evident despite their occasional bickering. They were close friends, always having each other's backs, even if they kept some secrets from one another. You better take good care of my son, help him become powerful. Ashbourne. Meanwhile, at Kuo Academy, it was an average day as students arrived to start their day. Behind some nearby trees, Sun Wukong, Rias Gremory, and Issei Haidu appeared in a blink of an eye, only for Issei to fall face-first onto the ground. Ow! He groaned, getting up and rubbing his face. I'm gonna be feeling that for a while. Sun Wukong rubbed the back of his neck. Sorry, bro, I guess my landing was off. Issei waved it off, not blaming the Monkey King. After all, he should have been used to teleportation by now, having gone through many portals created by the system. Yet, he wondered if there was a difference between portals and actual teleportation. Oh, that was something, Rias commented. Yeah, I guess it was, Issei replied. Suddenly, Sun Wukong received a phone call and paled at the sight of the caller ID. Oh no. He muttered, answering the call. Hello. Where are you? Came the furious voice on the other end. Both Issei and Rias perked up at the sudden shout, surprised to see Sun Wukong looking as pale as a ghost. Rias's jaw nearly dropped. This was Sun Wukong, the Monkey King and one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Issei was surprised, but he wasn't as shocked as Rias was because he had been told by Wukong that he had some wives, so he guessed that the person on the phone was one of them. Hey, honey, I told you. I'm with my friend, you know, the one I told you about last night, Sun Wukong said, sounding flustered. Issei deadpanned, the one whose house you broke into. Hey, your mom let me in. Wukong defended himself. Issei sighed and shook his head. Of course she did. A voice on the other end, chimed in, you better get here by tomorrow night, or I will personally strap you to the bed and you won't leave it for months. Dan. Not in front of my friends. Wukong protested. Another voice joined in, and not in front of Kenji. It was Sun Wukong's adoptive daughter, Taejin Park, who was the daughter of the man Mujin Park. Oh, hey Taejin. How are you doing, my little princess? Wukong greeted her. Issei blinked in surprise. You have a daughter? Wukong rubbed the back of his head and chuckled, nodding. Yeah, I have one. But she isn't my biological daughter, she's actually adopted. Rias looked surprised. You adopted a child. The Monkey King nodded, catching Rias off guard. She had heard stories of the monkey demon, who gained immortality through various means, but she had never heard that he had a family. Wow. Just wow, Rias said, still processing the information. Is it that much of a shocker? Wukong asked. Yeah, because it's you, Issei replied, face-palming. Dumbass, your son Wukong. You've never been known to have family, other than some group of monkeys who took you as their king. Oh, Wukong responded, finally understanding. Issei sighed as he looked to his left, where a screen appeared before him, showing his stats. Name, Issei Haidu. Job, Shadow Monarch. Title, Conqueror of Adversity +1 level, 56 health points / HP, 16895/16895 magic / MP, 1769 fatigue, 0 strength / STR, 82 + 20 vitality / VIT, 66 agility / AGL, 66 + 20 intelligence / int, 67 + 25 sense, 66 plus 20 available points, 0 physical damage reduction, 20% plus 15. Issei thought. After so much, I still know that I'm very weak and powerless if any god or stronger supernatural being comes after me. Are you okay, Issei? Rias asked, breaking his concentration. Huh? Issei snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Rias. He realized he had been too focused on his stats and had started to act strange around Wukong and Rias. He didn't want to worry them because they wouldn't understand his situation. Did Sun Wukong even know the power that Issei had? If he did, then the monkey demon would have been staring at the system screen along with Issei. But if Issei recalled their previous chat, Wukong didn't seem to react to it. Maybe even godly-level beings like Wukong couldn't see the system. What did you say, Rias? Issei asked. I asked if you are okay, she repeated. Oh yeah, I'm doing all right, Issei replied. Kenji is gone, Taijin said suddenly. Sun Wukong and Ahan exclaimed, What? Issei felt something tug at his breathes and looked down to see a kid who looked exactly like Sun Wukong. I think I found him, Issei said, surprised at how quickly the child had appeared. Kenji! Wukong exclaimed, picking up the small boy and holding him in his arms. Why are you out here? You're scaring your mother. The boy simply touched his father's nose in response, making Wukong deadpan. You're so lucky that you're cute, otherwise I would do something, Wukong muttered. Issei sighed and face-bombed. He should really get to class, but he still had a few minutes before it started, and students and teachers were still arriving. Anyways, Wukong, Rias and I have class in a few minutes, Issei said. I understand, Wukong replied. Rias walked up to Kenji and started to tickle him under his chin. Ah, you're so cute, she said, and Kenji giggled, prompting many girls to gush about how adorable he was and compliment Sun Wukong for being a great big brother. Issei rolled his eyes playfully and turned to walk off. He didn't mind the small child, but he had more important things to do, like getting to class, or else he would be in huge trouble with both his teacher and his mother. Later, Issei. Wukong called as he walked away with Kenji, and Rias followed after Issei. That was such a cute child, Rias remarked. Yeah, it actually was a cute kid, Issei agreed. As they made their way through the gate, all eyes were instantly on them, resulting in whispers among the students, some positive and some negative. Is Rias senpai with Hayudu? One girl exclaimed. Whoa, they look good together, another girl added. So awesome, a third girl chimed in. I so wanna date Rias senpai, another girl said. Suddenly, Rias felt a shiver run down her spine, which confused her. Why would she feel that way at school? The students usually treated her like a goddess, despite her being a devil. Why do I feel like someone said they want to date me? Rias thought. The boys had a different reaction. Minute, Hayuda got to her first. One boy complained. Hayu, you lucky guy. Another boy shouted. I'm gay. One boy declared. We know Bob and we're proud of you. The others responded. Issei's sweat dropped from what he had just overheard. Kuo was really a place full of weirdness. He swore it might turn out to be like Gravity Falls. Rias said, Well, I better go to my class. See you later. She kissed his cheek before walking away. Issei watched as Rias walked away, the sudden kiss shocking everyone around them. Issei, came a shout. Issei turned to see Matsuda and Motohama rushing toward him, only to be greeted by a sudden dropkick that sent him stumbling back. Ow! What the? He exclaimed. You traitor! Matsuda accused. What? Issei replied, confused. How did you do it? Motohama asked. Issei raised an eyebrow, unsure what they were talking about. What are you two talking about? You betrayed your comrades. Of the loser alliance. Matsuda exclaimed. Issei finally figured it out. Was it about Rias kissing my cheek? Yes. How did you do it? They both asked eagerly. Issei sighed as he stood up and dusted himself off. Don't ask me, I'm just as surprised as you two are. Liar. Are you two dating? Motohama pressed. Issei deadpanned, gesturing to himself and the direction Rias went. Do you really think that I, of all people, am capable of dating Rias Gremory? Yes. Look at you. You're cool, handsome, and look like a bad boy. Girls dig those types of men. Matsuda insisted. Then why don't I see the other girls in the school drooling over my looks? Also, you do realize that Kiba is still a thing, right? Issei countered. Yeah. Issei shook his head and started to walk away, his two friends chasing after him, trying to get him to spill the beans about his relationship with Rias. He liked the two boys, no offense, but they could be very annoying at times. However, he had more important things to worry about, like finding a way to become stronger since he knew he would be facing more powerful challenges in the future. I wonder how Yoruchi is doing, he thought. She should be fine as long as she doesn't transform in front of his mother. But he recalled asking Rias to send Yamato to his bedroom, so Yoruchi was probably a bit stressed. He imagined Yamato chasing her around while his mother wasn't home, hoping they weren't making a mess. After a long walk, Issei and his friends entered the classroom, greeted by their teacher, the gorgeous Miss Scathach. "Morning, you three," she said. "Morning, teach," Issei replied. "Morning, sensei," Matsuda added. "Greetings, Scathach-sensei," Motohama chimed in. "Take your seats. Class is about to begin," she instructed. The trio nodded and walked to their seats. Issei didn't care much about his human world studies. He was more focused on the supernatural. He felt a strange aura coming from Scathach, which puzzled him since she didn't seem to have any ties to the supernatural world. Maybe it's nothing, he thought. As school ended, the sun began to set, painting the sky a deep orange. Issei sighed, making his way out of the school grounds, holding a strange key he obtained from his daily quest. Item, dungeon key level of difficulty. A type, key. It looked like the regular dungeon keys he had been getting, but he felt an unsettling darkness from it. He wanted to become stronger, and while the key was only A rank, he knew that appearances could be deceiving, and that could lead to danger. Issei had come close to death many times but had always managed to survive through luck. He had defeated Riser Phoenix with skill, but he knew there were still more powerful beings out there. He needed to become stronger, and if it meant taking risks, he was willing to do so. But he had to ensure he didn't drag others into his problems. They wouldn't understand what was happening. "Issei, this is something I need to do myself. I got a solo leave." "Hey, Issei." Issei's eyes widened. Those voices belonged to Matsuda and Motohama. "You too?" Issei asked, surprised. "You think we were gonna forget about the fact you and Rias shared a kiss?" Matsuda exclaimed. Issei deadpanned, wondering why they were still fixated on that moment. "Seriously, you're still complaining?" Issei replied. "Yes." Matsuda insisted. Motohama adjusted his glasses, noticing the key in Issei's hand. "Hey, what's that key?" Motohama asked. "It's nothing," Issei started, but was interrupted. "Wow, you three seem to be very good friends." The new voice made the trio perk up. Scathach stood before them, holding her bag, seemingly ready to head home like the other students. "You gotta be kidding me," Issei thought. Scathach raised an eyebrow. "So, what's with all this yelling and complaining?" Issei stammered. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, displaying a troubling message. "Warning error. An error has occurred." Issei was confused. What was happening to the system? It had never malfunctioned before. This didn't fill him with good emotions. Something was wrong, and it had to be connected to the strange dream he had that morning. What the hell is happening? "Warning, red gate shall now appear." Repeat, "Red gate shall now appear." "Wait, Issei began, but black and red electricity surged from the key, causing him to drop it and clutch his hand in pain. Matsuda, Motohama, and Scathach looked on in shock. "Sit. Are you okay?" Motohama shouted. "Warning, red gate appearing." Issei's eyes widened in shock and horror as the red gate began to manifest. "You three get back." "No," Issei warned, but before they could react, the key on the ground sparked again, and a blue portal emerged, quickly turning crimson and sking them in like a vacuum. What's going on?" Matsuda yelled. "I don't know," Motohama replied, panic rising. Scathach struggled against the pole, looking at Issei. "Mr. Hayuda, what is going on?" Issei gritted his teeth, staring at the chaotic portal. This was unlike anything he had experienced before. The pressure was overwhelming, and he sensed something was terribly wrong. So this is a red gate, Issei declared. Scat was confused. A red WH, she started, but before she could finish, the portal pulled them in completely. They were soon ejected into a snowy forest, caught in the early stages of a blizzard. Issei quickly got up and charged toward the red gate, but it closed just as he reached it. No! He shouted, frustration boiling over. Damn it! What the hell? Where are we? Matsuda exclaimed. I want to go home. Motohama added. Scat remained silent, observing Issei's anger. He silently cursed both the system and its creator for putting him and his friends in this predicament. Great, just great. Issei muttered. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him. You have entered a red gate. Due to the conditions of the red gate, you are not allowed to leave until the boss is slain or the player is eliminated. Can't my luck get any worse? Issei thought. A day within the red gate is equivalent to 1 hour in the normal world. Issei's eyes widened in shock. If they remained in the red gate for 24 hours, it would be 24 days in real life. He couldn't help but wonder if this was similar to the time chamber from that show he liked. What was its name again? He knew it had the words, time chamber, within it. Issei thought, so, depending on how long it takes to defeat the boss. There is a chance we are here for a single day or several months. Hayadu, he heard his teacher Scat call out as she approached. Yeah. What is it? Issei replied. You are not any ordinary human, are you? Scat words caused both Matsuda and Motohama to look at Issei with expressions of shock and confusion. What makes you think that? Issei asked. Because I know when I see one, and I should know because I am no ordinary human either. This caught Issei's attention, and he narrowed his eyes at her, both of them glowing with a menacing purple aura. What are you then? Do you know someone else with my name? Yeah, the legendary Scat from the Ulster Sea Waisil of Irish mythology. She is a legendary Scottish warrior woman and martial arts teacher who trains the legendary Ulster hero Siu Chulain. You can't be. Scat nodded, glowing with a bright aura that made the boys cover their eyes momentarily. When they uncovered them again, they saw their teacher in a completely different outfit. The two boys exchanged perverted grins, but their expressions turned to fear when Scat glared at them. She then turned to Issei, who was stunned and speechless. Shocked? Scat asked. Issei nodded, realizing this was a huge surprise. However, if he thought about it deeply enough, he really shouldn't be shocked. A little but not much. Like I am friends with Sun Wukong, he replied. You met that monkey. Issei crossed his arms. More like he challenged me to a duel. My best guess. The Buddha told him about me. He sighed and shook his head. First, Loki, then Hades, now the Buddha. Won't be long before RA starts watching me. I see. Scat responded just as Matsuda approached with Motohama following closely behind. Sorry to interrupt. But what is happening? Where are we? Matsuda exclaimed. Issei sighed, not wanting to drag his friends into this, but he knew he had no choice since he had no idea who or what the boss of this dungeon was. For all he knew, it could be a fearsome ice dragon. I hope you two love long stories, Issei said. How is this going to be a long so? Matsuda began, but Issei cut him off by summoning his dagger and tossing it toward him. It was meant to protect Matsuda from an incoming ice arrow that nearly pierced his body. What the? Matsuda shouted. Are we under attack? Motohama added. An ambush. Scat declared, summoning her weapon and scanning the area for any signs of their enemies. Issei held his hand out, and his dagger, Night Killer, returned to him. Go hide. While Scat and I take care of them. Issei ordered. Wait in the trees. Motohama pointed toward some trees. Both Issei and Scat looked over and saw two figures standing on branches. Issei narrowed his eyes, recognizing that what had just attacked them were ice elves. Ice elves, he muttered. Elves, as they are sometimes called, are humanoid supernatural beings from Germanic mythology and folklore, often depicted as having magical powers and supernatural beauty. However, these elves were different. Their faces bore expressions of pure insanity. Well, those are faces only mothers could love, Issei remarked as he and Scathach got into a fighting stance. The elves smirked and leaped further into the forest, making Issei groan in annoyance. Great. That is obviously a trap. No kidding, Scathach replied. What should we do? What if they come back for us? Matsuda panicked. We can't stand here, Motohama added. Scathach looked at the two boys. Calm down, I am sure Issei and I will think of some. They're right. Issei interrupted. Huh? Scathach asked. This is a red gate. In here, we can't leave until the boss is dead. A day in here is an hour in the real world, Issei explained. Well, where is it? Matsuda asked. That's the thing. I don't know where the boss is. This is the first time I've ever experienced a red gate. Scathach's eyes widened in shock. Are you serious? Issei nodded and crossed his arms. Yeah, for now, we need to set up a camp somewhere away from the ice elves. Scathach fell silent and sighed. Fine. Issei looked at Matsuda and Motohama, noticing they were freezing. Inventory. A screen appeared next to him as he reached inside, pulling out winter clothes that surprised the others. Put those on, I can't have you getting cold, he instructed, tossing the items to his friends and Scathach, who caught them. Issei then took one for himself, zipping it up and placing the hood over his head. The others quickly donned their winter clothes. Let's go, Issei said, leading them into the forest, away from the direction the ice elves had gone. Scathach noticed claw marks on a few tree trunks. Her curiosity piqued. Odd, she thought. Issei, Matsuda began. Why are we going into the forest? Motohama asked. Yeah, wouldn't those ice elves come after us? Issei shook his head and gestured to a tree marked with claw marks. They won't, because the creatures in this part of the forest, which I believe are ice bears, are going to be the reason for our survival. Scathach frowned, confused. How do you know? Wouldn't that be worse than the elves? The bears would just act like wild animals. Issei replied. Simple. I saw numerous claw marks on the trees, which means the bears have marked this part of the forest as their territory. Scathach's eyes widened as she realized what Issei was implying. The only enemies we need to worry about are the bears, because they're not as smart as the elves. Issei nodded in agreement. Matsuda asked, So, Issei, are there any weapons you can lend us for protection? Issei replied, The only weapons I have are daggers, and I doubt you two know how to use them. Motohama chimed in, We know, but are there any other weapons that don't have powers? Issei fell silent, realizing he had no other weapons in his inventory. He had been using daggers exclusively, and the sword he had used in the first dungeon was broken. He considered buying new weapons for his friends. I'm afraid not, sorry, Matsuda exclaimed. Then how will we defend ourselves? Issei sighed. Okay. Give me a second. Matsuda, Motohama, and Scathach watched as Issei looked to the left, seemingly doing something in the air. They stared at him, confused, but he was actually retrieving weapons for Matsuda and Motohama. After searching for a good price, Issei took out 2 items and tossed one to Matsuda and the other to Motohama. Matsuda examined his new pair of gauntlets, while Motohama received a large battle axe and shield. Both exclaimed, Whoa. Use those to defend yourselves, Issei instructed, feeling a bit disappointed as his gold reserves were now halved. He had been saving that gold to improve his and his mother's life. He hoped she would understand that he needed to ensure Matsuda and Motohama's safety in the Red Gate. Let's go, Issei said, and the trio nodded, following him deeper into the snowy forest. The only sound was the icy wind echoing around them. Scathach admitted she had never been in such a snowy place before. It was completely different from anywhere she had been. They soon stopped when they heard a low growl. Matsuda stammered, Did you guys hear that? Why yeah, Motohama replied. Scathach got into a fighting stance, scanning the area. Issei chuckled as he turned to his right, facing a massive white bear resembling a polar bear, but with glowing red eyes. Where did that come from? Motohama exclaimed. Is that an ice bear? Matsuda added. Issei glared at the bear and took a stance alongside Scathach. Okay, how do we fight this? Scathach asked. You don't I do. Swap title, Issei replied. He felt his title SWH to Wolf Assassin, boosting his abilities by 40% for this beast-type monster. The ice bear roared and swung its claw at Issei, who leaped into the air, making the bear look up. Let's hope this works, he thought, rearing back his fist as his eyes glowed purple. He delivered a powerful punch to the ice bear's head, taking it down with a single blow. The bear crashed to the ground, causing a massive shockwave. Matsuda, Motohama, and Scathach watched in shock as Issei sat on the ice bear's defeated head. That was pretty easy, Issei said, and a notification popped up, level up. Oh, did I get a level up from that? Strange, I didn't think I would be getting one so soon, he mused. Say, that was so cool. Matsuda shouted. How did you do that? Motohama asked. Let's just say, this isn't my first time fighting beast-type monsters, Issei replied. How many have you fought? Matsuda inquired. Well, there were the steel fangs, those panthers, some monkeys and werewolves. Maybe a few more, Issei listed. Okay, you gotta tell us everything, Matsuda urged. Issei sighed. That's for another time. For now, we need to make a campfire. He turned to Scathach. Right, Teach? Scathach nodded. Yes, we must build one before it gets colder. Well, let's get on with that, Issei said. Meanwhile, Rias Gremory was confused. She had told Issei to meet her at the Occult Research Club, but he hadn't shown up yet. Her peerage, Sona, and her queen were in the clubroom to deliver a message to Rias and were confused by Issei's absence. Rias grabbed her phone and called Sun Wukong, who answered with Kenji near the camera. Kenji, where's your father? Rias asked, surprised to see the cute baby on the screen. Kenji, don't put your face near the camera, Sun Wukong said, taking the phone and handing his son to Taejin. Let's go play, little bro, Taejin said as she left the room with the baby, while Wukong looked at his phone. Sorry about that, he was curious, Wukong said. It's okay, Rias replied. So, what's up? Wukong asked. Have you seen Issei? Rias inquired. No, why? Wukong responded. I told him I would meet him at the ORC after school, but he hasn't shown up yet. Rias sighed. Wouldn't he just be at home? Wukong asked, raising an eyebrow. No, he said he would meet me here. Rias shook her head. Let me check around the universe, Wukong said. Rias nodded as the Monkey King closed his eyes. After his journey to the west, he had gained the ability to check around the universe. That's strange, Wukong said after a moment. What's wrong? Rias asked. I can't seem to locate him, Wukong replied. Damn it. Rias said. I'm sorry, Rias, Wukong said. It's okay, Wukong. You did your best, Rias said before hanging up the phone. She let out a sigh. Rias? Sona asked, noticing her distress. Not even Wukong could find him. Rias said. Where is he? Sona asked. I don't know. Rias admitted. Both girls were worried about Issei and wondered where he could be. Meanwhile, Issei, Scathach, Matsuda, and Motohama were sitting around a campfire, cooking pieces of meat on small branches. They had obtained the meat from an ice bear that Issei had killed. Man, this stuff smells awful. Matsuda said. Yeah, it could use some seasoning, Motohama added. Issei shook his head as he started to eat his piece of meat. Despite the smell, the taste wasn't bad, almost like chicken drumstick. So, why are you in Kuo and how are you alive? Issei asked Scathach. It's a long story. How much do you know about my history? Scathach replied. Scathach, in Celtic mythology, was a female warrior and teacher of heroes. She trained many in combat and is known for her student, Siuchulain, Issei explained. Scathach blinked, surprised by his knowledge. She had heard rumors about Issei being a typical teenage boy, but this was unexpected. Oh, that is a shocker, she said. Is it really? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Matsuda and Motohama, who were eating, stared at him in disbelief. How do you know all of this? Motohama asked. I read a book, Issei replied casually. When? Matsuda pressed. A while ago, Issei said. How come we didn't notice? Motohama wondered. Probably because you were distracted, Issei said with a smirk. Matsuda and Motohama fell silent, realizing he had a point. How are you alive? You lived centuries ago, Issei asked Scathach. It's complicated, she said. I see. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, Issei replied. If we get out of this, I'll think about it, Scathach promised. After finishing their meal, Issei stood up. Sit. Where are you going? Motohama asked. I ate, so I'm going to do some exercise, Issei said, turning away from the campfire. You can't be serious. Scathach exclaimed. If I don't, there will be a penalty. Issei replied, leaving the trio to do his daily exercise. He wanted to avoid being sent to the penalty zone 4 hours. His workout consisted of sit-ups, push-ups, squats, and a 10 kilometers run. However, he was cautious about running into a group of ice elves that might be hunting them down. He'll need to try something to prevent that from happening. But what? He doesn't know, though he will come up with something because if he doesn't, then the others are as good as lost. Issei called out, Drake. You hear me? Just then, the former Welsh dragon of domination's shadowy head rose from Issei's shadow. Yes, my liege. How may I serve you? Drake responded. What are the chances of an ice bear cave being nearby? Issei asked. I'd say 78%, Drake replied. Issei chuckled. That sounds good enough to me. With that, the brown-haired boy quickly finished his daily exercise, which wasn't too hard. The only truly challenging part was the 10 kilometers run, and he didn't want to run straight into some ice elves. But he managed, and soon enough he noticed something out of the corner of his eye, an ice bear cave. Bingo, Issei said to himself. He slowly made his way toward the cave, the sound of the cracking snow beneath his feet echoing loudly. He found it strange that snow could be so noisy. It was always quiet in TV shows and movies. But he didn't dwell on it, as he was focused on hunting and hopefully leveling up. Standing outside the cave, he picked up a nearby rock and threw it inside. A snarl echoed from within, followed by numerous glowing red eyes that seemed to pierce into his soul. However, Issei felt no fear. A small smirk grew on his face as ice bears emerged from the darkness. Found you, he said, counting around 30 or more ice bears. This was a good thing. A very good thing. Issei's eyes glowed a appealing purple as he commanded, come on out. He snapped his fingers, and his shadow soldiers, minus Drake, rose from the shadows, ready to battle the group of ice bears. They bowed to their liege, awaiting his orders. Kill them all. Issei commanded. The soldiers drew their weapons and charged at the ice bears. The bears roared in response, and a fierce battle began. The soldiers fought valiantly, wielding swords, axes, and spears, while mages launched fireballs, decimating many of the ice bears. Issei watched with a small smile, impressed by the power of his shadow soldiers. Their regeneration is almost at the level of immortality. The only downside is that it's draining my mana, he noted. Standing by Issei's side was Igris, waiting for the command to strike when the leader of the ice bears appeared. Igris, when you see the leader, immediately strike it down, Issei instructed. Igris nodded, and soon enough, the leader of the ice bears emerged, roaring loudly. Issei's eyes widened slightly. The leader was enormous, covered in scars. It looked powerful enough to carry him and his entire peerage. The leader charged through the shadow soldiers, and Issei gritted his teeth as his mana began to dwindle rapidly. Igris, he called. The former BLD Red commander stepped forward, drawing his massive sword. Igris gestured for the giant bear to come at him. The leader roared and charged, but Igris dodged, grabbing the leader by its tail and spinning it around before hurling it away. The bear growled in pain and anger, and Igris charged, leaping onto its back. He stabbed his weapon into the creature and dragged it across its massive body, causing it to roar in agony. Building stained the snow, a vivid reminder of the battle. Issei was taken aback by Igris's power. He wanted to say something, but the ice bear leader stood on its hind legs and swung at Igris. The knight jumped into the air, slicing the creature's head off its shoulders. Holy! I wouldn't have stood a chance against Igris if he used his sword in our battle, Issei thought, watching as BLD sprayed from the body. Igris bowed to his liege. That was amazing, Issei said, a smile spreading across his face as he placed a hand on Igris's shoulder. You've done well. Turning his attention to the fallen ice bear leader, Issei smirked. Arise. As he spoke, silence filled the air. A shadowy paw rose from the corpse, and slowly, the leader of the ice bears and the other slain bears began to rise, transformed into shadow soldiers under Issei's command. Issei had successfully summoned a new shadow, an ice bear, which he decided to name Tank. The creature growled and lowered its head to him, seemingly pleased with its new name. Issei chuckled, surprised at his own naming skills, as he reached out to pet Tank. Good boy, he said, and Tank nuzzled into his hand, enjoying the affection. As Issei's other shadows returned to him, he turned to Draig, the dragon spirit. Draig, you can sense someone watching me, right? Draig nodded. I figured. You can come out. But there was only silence. Issei sighed, knowing the ice elf was lurking in the shadows. He began walking back to his companions. My liege, you know they will discover the location of our camp, Draig warned. I know, Draig. That's exactly what I want. Issei replied, revealing his plan to lure the ice elves into a trap. Draig recognized the strategy but understood the risks involved. Upon returning to the group, Issei greeted them. I'm back. Scathach acknowledged him, but he noticed Matsuda and Motohama on the ground, nursing bumps on their heads. He sighed, realizing they had been misbehaving. Look alive, we got company, he warned, sensing a presence nearby. Scathach looked puzzled, but Issei narrowed his eyes at the trees, where he saw purple energy glowing. You may as well drop your stealth. Your energy makes hiding pointless. The others were confused until they heard soft laughter. Suddenly, 19 ice elves appeared, led by a figure on a white horse. The leader grinned. There was one useful one among the trash. Issei glared at the ice elf. Did you just call us trash? The leader blinked in surprise. How are you speaking to us? Issei was just as confused. I can understand them. He thought, but he pushed the questions aside for now. The ice elf leader commanded his soldiers to attack the men but spare Scathach, revealing their intentions. Not one to talk. Issei retorted, and the leader laughed. You're right. There is someone I want to introduce. He gestured to another ice elf, but before he could finish, Issei swiftly eliminated the elf with a knife. Anything else? Issei asked, his tone challenging. The leader grinned. Aren't you interesting? He drew his own knife and stepped forward. I have a question. Despite not being a human, why are you with them? Issei raised an eyebrow, confused. What are you talking about? The leader laughed again. There's a voice in our heads telling us to kill all humans. But I can't hear it when you're around. What do you mean? Issei demanded, but before he could get an answer, the leader began to glitch, surprising Issei. This was beyond the system's capabilities, something more powerful was at play. The leader returned to normal, smirking. There's no need for us to fight. We don't want unnecessary casualties. Give us the woman, and we shall let you live. How about that? Issei narrowed his eyes, contemplating his next move. Ice Elf leader, do you accept our proposal? Issei, no, you think I'll just give her to you. You're wrong because I am not giving someone as appealing as Scathach over to you. Hearing that made Scathach blush and smile in gratitude for Issei's choice. Ice Elf leader, oh well, I guess you chose the hard way. The leader of the Ice Elves smirked as his eyes glowed. Do you plan on fighting me and my soldiers all on your own? Do you think you can handle our numbers by yourself? The entire group of Ice Elves smirked at him. There was no way a mere human could take them all on and hope to win. Issei didn't feel afraid and simply smirked. Issei, numbers. What numbers? Suddenly, his shadow shot out and began to expand as his shadow soldiers appeared. Scathach, Matsuda, Motohama, and the Ice Elves were taken aback as Shadow Knights and Shadow Bears emerged, ready for combat. Igris and Drake stood next to Issei, and Tank was behind him, causing the elves to sweat in fear. Scathach, wait, is that Drake? Ice Elf leader, my army. They charged at Issei and his army. Issei raised his arm and snapped his fingers as his army charged toward the Ice Elves. Matsuda, holy cow. The group watched as Issei's army began to tear through the Ice Elves, only to regenerate and continue the assault. Matsuda and Motohama were almost sickened, but they couldn't take their eyes off the battle. Scathach stared at Issei, awe on her face. Scathach, just who are you, Issei Haidu? The battle looked brutal, but the leader of the Ice Elves was holding his own, tearing through the shadows and draining Issei's mana. Issei gritted his teeth. Issei, I knew he would be annoying. As the leader prepared to attack, Igris stepped in and sliced off his arm. Issei, thank you, Igris. Igris nodded, and the leader leaped back, chuckling. Ice Elf leader, not bad. You're pretty interesting. Issei, thanks, but you should know that you're not going to win this battle. The Ice Elf glared at Issei but soon smirked. Ice Elf leader, maybe. But I can do something else. Issei, and that is. Just then, the leader snapped his fingers, and Issei heard a noise from above. He looked up to see numerous Ice Elves in the trees, his eyes widening as they began to fire ice arrows. Issei, take cover. Both Drake and Igris instantly shielded their MSTR from the incoming attack. Scathach managed to dodge the arrows with her weapon, destroying them all. However, Matsuda and Motohama were not so lucky. They were struck and fell to the ground, BLD pouring from their wounds. Issei, Matsuda. Motohama. Issei rushed to his friends, tears threatening to escape as he applied pressure to their wounds. Issei, come on, you two, stay with me. Scathach covered her mouth, shocked that two of her students were in such peril. They may have had their flaws, but they didn't deserve this. Issei tried to heal them but was low on mana. Issei, a minute. That leader and those Ice Elves are draining my mana too fast. Matsuda coughed up BLD Matsuda. WL. Looks like this is the end. Motohama. Why? Issei, don't say that. Just hang in there. Motohama. Issei. Don't blame yourself for this. We got ourselves into this mess. Say, no. This wasn't your fault. We didn't know this would happen. Just hang in there a little longer. Issei searched for a healing item in his inventory but found nothing. Meanwhile, Drake, Igris, and Scathach were struggling against the Ice Elf leader, who was still a formidable opponent despite his injury. Scathach, die, you monster. She swung her weapon at him, but he blocked the attack and grinned. Ice Elf leader, ha! You think that one arm is enough to put me down? He kicked her back, but Igris caught her before she hit a tree. The leader then charged at Issei, who had lowered his head, his hair shadowing his eyes. The elf aimed to end the battle by eliminating Issei. He leaped into the air, dagger raised. Ice Elf leader, D. Before he could finish, he was punched in the gut and sent flying back. Scathach was shocked to see two shadow soldiers standing behind Issei, both resembling Matsuda and Motohama. Issei, you. Issei glared at the leader, his eyes glowing blue as he pointed his finger at him and released his aura. Issei, how dare you? Ice Elf leader, what the hell? Issei snapped his fingers, and two new shadows rose up. Issei, Iron. The shadow with the massive axe and shield, named Iron, narrowed its eyes at the leader of the Ice Elves. Issei, Greed. The other shadow, now named Greed, cracked its knuckles, producing a satisfying sound. The Ice Elf leader looked around, panic rising as he realized he was alone. Ice Elf leader, no. Impossible. Issei, Igris. The former Beeldered commander appeared behind the Ice Elf and swiftly incapacitated him, causing a scream of pain to escape his lips. Issei, Iron Greed. Teach him a lesson. The two soldiers nodded and approached the leader. Ice Elf Leader, no. Please, have mercy. I'm sorry. Issei, you shouldn't have pushed my buttons. Iron and greed towered over the leader, beginning to deliver a relentless beating. The leader's cries for mercy echoed in the air, but they continued their assault. Issei and Scathach watched in silence, witnessing the revenge unfold against the monsters who had caused them so much pain. Once the beating ceased, they stepped back as Draig loomed above the Ice Elf, ready to deliver the final blow. Ice Elf Leader, and no. Peeps. Before he could finish, Draig slammed his fist down, ending the Ice Elf's reign. The dungeon boss has been slain. Level up. Level up. Issei sighed. Issei, it's over. He approached his new soldiers. Scathach, Issei, are they still? Issei, both Motohama and Matsuda are gone. They're no longer iron and greed. Scathach, I see. Can they speak? She was interrupted as Iron roared and struck the fallen Ice Elf's body repeatedly with his axe. Issei, hey. Iron paused, confused by Issei's tone. Issei, take it easy. Iron blinked, then turned away and Issei sighed. Issei, I worry about the future. Iron looked at Igris, who shook his head in disappointment before walking away. Issei, Matsuda still has his recklessness. Scathach, I can see that. So what now? Issei smiled at her, causing a slight blush to rise on her cheeks. Issei, we go home. The sky was a deep orange as the sun set over the horizon, casting a peaceful glow. However, that tranquility shifted when a blue portal appeared near Kuo Academy. School had ended a few hours prior, and most students had gone home, leaving only the Occult Research Club and the Student Council behind. From the portal, Issei Haidu and Scathach emerged, still clad in the warm clothes he had given her and his friends. Issei let out a small sigh. Issei, finally we're back. Scathach, yes, that was certainly an experience I shall not forget. Issei checked his phone, eyes widening as he saw it was only 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Issei, DMN. Scathach, what is it? Issei, only 2 hours passed out here. Scathach was taken aback, surprised by the short duration of their absence. She had expected much longer. Reflecting on their experience, she felt a pang of guilt for not being able to save Motohama and Matsuda, who had become more than just students to her. They had transformed into something greater, and she couldn't shake the feeling that she could have done more to protect them. If only she had protected them better, maybe they would still be alive and standing next to her and Issei. Hey Issei. Scathach said softly. Issei replied, his attention shifting to her. I just want to say, wow, you two look like you've gone through hell itself, a voice interrupted. Both Issei and Scathach turned to see a brown-haired woman approaching. Issei recognized her as the school nurse, though he found it strange that he had never seen her in the infirmary before. There was something about her that felt familiar, an aura he couldn't quite place. He couldn't be sure if she was a threat, but he had learned the hard way that appearances could be deceiving. Chisato. Scathach acknowledged her. It's good to see you, Scathach. I didn't expect you to reveal yourself this soon, Chisato replied with a smile. Wait, you knew who she was? Issei asked, surprised. Chisato nodded. Yes, anyone could put the pieces together, especially since she didn't change her name. It had been years since anyone last heard my name. I figured they had forgotten about me, Scathach said. Some have, but I will not, Chisato assured her. Issei narrowed his eyes, feeling a shift in the atmosphere. Well then, who exactly are you? He sensed that Chisato was not human, but what was she? A devil? An angel? A fallen angel? Or perhaps a goddess? Each possibility posed a threat to him and those he cared about. Despite having leveled up since his last encounter with a supernatural being, he knew he could still be harmed. What do you mean? Chisato asked, feigning ignorance. Don't play dumb with me. No regular human could figure out Scathach's identity even if she had the same name, Issei pressed. Well, when you put it like that, you do have a point, Chisato admitted. Then I'll ask you again. Suddenly, something moved within Issei's shadow. An armored hand emerged, and both Chisato and Scathach watched as Igris rose from the darkness. "Who are you?" Issei demanded. The dark knight turned its head toward Chisato, who felt an unsettling intensity from the shadow creature. Igris stood tall, drawing his massive sword, which made Chisato sweat slightly. She knew she couldn't afford to underestimate Issei. I. Chisato stammered. "You might want to hurry up. My friend here doesn't like to wait," Issei urged. Realizing there was no reason to hide her identity, Chisato adjusted her glasses and sighed. "While in the human world, I go by Chisato. However, if you want to know my actual name..." Issei nodded. "Very well, my actual name is Euphuria. I was once a high-ranking god among a group called the 10 Gods who resided in the divine realm." Issei's eyes widened. He had suspected she was something extraordinary, but hearing her claim confirmed it. "You're a god," he said, still processing the information. Chisato nodded. "If you're a god, why are you here? What's your reason for coming to the human world?" Issei asked. Chisato let out a small sigh, gazing at the orange sky above them. It had been a long time since she shared her reasons for living among humans. She couldn't recall the last person she confided in, perhaps Michael, the leader of the angels, with whom she shared a friendly rivalry. She remembered the countless times she had pranked him, painting his wings black and watching him panic before realizing it was just paint. He tried getting her back, but she was too clever for that. When Azazel heard about the antics between the two, he laughed so hard that both Chisato and Michael felt like they could burst from laughter. A small smile grew on Chisato's face. Those were fun memories she would never forget. Chisato said, "Why I came to the human world. That's simple, silly." She looked at Issei, smiling at him, which surprised him since just moments ago she seemed reluctant to speak. Why the sudden change of mood? "I came here because I like it here," she continued. "Like the human world?" Issei asked, unsure if she was being truthful. Chisato nodded. "It's so much different than the divine realm, with so many appealing places to visit and new things to discover." Issei couldn't tell if she was lying. He lacked the ability to detect falsehoods. However, he figured she was being honest since the system hadn't prompted an urgent quest, indicating she didn't harbor any malicious intentions. Even if she did, Chisato didn't seem like the type to resort to violence. Instead, she gave off the impression of someone who would manipulate others for her own gain. But what could she want from him? Power. She was already a goddess. Status. She claimed to have given that up. Money. She could create it effortlessly. All this led Issei to believe Chisato was indeed telling the truth. She genuinely wanted to live among humans. Perhaps even a goddess could tire of omnipotence. The brown-haired boy stared at Chisato before he sighed and snapped his fingers, causing Igris to bow and slowly disappear back into his shadow. "All right then, I believe you," Issei said. "Thank you, Issei," Chisato replied. "Don't mention it. I won't tell anyone your secret." He then turned to Scathach. "Same goes for you, Scathach." "Thank you, Issei. You're such a kind boy," Scathach said. This made Issei chuckle. He had never been called kind before. "Kind? Never thought I would hear that from another woman," he mused as he walked away, out of Chisato and Scathach's sight. Both women placed their hands on their chests, sensing that Issei would be more involved in their lives. Their meeting was not a one-time occurrence. As Issei walked through the streets of Kuo, he had many thoughts swirling in his mind. The main concern was that his friends, Motohama and Matsuda, were now part of his shadow army. To be honest, he didn't know how to feel about it. So, angry? He wasn't sure. Despite the rage he felt against the Ice Elf leader, he hadn't truly felt anything when he saw his two best friends die in his arms. He had appeared calm while talking to Scathach and Chisato, but deep down, he felt empty, as if he had known their deaths were inevitable. Perhaps it was due to the system. Maybe there was a perk that prevented him from experiencing negative emotions like sadness or fear. He hadn't felt remorse when forced to kill those fallen angels, but they had been trying to kill him. As he continued toward home, Issei looked at his hand and clenched it. He would deal with those feelings later. For now, he had other concerns. Was it because of the difference in our strength? He wondered. After the battle, Issei had attempted to revive the Ice Elf leader to join his shadows, but he had failed 3 times, and after that, he could no longer try. This frustrated him, as the leader could have been useful. At least he learned the consequences of failure, which could have applied to Igris if he hadn't convinced the former commander to serve him instead of guarding an empty throne. At least I got something out of it all, Issei said, holding out his hand as a blue light appeared. From it emerged a small, bright silver blade with a white glow, a curved edge, and a gray handle. Item, Baruka's dagger level of difficulty. A small smirk grew on Issei's face, his eyes glowing purple. Yes, he said. As soon as he spoke, massive doors began to open slowly, reminiscent of something from his favorite video game. However, as the doors fully opened, something appeared in front of him. A quest has arrived. This caused Issei to raise an eyebrow. A quest? Really, a quest appeared now of all times. Issei wasn't complaining, but it was a bit confusing. He wondered if this would be like the job change quest, which had been a complete nightmare. If this was really a quest, he speculated about what he would have to do. It could involve fighting something, collecting an object inside the tower, or surviving for a PRD of time. He wouldn't know until he went through the door, and he had a feeling that once he entered, there would be no way to exit. Like all the instant dungeons, this would be a one-way trip. Issei took a deep breath. Well, time to head inside. With that, he walked through the massive doorway and found himself in a long hallway adorned with sculptures of demon-like gargoyles on podiums. Looking at them, he couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. He swore that one day he would have to face living statues. For some reason, he couldn't sense anything nearby, which confused him. He had expected at least an ambush by now. Strange. I don't sense anything nearby. And is that the exit? Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, but this time it was different. Normal quest. Collect demon souls. Part 1. Demon Castle is filled with demons. Hunt down demons and collect their souls for special rewards. Quest completion requirement. Minus 10,000 demon souls rewards. Item of your choosing. Bonus stats plus 20 hidden rewards. Seeing this made Issei perk up in surprise, mainly because of the quest's requirements and the potential rewards. He couldn't believe he had to not only defeat demons but gather around 10,000 demon souls. There was no way he could collect that many in such a short time. It would take at least a week or 2. However, he could shorten that time by using his shadow soldiers. While not all of them were strong, he still had tough ones like Igris, Iron, Greed, and Drake. They were practically immortal as long as he had mana, and with the Ring of Loki he could create illusion clones to face more demons. There were many possibilities ahead of him, and he was intrigued by the title of the quest. This was only part 1, which meant there could be a second part or even more. If there was a second part, he wondered what kind of boss he would have to face. His best guess was some sort of demon king, which sounded like a typical Isekai anime scenario. 10,000 demon souls? You have got to be kidding me. He sighed and shook his head. It has been a while since I've received a quest, and the rewards aren't too bad either. Plus 20 stat points and an item from the store. That was what Issei was most curious about. If he could pick any item from the store, what would it be? The last time he saw the store was when he bought the Night Killer dagger in the penalty zone. Most items had prices equal to or greater than 10 billion gold, and he suspected they were A rank or even S rank level. If the rewards are that great, the difficulty of this quest must be pretty high. Issei approached a door at the end of the hallway and opened it. He was greeted by a scene of Kuo engulfed in flames. It looked like something out of a nightmare, reminiscent of hell itself. He sighed, realizing that collecting over 10,000 demon souls meant there had to be at least that many demons inside the castle. Maybe some demons would drop more than 1 soul, but that was a big if. So I gotta collect 10,000 souls. Another screen appeared in front of him. You can obtain 1 soul per demon, but there are demons with multiple souls on upper floors. Issei blinked in surprise. It seemed his theory was correct. There would indeed be demons with multiple souls, which was perfect for him as it would cut down the time he needed to spend in the demon castle. I know that I have some time before school starts again, but... He tossed his bag to the ground, cracking his neck and knuckles. Will I have enough time? He noticed a few massive demon-like monsters in the distance and narrowed his eyes. In an instant, he vanished from where his bag lay and appeared in front of one of them. Summoning Night Killer and his newly obtained dagger, he began to decimate the monsters in the blink of an eye. BLD erupted as they fell, either heavily injured or defeated by his swift attacks. One of the remaining demons roared and charged up an attack, but it never got the chance to finish as Issei appeared in front of it and swiftly ended the threat. Issei had to admit that what he had just done was surprisingly easy. He had expected a tougher challenge, similar to when he faced Cerberus. The boy hoped that his success was a sign of his growth in strength rather than a reflection of the demon's lower rank. "You defeated 3 low-grade demons," the system announced. "You've received 100x3 EXP. You received x3 demon souls." This news caused Issei to perk up, confirming his fears. The demons he had just defeated were indeed low-grade, which meant they were relatively weak. This suggested that middle-grade and high-grade demons were lurking somewhere within the demon castle. Issei wasn't entirely sure if he had truly grown stronger or if the demons were just not formidable. "Great. At least I got 3 demon souls," he muttered, glancing at the experience indicator that had appeared. He raised an eyebrow, puzzled. When had the system added an experience tracker? He was certain this was a new feature for this quest, as he had never encountered it before in previous quests or instant dungeons. Perhaps the system had upgraded itself without notifying him. Something felt off, and Issei was determined to uncover the truth. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the landscape of the Gremory household was lush and vibrant, a stark contrast to the common perception of endless suffering in hell. The territory spanned miles, resembling a small continent. Within the Gremory household mansion, Cerzex Gremory, one of the 4 great Satans, sat in his office. Renowned throughout the underworld, he was considered one of the most powerful devils to have ever existed, surpassing even the previous devil kings from the Great War. His power was so immense that it instilled fear even in the gods. Cerzex let out a small sigh as he placed a completed piece of paperwork on a stack on his desk. He despised paperwork. It was the most tedious aspect of his devil life. But now it was finally over. For the moment. Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned his attention to the phone on his desk. "Cerzex, are you there?" came the voice of Graphia. "Yeah, Graphia. What's the matter?" he replied. "Azazel is requesting a call. What should I do?" This piqued Cerzex's interest. "Put him through, I'll chat with him." As he leaned back in his chair, he heard Azazel's familiar voice. "Cerzex Gremory, how's it going, old boy?" Cerzex chuckled. "You're the old one, Azazel. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm at least over 20,000 years old. That makes me at least 20 to 25 years old." Azazel retorted, and they both laughed, reminiscing like old friends catching up. "So, what's with the call? You don't normally do this sort of thing. Plus, the meeting between the 3 factions isn't for another month," Cerzex said. Azazel sighed. "We got a problem." Cerzex's expression shifted as he narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong?" "It appears our old buddies from Jeju Island have been busy." "Tell me everything." "Well, as you know, a strange portal appeared on Jeju Island, which is quite a distance from Kuo. We tried to stop the creatures that emerged, but the 3 factions couldn't agree, so the island had to be sealed off." "So, even after thousands of years, that place is still packed with them?" Cerzex asked. "Yep, and things are getting worse," Azazel replied. Cerzex sighed, recalling the failed raids on the island. So many lives could have been saved. How much worse? "I think there's been a mutation." The word filled Cerzex with dread. "A mutation? That's impossible. They should be stuck on that island." "I'm afraid not. A few of my fallen angels found the dead body of one of those creatures. With wings." Cerzex's eyes widened in fear, and his fist began to shake. "Cerzex, why you can't be saying that?" Azazel phone. "Yeah, those creatures are evolving at a terrifying degree." Back with Issei, a demon growled viciously before collapsing to the ground with a loud thud. Before him lay several other low-grade demons, each defeated in what seemed like an instant. What could possibly kill a demon? What could possess the power to defeat one of the most powerful monsters in the world? Simple, Issei Hayudu. The brown-haired boy chuckled as he stood over the fallen demons, stepping on one of their heads. You defeated a low-grade demon. You received 100 EXP. You received 1 demon soul. Issei. Things are going quite well so far. I've collected quite a bit of demon souls and even something else. Collected demon souls. 309/10-000 item. Low-grade demon's horn item class. None type. Junk. Issei wasn't sure what he needed the demon horns for. Perhaps he could sell them like he did with the steel fangs earlier. Maybe these junk-type items were meant for selling rather than use. He decided to wait and see what the system revealed before making a decision. They could be worthless or useful for something else. All he could do was wait and see. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Issei noted that the demon castle's difficulty wasn't too high, but he was still cautious. Issei, I still have a long way to go. The area he was in seemed cleared of demons, at least to his knowledge. There could be more lurking, waiting to ambush him. The low-grade demons he faced were likely D rank at best, not much of a challenge, but they provided a good amount of experience points. To level up, he would need to complete a C-rank dungeon 9 times. As his level increased, so did the experience required for the next level. Typical game mechanics made it increasingly difficult to progress, but he couldn't give up. He needed to protect his mother and improve their lives. Issei, at my current level, I'm barely at an S rank. His eyes glowed purple as he held out his hand, and a piece of paper appeared. Item, entry permit item class. Type. Initially thinking there were more low-grade demons to face, Issei realized that the entry permit he obtained from the last demon allowed him to access floor. This was good news. It meant he could prepare before facing any potential bosses. He wondered about the demons on the second floor. Would they still be low-grade, or could they be middle-grade? He was almost certain they would remain low-grade, as the second floor should still feature weaker monsters before they increased in strength. Issei sighed. Issei, let's hope I don't have to fight a boss. Suddenly, he noticed movement in his shadow. Tank, the leader of the ice bears, rose and roared loudly. Say, Tank, what are you doing? The shadow nuzzled him before lowering its head, indicating it wanted to give him a ride. Issei chuckled. Issei, all right, Tank. I accept the ride. He climbed onto the bear's back, holding on tightly as Tank began to run. As they sped along, Issei spotted 3 low-grade demons ahead, causing him to sigh in annoyance. Issei, demon annoying. Before he could finish his thought, Tank charged through the 3 demons, leaving a chaotic scene behind. Issei was surprised. He hadn't given any orders, yet Tank acted on its own. It seemed that Tank was among the shadows with some intelligence and will, joining the ranks of Igris, Draig, Iron, and Greed. Issei, should I be worried that some of my shadows have a will of their own? They won't backstab me, right? You defeated 3 low-grade demons. You've received 100x3 EXP. You received x3 demon souls. Issei. It doesn't matter. They're helping me collect demon souls and experience points. Time skip. Quite some time had passed, and Issei had experienced a lot during his time in the demon castle. He learned many things that assisted him in his quest. For starters, each floor of the demon castle was a different world, despite all having demons residing within. He wasn't sure which one yet, but there was a monster that held the entry permit, allowing him to travel to the next floor of the demon castle. This monster appeared at random, but Issei believed it only showed itself after he defeated all other demons on the floor. The tower was like a maze, filled with twists and turns at every corner. For the most part, it was a typical destroyed landscape, with fires surrounding him. However, things were going well for Issei. He had climbed the floors of the demon castle at a rapid pace, defeating numerous demons and collecting their souls. As he ascended, he encountered more powerful demons. On one of the floors, he faced a group of intermediate-grade demons, significantly stronger than the low-grade ones he had previously fought. Issei guessed they were around C rank or possibly B rank. Currently, he was on the back of one of these demons, stabbing it in the neck with his dagger. You defeated an intermediate-grade demon, the system notified him. You received 300 EXP. You received a demon soul. Issei smirked, standing up and cracking his neck. The higher he climbed, the more experience points he gained. Dominator's touch skill level has risen. Oh, that's good to know. I was wondering when that would level up, he thought. The brown-haired boy felt a surge of confidence as he collected more demon souls. He turned to see Igris, Greed, and Iron approaching him. He summoned his shadow soldiers, aware that time was running short. Even with the time he had before needing to return to school, he wasn't sure he could complete the first part of the quest. There was a chance that time moved differently in the demon castle, but it was just a theory. Using his shadow soldiers would help him progress faster and ease his anxiety. When he first obtained the demon castle key, he feared it would be an S-rank dungeon, especially with the ominous presence of Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, watching him. However, as he continued, he found that the castle wasn't as dangerous as he had anticipated. He climbed to the 50th floor, breathing slightly as he wiped the sweat from his forehead, a small smile forming on his face. This is going well so far. I should have this all done in no time, he said to himself. Although he hadn't collected many souls since his last tally, he knew that higher-ranking demons would drop more than one soul when defeated. Suddenly, he faced a problem blocking his path to the next floor. The ruler of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan's guard Issei, crossed his arms, recognizing the boss-grade demon. This was a first for him, as he hadn't encountered any during his previous battles on the lower floors. It made sense that the difficulty would increase at this level. However, he hadn't expected to face a boss so soon, and the guards surrounding Vulcan looked ready for a fight. Those guards are going to be annoying. I should take care of them first and leave Vulcan for myself and Drake, Issei thought, smirking as he snapped his fingers. 3 of his shadow mages raised their hands, conjuring fireballs and launching them at Vulcan's guards, causing a massive explosion. To Issei's surprise, only the guards reacted to the attack, while their boss remained unfazed. This worried him. Why hadn't Vulcan reacted? Was he the type to remain passive until attacked? Issei gritted his teeth. Yar days. That's going to throw my plan out the window. From within the dust cloud, several guards charged toward Issei and his shadow soldiers. About time. I was starting to think we were invisible, he remarked, activating his stealth skill to slowly vanish from sight. Take care of them, he commanded his soldiers, who nodded and prepared to engage the Vulcan guards. Issei knew that his soldiers could take on the monsters. They had been leveling up alongside him since they started the quest, and they were no longer the same as before. Iron roared as he used his shield to block one of their attacks. Another monster tried to attack from behind, but Greed grabbed its arms and glared at it. The creature began to sweat under Greed's intense gaze. Greed then reared back his fist and punched the guard in the gut, causing it to drop its weapon and clutch its injury. Seizing the opportunity, Greed grabbed the demon by the face and slammed it into a wall, creating a crater from the impact. Issei's eyes widened at the display. A part of him wondered if Greed or Iron retained memories of their past lives as his friends. Was there a chance they weren't gone forever? Did that moment hint at something deeper? Looking over at Igris, Issei saw him effortlessly tearing through the guards with his massive sword. The former Red commander had come a long way since Issei fought him when he was alive. His strength now was unlike anything Issei had ever seen. Even though the Vulcan guards were high-ranked demons, Issei had been constantly raising the level of his shadow soldiers. They were strengthened by his increased intelligence, and he could now save more shadows. He also had enough mana to keep his shadows alive for a while, even if they were destroyed. However, he knew they could still fall if his mana ran low. Issei was determined to defeat whatever he was fighting before that happened. Suddenly, Issei noticed that the boss had disappeared from his bone throne. How did that happen? He blinked, and the boss was gone. There was no way it could move that fast. A shadow loomed over him, and he looked up to see the boss above him, weapon raised. There was no way it could have covered that distance in an instant. Something moving that quickly would have to be faster than the speed of light. Iron stood in front of the other shadows, holding his shield up to protect them, but the boss's attack created a massive crater upon impact. At first, Issei thought Iron was alright, but then he saw him lying on the ground, injured. What the hell? Issei exclaimed. The boss turned its attention to the others, decimating the shadows like Igris, Greed, Tank, and the weaker ones with mere swings of its massive club. It was a total massacre. Even with their regeneration ability, they couldn't keep up with the boss. Issei knew that Drake was the only one who could handle this boss, but before he summoned him, he had to get the boss away from his soldiers. Gritting his teeth, Issei jumped into the air, revealing himself to the boss. Vulcan looked up, seeing Issei's eyes glowing with a menacing purple aura. "UBSDRD!" Issei shouted, throwing a punch directly into Vulcan's face and sending the massive demon flying back through several buildings. Issei blinked in surprise at his own strength. Did he really mean to do that? He hadn't expected to send the boss flying with a single punch. He muttered, and a screen appeared in front of him displaying his stats. Issei's sweat dropped. I think I did a little too much in strength. Just then, he noticed that Vulcan wasn't dead. It was still alive after being punched through several buildings. Was it due to its high health, or had it somehow mitigated the impact? Either way, it looked furious. The ruler of the lower floors, the avaricious Vulcan, has activated skill Rage. Vulcan is in a state of rage. Vulcan stood up and let out a thunderous roar that nearly blew out Issei's eardrums. Vulcan's stats have increased by 50%. Issei's eyes widened. That skill was similar to one Cerberus had used on him when he first entered the dungeon. Did this mean he would have to deal with a super-fast boss whose stats had increased by 50%? This was going to be a challenge, and Issei gritted his teeth in annoyance. Issei, okay Drake. Suddenly, the sky grew darker, causing Vulcan to look up. A massive dragon head slowly emerged from the dark clouds above. Drake, you summoned me, my liege. Issei pointed at Vulcan. Reduce this demon to nothing but ash for me, please. The dragon grinned, his eyes glowing purple as he turned his head toward the stunned demon, who had never seen anything so immense. Drake, it shall be done, my liege. The demon began to back away, a terrible feeling creeping in, urging it to flee. Drake unleashed a beam of flames, engulfing Vulcan and demolishing the buildings behind him. The landscape was reduced to ruin, with debris scattered everywhere. The destruction was immense, akin to the aftermath of a catastrophic explosion. Issei realized that Vulcan would not survive such an attack. It would be like being thrown into the sun and emerging unscathed. Issei, wow. Standing beside him were his shadow soldiers, Igris, Greed, Iron, and Tank, while Drake loomed behind them. Issei looked up at the massive dragon. I think you went a bit overboard there, Drake. Drake lowered his head. Forgive me, my liege. I didn't want that demon to make a mockery of you. Issei sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. He was beginning to worry about Drake's potential as a problem in the future. Why couldn't things just go as he wanted? He approached Vulcan's lifeless body, which leaned against a mountain, covered in burn marks. As he got closer, several pillars of light appeared before him, causing him to smirk. The sight of 4 pillars meant one thing: rewards for defeating Vulcan. Issei, as expected of a boss-grade monster, the rewards must be excellent. You obtained item, Demon Monarch's earring. You obtained item, Orb of Avarice. You obtained Vulcan's Horn X2. You obtained ingredient item, World Trees Fragment. Issei raised an eyebrow. Ingredient item? What's that? Ingredient item, World Trees Fragment. Item class. Type, ingredient. Issei held the fragment, intrigued. It was an ingredient for high-quality magic items. He had never seen anything like it before, but his instincts told him it was essential for crafting something important. He couldn't discard it. He needed to discover its purpose. Issei, I better hold on to this for now. I have a feeling it will be useful in the future. Next, he examined the earring, noting its peculiar name. Demon Monarch reminded him of his job change quest from Necromancer to Shadow Monarch. It felt familiar, stirring an emotion he couldn't quite place. Issei scratched his head, frustrated. Life seemed to throw obstacles at him constantly. Issei, I'll worry about that later. For now, this earring. Item, Demon Monarch's earring. Item class, S-type. Accessory plus 20 strength plus 20 vitality. Set effect will activate if equipped along with Demon Monarch's necklace. Demon Monarch's ring. Issei was surprised by what he had just seen, an item with a set effect, and it was also an S-rank item. No wonder Vulcan was so fast, no A rank could move that quickly. Issei had fought Igris, who was easily A rank, and the BLD Red commander was nowhere near that fast during their battle. However, Issei realized he wouldn't be able to use the set effects unless he managed to acquire the other two items, which made him a little nervous. This meant there was someone both faster and stronger than Vulcan. Issei was proud of his current level, but he knew he wouldn't be able to handle tougher opponents unless he gave it his all and leveled up more. He also needed to figure out what was going on with the gods who were watching him. He had to get stronger, even stronger. More, he murmured as he placed the demon monarch's earring on his right ear. It instantly vanished from view but was still equipped, causing his eyes to glow. I need to become stronger. If he collected the other two items and continued to fight, it would be beneficial, but right now, all he cared about was completing the quest he had been assigned. Just then Issei heard something that made him perk up. He turned to the right and was greeted by Igris, who dropped several demon heads and kneeled before him. Issei deadpanned as Greed did the same, but with even more demon heads, much to Igris' annoyance. The former BLD Red commander wasn't going to let a newcomer outshine him. He was his liege's right-hand man and intended to always be that way. He couldn't let anyone get in the way of making his liege proud, especially if they were once his liege's friends. Issei sweat dropped. Can you two not do that? Because, he turned to the left and saw Iron walking toward him, dragging the decapitated head of Vulcan along with him. Issei wasn't surprised by this action, but he did wonder when Iron had the time to slice the head off the boss-grade demon. That must have taken a minute, and how did he do it so quietly? Issei was literally standing in front of Vulcan's body. There was no way Iron managed to do that without him noticing. He sighed in annoyance, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Great. Just great. At least Drake isn't like that. I hope. Speaking of the dragon, Issei turned and looked up at the massive shadow dragon. Hey, Drake. Drake looked at his liege. Yes, my liege. How may I serve you? Are there any more demons in the area? The former heavenly dragon raised his head and began scanning the surroundings, narrowing his eyes as he searched for any nearby demons. However, he couldn't see any, which meant only two things. Either the demons were scared of Drake, or, more obviously, they were all dead. He looked back down at Issei, lowering his head and bowing. There are no demons in sight. You have killed them all, my liege. Issei chuckled. I couldn't have done it without you and my other soldiers. He reached out and started petting the former Welsh dragon of domination on the nose. My power is yours to command, my liege. No matter what the task is, I shall eliminate all who stand in your way of reaching the crown. Issei's sweat dropped a little but couldn't help but chuckle slightly. Hearing Drake say that reminded him of a song he had always wanted to sing but never got the chance to. Thanks, Drake. You just reminded me of a song I've always wanted to sing. The song. May I ask what it is called, my liege? Issei smirked as his eyes began to glow. Only one king. Meanwhile, in Kuo, a lot of time had passed since Issei departed for the Demon Castle dungeon. Many hours had gone by, and the sun was slowly setting over the horizon, turning the once bright blue sky into a deep orange. The people of Kuo returned to their homes, closing up their shops and businesses too. Spend time with their families or hang out with friends. Inside the Hayadu household, Miki Hayadu sat in the living room, drinking tea while watching TV, waiting for her son to return. She felt a little worried about Issei since it had been several hours since she last saw him. She thought he was hanging out with his friends, but she hadn't heard him mention them in a while. She tried messaging him, but there had been no reply, which concerned her. Miki reminded herself that Issei wasn't a little kid anymore. He was nearly a full-grown adult. Still, what mother wouldn't worry about their child? It was a standard parental instinct to worry about their own flesh and BLD. Even if he was mature and intelligent, she couldn't help but wonder what he was doing right now. Was he out with friends? Looking for a job? Or was he with the ORC? So many questions filled her mind, but she knew she wouldn't be able to find the answers. Lately, she felt like she knew nothing about Issei. Her son had been acting so differently than she remembered, and she wasn't sure how to make sense of it. On one hand, she was relieved that he wasn't his old self, as it was inappropriate to behave that way towards young girls, which might explain why he hadn't gotten a girlfriend yet. On the other hand, she found his new behavior amusing, as he often did funny things that made her giggle. Miku, Issei. Just then she heard a knock on the door, gaining her attention. Who could that be? She wasn't expecting anyone, and Azazel had been busy for the last couple of days. Mickey, I wonder who could that be? She stood up, placed her teacup down, and walked towards the door. When she opened it, she was met with an unexpected sight. Issei was glad to be out of the Demon Castle dungeon after completing the first half of his quest and collecting all 10,000 demon souls. He sensed that some time had passed since he left for the dungeon. The sky over Kuo had turned into a dark abyss illuminated by stars. It was already the end of the day, and several hours must have gone by. Not that Issei would have noticed, as he was too focused on his quest. The system didn't keep track of time, and the dungeon was always dark, though he was too distracted by the flames to care. Issei sighed to himself. Finally, I'm out of there. He scratched the back of his head, realizing he should head home. But before he did, something was on his mind, the reward he had received. Item, Holy Water of Life item class, S-type, consumable, an item that could cure any disease. Issei had a feeling he would need to craft this item in the future. But what? He didn't know anyone with a disease, so crafting it seemed unnecessary. He figured he would just complete the second part of the quest and earn the Demon Monarch's ring. The final ingredient for the holy water was the purified BLD of a demon king. Obtaining the BLD won't be easy, he thought, recalling that he had only reached the 75th floor, the limit of how far he could go. No doubt the final boss of the demon castle is a demon king. He sighed and shook his head, deciding not to worry about it for now. He just wanted to go home and rest after a long day. As he approached his home, he suddenly felt something was off. The brown-haired boy narrowed his eyes, sensing that someone was inside. He slowly approached the front door, preparing himself for whoever or whatever was on the other side. It could be someone like Sona or Rias, but there was also a chance it was a fallen angel allied with Yuma. He quietly opened the door and stepped inside. He heard voices. His mother was talking and giggling with someone. Curious, he followed the sound to the living room. There, he saw his mother sitting on one of the couches across from three people. Mickey noticed Issei and smiled. "Sit. Welcome home." Hey Mom. Sorry if I was gone for so long," he replied, his gaze shifting to the three guests. Though he couldn't sense their magical power, he could tell they were powerful. But he couldn't afford to make enemies. He needed to remain neutral until he had a reason to fight back. The chestnut-haired girl smiled and waved at him. "Sit. It's good to see you again. It's been a while, hasn't it?" Issei raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of familiarity. "Do I know you?" The girl pouted. "Issei, how could you forget about me? We used to play superheroes together." As she spoke, an image flashed through Issei's mind, a memory of him and a young boy playing superheroes. It was from when his childhood friend Irina lived nearby. The last time he saw her, both he and his family had moved to a different country. "Wait, how do you know that?" he asked, surprised. "Irisa, it's me. Irina." "Wait, Irina. You're a girl." Mickey interjected. "Issei. That's not very nice. Apologize." Issei looked at his mother. "Can you blame me, Mom? I thought Irina was a boy." Mickey raised an eyebrow. "What gave you the idea that Irina was a boy?" Issei merely deadpanned at his mother, wondering how he could have thought otherwise. If memory serves him correctly, when they were younger, Irina had very short hair, which might have led some to mistake her for a boy. Issei thought that if he showed someone a picture of both him and Irina from their childhood, most would likely say she was a boy. Issei said, "Oh, I don't know. The fact that she had short hair when we were younger." Mickey replied, "Really? That is what gave you the idea?" Issei nodded. Mickey continued, "Wow, I thought you were smarter than that." Issei groaned in annoyance, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "I'm not even gonna bother. I'm just gonna go to my room and sleep." Irina pouted. "Don't you want to catch up first?" No, I'm too tired, Issei replied. Oh. With that, Issei waved goodnight to his mother and made his way upstairs to his bedroom. Upon entering, he was greeted by Yoruichi and Yamato. Yoruichi meowed, and Yamato barked. Issei smiled as he knelt down to pet them, causing Yamato to wag her tail, which made him chuckle. It's good to see you both. Sorry I was away for a few hours, I had to deal with something, he said. Yamato tilted her head, oof. Issei walked to his bed and sat down, feeling exhausted after a rough day. However, he sensed that something was about to happen. Yoruichi leaped onto the bed and asked, "Is something wrong?" Issei looked down at her, surprised to hear a cat speak. "I'm fine, but what's with the male voice? What? Don't you find it comfortable and casual?" Yoruichi replied, "I just find it weird. You're a woman, and yet you have a male voice in your cat form." Just then, another voice chimed in, "I was just about to ask the same thing." Issei turned to see Yamato, who had spoken. He was no longer shocked by talking animals, given his experiences. Yoruichi looked at Yamato. "I was wondering when you were going to speak." Yamato replied, "I wanted to wait for the right moment." Issei crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow. "So, do you have a human form, or are you merely this?" "No, I have a human form," Yamato confirmed. Suddenly, steam began to fill the room. Issei watched as Yamato transformed into her human form, revealing a appealing young woman with long, white hair that faded into aqua green and blue. She had large, orange eyes, gold hoop earrings, and horns on her head that were mostly red. Her outfit was striking, consisting of a sleeveless white garment and red hakama briefs. Issei stood in silence, taking in her appearance. Yamato blinked at Yoruichi, who remained in her cat form. Is he all right?" "Yeah, he's all right. This is normal for him," Yoruichi assured. Issei turned to Yoruichi, feeling as if she was teasing him. "Are you making fun of me?" "No, what makes you think that?" she replied playfully. Issei crossed his arms, dismissing the banter. He had just returned from a challenging day, but a sense of unease lingered within him. "So, Yamato, why were you in the familiar forest?" he asked. "I went there to train and become stronger," she answered. "You want to become stronger? Aren't you already powerful?" "I am, but that doesn't mean I was just gonna lay around and do nothing." Issei nodded in understanding. If he were in Yamato's position, he would likely do the same. Yet, he knew there was a difference between them. She was born with strength, while he had to earn his through hardship. "But then something happened that made me meet you," Yamato added. "What was it?" Issei inquired. "All I'll tell you is that I sensed a terrifying familiar aura that made me run away, and then I met you." Issei narrowed his eyes, sensing that this would be important later on. Better keep that in mind for the future, just in case. "Issei, I see." Just then, Issei sensed something coming toward him. In an instant, he reached out and grabbed what was approaching. Both Yoruichi and Yamato were surprised to see Issei holding an arrow. Yoruichi, an arrow. Yamato, where did that come from? Issei didn't respond as he slowly turned his head, gazing out his window, which now had a hole in it. His brown eyes began to glow purple as he saw who had fired the arrow. Artemis, the Greek goddess who despises men. "Artemis, impressive, you sensed it was coming straight towards you. I'm impressed." "Yamato, it's Artemis, the Greek goddess of the hunt. Why is she here?" "Yoruichi, my. This is certainly something." Issei sighed as he tossed the arrow aside. He had a feeling someone from the Greek pantheon would show up eventually, but he expected it to be during the day when he was full of energy. He walked to the window and opened it, looking down at the goddess. "Issei, I wondered when one of you Greek gods would show up, though I expected Hades." "Artemis, so you knew that my uncle was watching you?" Issei, "Yep, let's just say I got a message after I dealt with Cerberus." Artemis, "Can't blame him. He loved that mutt more than he loved his own family." Yamato walked up to the window. "Yamato, why did you attack Issei? What's your reason for attacking him?" "Artemis, I wanted to test him. I saw the fight between him and that Phoenix boy." This caught Issei's attention. How did she know about his fight with Riser Phoenix? Last he checked, only the devils at the engagement ceremony were aware of it. Issei, how do you know, Yoruchi? I'm afraid Riser broadcasted the battle between you two in secret. Issei turned to Yoruchi, dread washing over him. Issei, how many saw? Silence was her only response, which did not ease his anxiety. This confirmed that everyone in the supernatural world now knew about his existence and the skills he displayed during the duel with Riser. This was not good for Issei at all. He wanted to keep himself a secret from the supernatural world for as long as possible, but that was no longer an option. Issei sighed in annoyance, pinching the bridge of his nose. Issei, great, just great. Now many gods, deities, devils, fallen angels, and others would come after him. Issei, oh look, Artemis, can we not fight each other? It's been a long day and I am tired. Artemis, Tisish typical. Many reasons why I hate men. They're incompetent and lazy. Issei merely deadpanned at Artemis. Did she really think he would fall for that? Issei, I would watch how you speak, Artemis. Unknown to them, both Yoruchi and Yamato looked around, sensing an ominous presence. Artemis, or what? Do you think you can beat a goddess, you lowly creature? If I remember correctly, you had no father growing up. Issei, okay, I'm not even going to ask how you know about that. But I suggest you watch how you speak because he doesn't like hearing me insulted. Artemis, who? Before she could finish, a sense of dread washed over her, confusing her. Why was she feeling this? She was a goddess. Her gaze shifted to her right, where she was met by a shadow-like creature resembling a knight. Even with the mask on, she could tell it was not pleased. Igris radiated a powerful aura, glaring at Artemis. How dare she insult his liege? Artemis, what in the name of Olympus? Issei, Artemis, say hello to Igris. Let me just say, he's pretty protective. Artemis, what's a mere shadow going to do against a goddess like me? Suddenly, she felt weak and fell to her knees, her eyes widening in shock. What was happening? She had been fine just moments ago. Issei, geez, Igris' new skill sure is powerful. Artemis, why you coward? Hiding behind something like that? Issei deadpanned at the goddess. Issei, Artemis, you're talking to the guy who fought Sun Wukong and barely survived. Artemis's eyes widened at the mention of the Monkey King, someone she would never dare confront. Artemis, why you fought the Monkey King? Issei, oh, it wasn't a fight. It was more like a one-sided massacre that I somehow managed to survive. I bet he barely used 1% of his power. Meanwhile, in heaven, Sun Wukong was playing with his son alongside Tang Sanzang, Beiji, and Wu Jin when he suddenly sneezed. Sun Wukong, achoo! Tang Sanzang, Wukong, are you all right? Sun Wukong, I think someone was talking about me. Beiji, who would want to talk about a dumb monkey? Wukong shot Beiji a deadpan look, wondering why he had to say that in front of his son. Like, couldn't he have said something similar to that? But less annoying. The demon shook his head, wondering who was talking about him. Unless. Sun Wukong, is it Issei? Back with Issei. Artemis, how is that possible? Issei, dumb luck, nothing but dumb luck. Artemis, just because you survived that stupid monkey doesn't mean you are strong. You're just weak and pathetic, She felt gravity weaken as she placed her hands on the floor. Issei sighed. Issei, Igris, please. Artemis watched as the Shadow Knight moved his weapon away from her neck and stepped back, feeling her strength return. Issei grabbed the edge of his window and leaped out, landing safely on the ground, which should have been impossible at that height. But the system didn't allow such things, which was a perk. Artemis observed as Igris stepped forward and kneeled to the brown-haired boy, realizing the knight's loyalty to Issei must be very high. Issei walked over to her, hands in his pockets. Issei, you're not my enemy, Artemis. I have no reason to kill you, especially since you are a skilled huntress. Artemis was taken aback by his words, a small blush appearing on her face. Artemis, why am I blushing? Why did I react to this? Issei, you okay? Artemis stood up and looked away. Artemis, I'm fine. I don't need your pity. Issei shook his head. Issei, well, as long as you're all right. He turned his attention to Igris, who continued to kneel before him. Issei, you can go back now, Igris. With that, the former commander returned to Issei's shadow, surprising the goddess of the hunt. She couldn't help but wonder how many more shadow creatures the boy had hidden away. Artemis, wait, could that mutt be one of them? Issei, I apologize for Igris. He's just protective since I took the place of his previous ruler. Artemis, oh, I see. Issei, yeah, so can we not fight? I've had a long day and I'm pretty much exhausted. Artemis, fine. She guessed she could let Issei off. She couldn't test his skills if he was on the verge of collapse. Issei, good, now I can finally get some sleep. As he turned to head back inside, he noticed Artemis was following him. He thought he was imagining it due to his exhaustion, but as he reached the front door, she was still behind him, worrying him. Issei, Artemis. Artemis, what? Issei, why are you following me? Artemis stood silent. Issei stared at her for a solid minute before shaking his head. Issei, not gonna tell me, are you? Artemis. Issei sighed. Issei, yeah, I thought so. He headed to his room and flopped onto his bed. Yoruchi and Yamato, who had turned back into her animal form, jumped onto the bed. Yoruchi, I see you have a new roommate. Say, don't. I'm too tired. Yoruchi, all fine. Issei decided not to worry about Artemis right now. He would deal with that when he woke up fully recovered. Issei had experienced his share of strange mornings, usually involving unique dreams that left him with a sore neck. But none of those mornings compared to the strange one he was having now. The brown-haired boy slowly opened his eyes, his blurry vision greeted by sunlight, causing him to shield his face. He really needed better curtains. Issei, ugh. As his eyes adjusted, he found himself staring at his ceiling. His gaze moved down to see a sleeping Yamato and Yoruchi on his chest. Seeing this made him chuckle. It was a cute sight, especially since both had appealing human-like forms. Issei, cute. Suddenly, he froze at the sound of a voice. There was no way the person he was thinking of was actually in his bedroom. Artemis, so this is how you wake up. Issei turned to see Artemis sitting in a chair, arms crossed, her bow and arrows beside her. Issei, why are you in my room watching me sleep? Artemis, I'm curious how men like you sleep. Issei was taken aback. Why was Artemis, the goddess known to despise all men, wondering how he slept? It made no sense to him. Issei, seriously. You should know that people sleep the same way I do. Artemis, still, you interest me. Which is a first. Issei, thanks, I feel so special. Issei shook his head as he slowly got out of bed, causing both Yoruchi and Yamato to wake up from the loss of their pillow. Artemis watched as Issei stretched, a satisfying crack sound echoing as he scratched his chest. The goddess had seen many impressive physiques before, but she found them rather pointless. Issei headed towards the bathroom until he stopped and glanced back to see Artemis following him. Issei, can you not follow me into the bathroom? Artemis, why? Issei, because it's weird. Plus, why would you? Aren't you known as the version goddess? Artemis, yeah, why? Issei face-bombed. Either Artemis was teasing him or she was rather oblivious. This was real life, not an anime or manga. He shook his head as a screen appeared next to him, wondering what was taking the system so long to give him his daily quest. Daily quest, train to become a formidable combatant, push-ups 0/100, sit-ups 0/100, squats 0/100, run 0/10 km. Issei. About time, system. You love taking your time. He could complete the quest now, but he wanted to take a shower and wake himself up first. He had a few hours before he would fail and be sent to the penalty zone, giving him enough time for a shower and breakfast. Mickey, Issei, you up yet? Issei, I am, Mom. That was another problem. How would he explain Artemis to his mother? This wasn't like Sun Wukong, who claimed to be his friend. Artemis wouldn't even consider herself his friend. The goddess would complicate things for Issei, and he needed to play his cards right to keep his secret safe. Mickey, breakfast will be ready in 5 minutes. Issei, okay mom. I'll be down in a bit, just gonna take a shower. Mickey, okay sweetie. Issei sighed as he looked at Artemis. Artemis, why didn't you tell her of my existence? She should know that I, Artemis, am here. Issei, simple, I want to keep the whole me being part of the supernatural world a secret from her. Artemis, huh, so you're protecting your mother from the supernatural. I didn't know men would do that. The brown-haired boy crossed his arms, his eyes glowing purple. Issei, she has been taking care of me ever since my father disappeared. She has had to work long hours to pay off our bills. I want to help her, help us have a better life. Artemis, what happened to your father? Issei fell silent, looking away from the goddess. She instantly recognized that he had no idea what had happened to him. Artemis, you don't know. Issei sighed and shook his head. His father had gone missing several years ago. At first, he thought he had abandoned them, but he knew that his father loved Mickey more than anything and would never leave her. So where did he go? Why did he leave? What was he up to? Issei had so many questions, but the answers felt just out of reach. Issei, I don't want to talk about it. Artemis remained silent as Issei turned to the bathroom door, holding the doorknob. Before opening it, he looked back at Artemis. Issei, can you please just stay out here and out of sight from my mom? It was already hard enough when Sun Wukong showed up. Artemis sighed. Artemis, fine, fine. With that, Issei entered the bathroom to finally take a shower and start his day, feeling that it was going to be quite eventful. Time skip Issei jogged towards Kuo Academy, wearing his school uniform and carrying his backpack. He had left home not too long ago after a hot shower and a nice breakfast made by his mother. Right now, he was finishing the last part of his daily quest, even though he had plenty of time to worry. Part of him wanted to leave one task incomplete, just in case he needed the penalty zone to save his life again in the near future, but that was just speculation. Issei, He stopped and looked around, remembering he had told Artemis to stay out of his mother's sight. He hadn't seen the goddess since then, which worried him a little. She might try to surprise him when he least expected it, but she wouldn't act in broad daylight with so many people around. Artemis was a skilled huntress, adept at stealth. The chances of her doing something in the open were slim, but sneak attacks were a different story. He shook off the worry. He had more important things to focus on and people to catch up with since he had been away for a while. As the brown-haired boy approached Kuo Academy, he saw a familiar figure at the front gate, which made him smile. Issei, this is funny, when did you start waiting for me? Sona. The person revealed to be Sona Citri, one of the devil heirs who watched over Kuo Academy, stood at the front gate with a smile growing on her face. Normally I don't, you are an exception, Sona replied. Issei raised an eyebrow. Because you kissed my cheek after our karaoke session. Does that make us lovers or something? Hearing that caused Sona to blush slightly as she looked away, much to Issei's amusement. I never said that. Heh, never said you did. Sona grumbled to herself in embarrassment until she cleared her throat. Anyways, I'm sure you haven't heard the news yet. Issei raised an eyebrow. What news? 3 members of the church are in Kuo. They're going to speak with Rias later today. Issei's eyes widened slightly. Was she talking about Irina and her 2 friends? He knew that his childhood friend and her family were very religious, but he didn't think they would have their daughter join the church, which was sort of the enemy of the devils. Seriously? Sona nodded. Yes, I'm not sure for what reason though. Issei crossed his arms. I think I can figure that out. What if you get into a fight? Issei merely chuckled at the devil girl's words. Sona, I took on Riser. I can handle myself. You are not wrong, but there's one other thing. Issei raised an eyebrow. What is it? How are you feeling after what happened to Matsuda and Motohama? Issei looked away from Sona. No one besides Scat Hack knew what had happened to Motohama and Matsuda. To everyone at Kuo Academy, the 2 boys were missing, and Issei was pretty sure that nearly every girl in the school wouldn't even care that they were gone. You miss them, don't you? Issei sighed and nodded. He knew very well they were not gone. They were with him literally. Yeah. I do. I'm sure we'll find them, Issei. I hope so. Sona hugged the brown-haired boy tightly, and he hugged her back. I'm here for you. I know. If you ever need anything, and I mean anything, just come and see me. Issei chuckled, growing a small smile. Sure thing, Sona. Sona smiled and nodded before walking off, while Issei frowned and glanced at where he and his friends normally sat. He let out a small sad sigh. He was going to miss the old days. The fun times they had together, the mischief they would get into. Sure, everyone hated them for what they did, but Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama were inseparable. But Issei wondered, is there any way to turn them back to normal? Can they turn back into humans? Will they remember who they were? Will they remember what happened to them? Issei gazed up at the sky, these questions burning in his mind. Maybe he'll get his answers once he finds the one who made the system. Until then, I gotta keep using it. Issei then headed inside the school and made his way toward the classroom. As school ended, Issei yawned and scratched under his shirt. Finally, it was time for everyone to pack their things and go home, but Issei was making his way over to the occult research club. He wanted to see what the fuss was about, hoping no one was thinking about causing trouble, as that was the last thing he wanted right now. When he arrived at the old school building, he made his way inside and upstairs to where the clubroom meeting was being held. Upon arrival, he started knocking on the door. Who is it? It's me, Rias. Oh, come on in, Issei. With that, Issei opened the door and walked inside the clubroom, greeted by a shocked Irina and a stern-looking Zenobia. Sit. What are you doing here? Irina exclaimed. Isn't it obvious, Irina? Zenobia replied, staring at Issei with a firm gaze. He's with the devils. This made Irina gasp as she looked back at Issei. Issei, is it true? Are you a devil? Silence filled the room as Issei stared at his childhood friend, but soon he started laughing. Sorry, but the look on your face is hilarious. Irina pouted and crossed her arms as Issei wiped a tear from his eye. No, I am not a devil. I'm still human. Then why are you with them? Issei smiled as he looked over at Rias and the others, noticing Kibo wasn't with them, which confused him. They're my friends. So you replaced me? Irina cried, causing Issei to deadpan as he remembered she was like this in their childhood. What did you think I would do, go to school and have no friends? I thought I was your best friend. Issei sighed. You're my childhood best friend, big difference. Oh. Issei shook his head as he walked over to Rias's side and stood next to Kaneko, who was eating a chocolate bar. Issei raised an eyebrow at Zenobia, curious about where she was getting all those sweets. He glanced at her outfit, noting the absence of pockets. Strange. He muttered. Now, I believe you have a meeting. Issei prompted. You're right. Zenobia replied, turning her attention to Rias. Thank you for agreeing to speak with us. My name is Zenobia. Irina waved at everyone. And I'm Irina Shidu. The blonde-haired girl stepped forward and bowed politely. Asia introduced herself. I'm Asia Argento. A substitute nun of the church. Issei sensed something unusual from her, not quite holy energy but more like life energy. Rias remarked. It's a surprise that followers from God want to speak to a devil. Irina explained. It does seem random. Here's the thing. The church has 6 swords that we can account for. 3 are still with the church, and the other 3 were stolen by fallen angels. This revelation shocked everyone except Issei, who was unfamiliar with the swords but sensed the seriousness of the situation. Zenobia revealed a wrapped object on her back, clearly a sword. These are the ones that are left, made from Excalibur. This one is mine, the sword of destruction. Irina then unveiled a white cloth around her arm, and Issei sensed powerful holy energy emanating from it. And this is known as the Holy Sword of Mimicry. It's an Excalibur mini. Issei thought, that's a sword. Seriously? Rias asked, what is it you would like us to do for you today? Zenobia replied, stay completely out of it. This is between the church and the fallen ones. We don't need you to interfere. Rias countered, that sounds like an accusation. So you think we will side with them and stop you from obtaining those swords? Zenobia stated, we know that devils are weak against holy swords. It wouldn't make sense to support the fallen angels. Rias stared at the blue-haired girl, her eyes turning red. Zenobia added, if you do, then we have no choice but to annihilate you, even though you are the great Devil King's sister. Rias responded, if you have figured me out, then let me share something with you. There's no way I would ever consider joining the fallen angels. I will never betray my clan or my older brother. Zenobia nodded. It's enough for me to hear that. I was told in headquarters just in case. I thought the little sister of Lucifer would be a fool, but it seems I was wrong. Rias smiled. Good to know. Then I hope you understand that we will not support you either. Of course. I trust that we will prevail if you promise not to interfere with this ordeal, Zenobia said. You have my word, Rias assured her. Issei looked around. Hey, where's Kiba? Right here, came a sudden voice. Everyone turned to see Kiba, his expression serious and intense. Zenobia asked, who are you? Kiba replied, your superior. Nice to meet you. Issei thought, oh boy, this isn't going to be good. Outside the old school building, Asia, Rias, and her peerage watched as Issei and Kiba faced off against Zenobia and Irina. Rias was worried about Kiba facing holy swords that could be lethal, but she was even more concerned about Issei's ability to handle a piece of Excalibur. She hoped he would be okay. All right, let's begin, Zenobia announced, and both she and Irina revealed their black leather outfits. Issei's jaw nearly dropped at the sight. Seriously, he thought, glancing at Asia. Hey, Asia. Yes, she replied. Do you have a similar outfit? He asked. Asia nodded, a blush creeping onto her face. Issei thought, note to self, deal with whoever designed those outfits. If Issei were his old self, he would be drooling, but thankfully he had matured. He still needed to figure out where Artemis had gone. Aquino looked at Rias with concern. Are you sure it's all right to fight the people of the church without permission? It's just an informal bout, not an actual official battle, Rias reassured her. Irina warned, if the higher-ups found out, then we're all in trouble. She removed the white cloth from her arm, transforming it into a katana, which made Issei's jaw drop again. Why couldn't his weapons do that? That would be incredibly useful. DMN, impressive, he thought. Zenobia unwrapped her sword, preparing for the fight. We'll do our best not to kill you. Kiba laughed, causing confusion for Zenobia. What's so funny? It's because the one thing I want to destroy has appeared willingly before my eyes, he declared. At that moment, many swords emerged from the ground. Kiba had a power called Sword Biarch, allowing him to create any sword he desired and change them mid-combat. Zenobia recognized him. Sword Biarch. Now I remember, you are the sole survivor of the Holy Sword Project. Irina turned to Issei. Is it really you? Issei raised an eyebrow. Yes. Irina sighed. I feel like fate is making fun of me. The best friend I grew up with is with the devils. Why is this happening? Issei couldn't help but sweat drop at the chestnut-haired girl's dramatic words. Irina declared, my one goal is to wield a holy sword, move far away, and help those around me. God must be testing my will to overcome this heartbreak. If I prove I'm strong enough, then I can be much closer to him. Issei replied, yeah, whatever you say. I'm really sorry, Issei. This hurts me much more than it hurts you. But your sins will suffer the wrath of my Excalibur. She charged toward Issei, who stood his ground, watching as she jumped into the air with the sword raised above her head. Amen. Issei smirked. I don't think so. He summoned one of his daggers and blocked the incoming attack, shocking Irina, who never thought any weapon could withstand Excalibur, especially a small dagger. He gently kicked Irina away before dodging a few more strikes from her katana. How are you dodging all this? She exclaimed. Issei smirked again. You're not the only one who has changed over the years, Irina. On the sidelines, Asia, Rias, and her peerage watched the battle unfold. Akino commented, just being touched by a holy sword is a huge disadvantage for Kiba. Rias replied, Kiba's speed can manage her, but Issei is the one I'm worried about. Kaneko added, he seems to be fine. I know, but you have to remember. He's human, and a sword is still a sword, Rias said. Irina continued to unleash a barrage of slashes upon Issei, who effortlessly blocked them. He was grateful for his recent level up. If he had faced Irina when he was just starting out, he would have been defeated. Irina was a skilled opponent with tons of battle experience, while he had only a few weeks to a month with his daggers. How are you blocking all my attacks? She demanded. What can I say? I'm just good, but you really do love those toothpicks you call swords, Issei teased. They are not toothpicks. Irina shot back, annoyed. Another smirk grew on Issei's face as he prepared to end his childhood friend's playful banter. Toothpicks say what? What? Ah. Irina pouted cutely. Darn it. Everyone watching deadpanned at their antics. They were definitely childhood friends and acted like it. I gotta say, that face you're making is both hilarious and cute, Issei remarked, causing Irina to blush. I am not cute. Issei chuckled, reminiscing about the times Irina teased him when he thought she was a boy. Those memories brought him joy, moments he would cherish forever. Looks like the tables have turned, Irina. Remember when you used to tease me about getting married one day? Irina replied, oh yeah. I remember when I teased you about that. Rias and her peerage members widened their eyes at the implication. Did Irina just say she teased Issei about marriage? The only ones who missed this exchange were Kiba and Zenobia, still caught up in their own fight. Yeah. I found it weird since at that time I thought you were a boy, Issei admitted. Still don't know how, Irina said. The hair. You had short hair. Kaneko's eye twitched as she dropped her candy bar, which she would never do under normal circumstances. Akino wore her typical smile, but there was a sinister aura behind it that made Asia slowly move away in fear. Rias clenched her fist at the thought of Issei getting married, but a part of her wondered what it would be like to marry him. Issei thought, why do I feel like I need to run later? Irina, called Zenobia, who stood with Kiba, who was laid out on the ground. Issei was surprised Kiba was taken down so quickly. He expected more fight from him. It's time we get going now, Zenobia said. But I can still fight. Irina protested. It doesn't matter, we have a mission to complete. She turned to Asia. Asia, we're going. Can you make sure I'm in fighting shape? Oh, yes, Zenobia. Asia replied, walking over to her two partners as Zenobia wrapped her sword and Irina transformed her holy sword back into a cloth. Zenobia then looked at Rias. Remember what we talked about, Lady Gremory? They donned their cloaks and started to walk off, but Rias stopped them. Just out of curiosity, she began, if you don't mind telling, which fallen angel stole the 3 Excaliburs? Zenobia replied, yes, we know who did it. The leader of the Grigori, his name is Kokabeel. This revelation shocked Rias and her peerage. Issei, on the other hand, looked confused. Who are the Grigori? He asked. A fallen angel faction, Akino explained. Rias added, the two of you are after a leader class. Are you planning to die? Zenobia asked. We do what we must to keep the fallen angels from the holy swords. I'm willing to trade my life to annihilate them, she replied. Irina added, we understand the anger, there was already one casualty. One of the priests who was supposed to meet us was killed. This caught Issei's attention, and he raised an eyebrow. The priest? That doesn't sound right. I know who it was. Everyone turned to see Kiba, who weakly stood up. He was killed by a man named Fried. Rias asked, you had a run-in with him? Kiba nodded. Issei grimaced. Fried. I forgot about that sociopath. Rias looked at Issei. You too. Issei sighed and nodded. His encounter with Fried wasn't recent like Kiba's. It had happened 2 days after he took down the first instant dungeon the system gave him. Fried had mistaken Issei for a devil and attacked him. When Issei showed no signs of being a devil, Fried had simply left. Their battle may have been short, but it was entirely one-sided. That psychotic priest was more skilled than Issei. He hoped never to run into that lunatic again. The last thing he wanted was to hear Fried's creepy voice. Yeah, he was definitely insane, Issei said. Issei. Language. Irina scolded. English and Japanese, he replied with a smirk. Zenobia turned to walk off. Irina called out, Zenobia, wait. The chestnut-haired girl looked back at Issei. It was good to see you again, Issei. I'm glad you're still the same. Sort of, Irina said before running off after Zenobia. Asia chimed in, it was wonderful to meet you all. I hope we can see each other again soon, and she followed her comrades as Issei put his dagger away. He never thought he would say he fought his childhood friend. Where are you going, Kiba? Rias asked, gaining everyone's attention. You do realize that I will not permit you to leave me. You are a knight of the House of Gremory, Rias stated firmly. I know, President, and I'm sorry, Kiba replied, beginning to walk away. This made Rias and her peerage worry about the blonde-haired boy. Oh boy, that's not good. Issei thought. Should we go after him? Aquino suggested. Rias sighed. Let him be. I just hope he doesn't do anything reckless. Why does Kiba hate these holy swords so much? Issei asked. A long story, Rias replied. I've got time, Issei said, crossing his arms. Currently, both Issei and Rias were back inside the Occult Research Club. The brown-haired boy sat across from the devil girl. Holy swords are the most dangerous weapons against devils. Simply touching one burns a devil's body. More importantly, being cut by a holy sword means instant death for devils. The truth is, a holy sword can annihilate a devil, Rias explained. Geez. Talk about intense, Issei remarked. Rias nodded. It is. The fact that those who can use one are extraordinarily rare is the sword's biggest weakness. The church tried to raise people artificially, hoping to find someone worthy of wielding Excalibur to annihilate devils everywhere. She looked away, her expression serious. It's known as the Holy Sword Project. The Holy Sword Project. Issei repeated. They took young orphans from the streets and many others to see if they were worthy of wielding holy swords, Rias continued. Issei had a sinking feeling about how this story would end. They always say you can't have success without sacrifice, breaking a few eggs as they would put it. Let me guess. None were worthy? Issei asked. Rias nodded. The project was shut down, and the children were to be terminated, but Kiba managed to escape. Unfortunately, those he called friends died in the process. Hearing this reminded Issei of the moment Matsuda and Motohama died right before his eyes. He felt helpless and useless, having tried to keep his friends alive. He understood Kiba's pain. He too missed his friends, but there was a difference. Kiba sought revenge on the sword responsible for his friend's demise, while Issei had taken revenge on the one who killed his buddies. Yet he still felt empty inside. The revenge against the Ice Elf leader hadn't filled the void. He felt like he had failed. So, Kiba experienced what I felt. Issei thought, letting out a sad sigh. Thank you for telling me, Rias, he said. Rias nodded. Are you okay, Issei? Issei smiled at her. Yeah, I'm perfectly fine, Rias. No need to worry about me. Rias sensed something was wrong but chose to remain silent. If you say so, she replied. With that, Issei made his way out of the Occult Research Club. He walked in silence, leaving the grounds of Kuo Academy and slowly making his way home. With each step, he felt himself drifting, deep in thought about everything that had happened that day. His childhood friend showing up, Artemis appearing out of nowhere, Kiba's backstory, and so much more. His head was pounding, his throat sore, and his eyes felt heavy. He needed to lay down before something happened. So that is what he did. He slowly but surely made his way toward his home. Issei entered the house and stretched his body. I'm home, he called out. Welcome home, sweetie. I'm in the kitchen. Mickey replied. Okay, Mom. Issei made his way upstairs toward his bedroom. When he arrived, he opened the door and was greeted by Artemis. About time you showed up, Artemis said. Issei deadpanned. Were you waiting for me? What do you expect? I couldn't go anywhere because mortals can't see me, she replied. Issei pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. So you just sat in my bedroom all day. Don't you have a forest to hunt in? Learning about men is more important, Artemis said. Issei groaned, knowing she would be like a persistent fly. Great, another thing to worry about. Dinner's ready. Mickey called. Coming, Mom. With that, Issei made his way back downstairs to have dinner. He hoped that wherever Kiba was, he was doing all right. The blonde was strong and skilled in swordsmanship, making Issei feel inadequate. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Kiba was going to face someone very strong. Issei was certainly in a bind right now. He was sitting at the table eating dinner with his mother while deep in thought. The recent events had been overwhelming. Not only was the second quest of the Demon Castle dungeon on his mind, but there were also the situations involving Kiba, Irina, and her comrades, as well as the mystery of who or what created the system and why it chose him. Issei struggled to wrap his head around it all, feeling a migraine creeping in as he pondered his many questions. He knew he couldn't find the answers alone and doubted that Rias, Yoruchi, Yamato, Scathach, or Artemis could help. For now, he would have to navigate this blindly. Are you okay, sweetie? You're awfully quiet, Mickey asked. I'm fine, Mom, Issei replied. Are you sure? You've barely touched your food, she pointed out. Issei looked down at his plate, realizing she was right. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't eaten much. Why, yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking is all. Well, if you're not hungry for that, then I see, Mickey started, but then she began to cough. Issei's concern quickly turned to panic when he saw her cough up BLD Mom. He exclaimed, standing up and rushing to her side. Are you okay? I am okay, sweet, she coughed again. Worry spread in Issei's stomach as he placed a hand on her forehead, quickly retracting it when he felt how hot she was. Mom, you have a fever. She looked paler than before, and he sensed something was seriously wrong. He had to face Riser Phoenix soon, but this was more pressing. He picked her up bridal style and laid her on the couch before grabbing the house phone and dialing 911. What's your emergency? The receptionist answered. My mother is coughing up BLD. I'm not sure what happened. She was fine a moment ago, Issei said, his voice shaky. Please provide your address, and we'll send an ambulance, the receptionist instructed. Issei relayed the information, and soon an ambulance arrived to take his mother to the hospital. Despite the swift response, Issei's worry did not leave him for a moment. The trip felt long, and once they arrived, he had to wait anxiously in the waiting room. All he could hear was the silence and the ticking of a clock on the wall. Please, please, please be okay, he whispered to himself. He continued to wait, growing increasingly restless. Come on, what's taking so long? He thought, frustration mounting. Before long, a doctor emerged with a clipboard. How is she? Issei asked, standing up. Young Hai, your mother, the doctor began. Tell me she is okay. Issei interrupted. The doctor sighed. She appears to be healthy, but she has some sort of illness that I do not recognize, and after a little bit she slipped into a coma. Dread filled Issei as he processed the words. His mother was in a coma. No, that can't be true. There's no way that is correct. She was perfectly fine and had never gotten sick before, he thought, feeling his heartbeat quicken as the world around him began to spin. Issei, how long will she be in the coma? Doctor, I don't know. It might take months, but let's hope it doesn't take years. Years. Issei gulped at the thought of his mother being in a coma for years. Any regular person would worry about how he would survive on his own now that his mother was in the hospital. But Issei wasn't worried about that. He could handle himself and had enough savings to cover the medical bills for a while. But none of that mattered. What truly mattered was how he was going to help his mother. Issei, I see. Thank you. Can I see her? Doctor, of course, right this way. The doctor led Issei into the room where his mother lay in a hospital bed, in a coma. Issei, He walked over and sat in a chair next to her. Tears threatened to escape his eyes as the doctor decided to give them some time alone. He had seen this before, loved ones lying in beds while others tried their best not to cry. Issei, I'm sorry. Because of me, you overworked yourself so we could live a good life. He gritted his teeth as tears streamed down his face. He shouldn't cry, his mother wouldn't want him to. But he couldn't help it. This was his mother, after all. She had nothing to do with his involvement in the supernatural world, and yet she was suffering from an unknown illness that had caused her to fall into a coma. It made no sense. She had never shown signs of this before. Unless... Issei's eyes widened as it hit him. She never showed signs of this when he was just a regular human. But after he obtained the system, things had gotten crazy, including what was happening right now. Issei, the system. Was it the cause of this? Did it make his mother sick? It had to be. Before the system, Issei had lived a normal life. But after meeting Rainier and getting impaled, the system appeared and saved him. Issei, so if I didn't. He placed a hand on his face as he could hear his heartbeat inside his ears, louder and faster. If he hadn't accepted the system's offer, sure, his mother would have been heartbroken, but she wouldn't be in a coma, she would be living her life. Issei, DDMN it. He stood up and gently kissed his mother's forehead. Issei, I promise I'll find a way to wake you up, Mom. Just give me time. With that, Issei turned and made his way out of the room, his eyes filled with mixed emotions, cold and dead, yet filled with anger and determination. He would find a way to cure his mother, and if anyone got in his way. Time skip Issei was walking down the streets of Kuo, hands in his pockets, minding his own business when he bumped into someone. Issei, oh wait, Saji. Kaneko. In front of him were Kaneko and Saji, which confused Issei since they were not friends. Kaneko, Issei-senpai. See, oh Issei, what are you doing here? Issei deadpanned, sensing that Saji was freaking out about something. Issei, alright, what are you two doing? You both are not friends. Kaneko, well, we might as well tell you. Take a seat. Issei shrugged. His day was already rough, so he sat down at a nearby store with seating. Issei, alright, what's going on? Kaneko, Saji and I were thinking of finding the holy sword users and that nun, along with any clues about the pieces of Excalibur. Issei crossed his arms. Issei, what? Didn't Ria say she was going to stay out of their way? Saji, that's what I said. But she insisted we do it. Kaneko punched Saji's shoulder, causing him to groan in pain. Issei, Kaneko, what's the real reason you're doing this? You wouldn't do this just to help the church. Kaneko, I don't want Kiba to disappear. Issei, disappear. Kaneko nodded. He sensed it had something to do with Kiba's hatred for the swords. Issei guessed Kaneko was worried that Kiba would leave Kuo and never return. Issei, so, you want to help Kiba and dragged Saji along. Kaneko nodded, looking down, sadness on her face, which made Issei sigh. He was already dealing with enough, but he knew he would have more to handle now. Issei, well, I'm coming too. Kaneko, really? She looked at him with happiness in her eyes. Issei smiled at her and gave her a few head pats. Issei, hey, I may not know Kiba all that well, but I'm not going to let him do something reckless. Kaneko, thanks, Issei-senpai. Issei chuckled. Issei, no problem, Kaneko. Happy to help. Saji, I am going to be in trouble with Sona when she finds out. Issei, oh, quit your whining, Sei. Saji sulked silently, mumbling to himself, which made both Issei and Kaneko roll their eyes. Issei, alright, so we need to find Irina and her two friends. Kaneko, shouldn't be too hard. Issei, yeah, it's not like we're going to find them begging for money. Kaneko deadpanned as Issei face-bombed, groaning in annoyance, much to Saji's amusement. Saji, you were saying. Issei, Saji. Shut up. Ahead of the trio were Irina and Zenobia, who were asking for donations while Asia sat on the sidelines, embarrassed. Zenobia, oh, blessings on the wandering sheath before us. Irina, we are pitiful compared to you, O Lord. Please have mercy on us. Asia, oh dear. Issei shook his head as he approached the trio, gaining their attention. Irina, Issei, what are you doing here? Issei deadpanned at his childhood friend. Irina, what? Issei, What are you three doing? Asia, we need money, so we're asking for donations. Issei raised an eyebrow. Did they seriously go on a mission with no money? Issei, did you three really come here with no money? Zenobia, we had money, but Irina thought it was a good idea to spend it all on a painting. Issei looked next to Irina, who was laughing nervously, and saw a painting beside her. Issei, seriously? You bought a painting of Jesus? Irina, why? Issei face-bombed as he grabbed Irina, Zenobia, and Asia and began to lead them away. Issei, let's go. Asia, where are we going? Issei, somewhere I'm going to lose my money. Kaneko and Saji exchanged glances before shrugging and following behind Issei. They headed to a restaurant where Issei told the trio they could order whatever they wanted, and he would pay for it. It would cut into the savings he had collected, but it would be worth it. However, he didn't expect the trio to order 3 of everything from the menu and devour it as if their lives depended on it. Saji, this kinda reminds me of Dragon Ball. Zenobia, so delicious. Don't you agree? This is heaven. Irina, it's like food for the soul. Asia, agreed. Issei silently sulked, already hearing the cries of his wallet. Issei, when was the last time you three ate? Zenobia, 4 days ago. Issei face-bombed again. Why was he not surprised? After finishing their meal, the 2 swordswomen and the nun fell silent. Zenobia, what just happened? Even if this builds our faith, a human who is friends with devils saving us must mean the end of days. Irina, we practically sold ourselves to them. How will we ever be forgiven? Issei, it means a lot how you thank me for buying you food. Irina, Lord, please, have mercy on these kind souls, even if they are devils. After Irina finished her prayer, Kaneko and Saji held their heads in pain. Saji, we don't need God's blessing. The chestnut-haired girl laughed nervously as she rubbed the back of her neck. Irina, sorry, a force of habit. Zenobia, so, what do you three want? Issei, we want to help you destroy Excalibur. Zenobia, what? Issei, you heard me. We want to help break a sword. Zenobia, explain why. Issei began to explain their reasons for wanting to help. The church members had mixed reactions. Irina was surprised that her childhood friend wanted to help her mission. Asia felt her heart skip a beat at the thought of helping their comrade, reminding her of the times she helped others. Zenobia was skeptical, as working with devils went against the church's teachings. However, she remembered that Issei was not a devil, he was a human allied with them. Zenobia, I understand the situation. I don't mind you taking care of one sword. Asia, same. Irina looked at her comrades, shocked. Irina, Zenobia. Asia. Zenobia, Irina, you know what the other side has. Kokabeel is dangerous. Asia, plus, it would be impossible for us to find the swords. We need help. Irina, yeah, I get that. But they're devils. Zenobia, we have a 30% chance of returning home. Irina, yeah, but we knew the risk before we got here. This isn't anything new. Zenobia, true, we were sent here by the higher-ups, fully prepared to sacrifice our lives for our sacred cause. Issei chuckled. Issei, looks like you three got one thing wrong. This gained the church members' attention as they looked at him. Issei smirked, one of his eyes glowing. Issei, none of you are dying, not while I'm still alive and kicking. This made the 3 women blush, their hearts skipping a beat. Irina thought, he's definitely my knight in shining armor. With the agreement from the church members, Issei wondered how they would reach Kiba, who was likely still searching for the swords. It turned out he was at a park Issei knew well because he had died there. At first, the blonde didn't want to listen, but they managed to convince him and explain their plan. Kiba, I get it. But I am quite disappointed that someone who could wield an Excalibur would approve of its destruction. Zenobia, speaking of disappointing, didn't you recently abandon your place in the House of Gremory? Asia, Zenobia. That's mean. Kiba glared at the blue-haired girl. If that's the case, Then stray, which means you can be executed, Zenobia replied. You're welcome to try if you can, Kiba shot back. Both Kiba and Zenobia reached for their weapons, but they paused as a surge of bloodlust engulfed them, along with Irina, Asia, Saji, and even Kaneko. Their eyes widened in shock as they turned to see Issei with a menacing look. Enough! Issei commanded. Kiba and Zenobia dropped to their knees, overwhelmed by the intensity of Issei's aura. We're not here to fight each other, got it? Issei said, and the two reluctantly nodded. As the bloodlust dissipated, the others remained in shock. What the hell was that? I've never felt something like that. Saji exclaimed. Such bloodlust. Kaneko murmured. Es scary. Asia added. Issei, how much have you changed? Irina said, looking at him with concern. Zenobia turned to Kiba. I know you resent the Holy Sword Project and what they did. That incident was viewed with great distaste by those currently with the church, and that is why the one responsible was punished. Irina chimed in. His name is Galileo Valper, also known as the Archbishop of Annihilation. Kiba narrowed his eyes. I know him, he's the one responsible for everything. Asia added, he's not alone. Zenobia mentioned that there's someone serving under him, the stray priest. Issei crossed his arms. You mean that lunatic freed? Irina looked at Issei in surprise. I still can't believe you know him. I don't. I just encountered him, and he was one crazy guy, Issei replied. Did he have a sword that gave off a huge amount of holy aura? Zenobia asked. Not when I faced him. He just had a rip-off lightsaber, Issei said. He must have obtained Excalibur during the time difference between you both, Zenobia concluded. Asia added, it's uncommon for there to be an illusion between those who were banned from the church. There's a high possibility that Valper is involved with what's going on. Well, after hearing that, there's no reason for me not to cooperate with you, Kiba said. Then I guess it's decided. Irina exclaimed as she, Zenobia, and Asia made their way off, leaving Issei with the three devils. This isn't good news. Not only could we have been killed, but we could also have been responsible for another war with the church. Saji panicked. Issei slapped the back of Saji's head, causing him to grip his head in pain. What was that for? Saji protested. Because I felt like it, Issei replied. Kiba. Issei turned to him. Yeah. Kiba said. I want you to stay out of this. Kiba insisted. Issei replied. This is my revenge, I won't allow any of you to get involved, Kiba said firmly. But Kiba-senpai, Kaneko started. No, Kaneko. I wouldn't forgive myself if anything happened to you all, Kiba interrupted. Issei stepped closer and placed a hand on Kiba's shoulder, making him look up. I do not know the horror you had to endure, Kiba, but I won't stand idly by when I know I could do something to stop this madness. Kiba. Issei's determination was clear. Kiba sighed, realizing there was nothing that would convince Issei otherwise. All right, you can help. Good, because I wasn't taking no for an answer, Issei replied. Meanwhile, sitting at the dock of a harbor was Azazel, who was doing some fishing. He hummed to himself as he waited for a bite when a red glow illuminated behind him, making him smile. You really do love dropping by, do you, old friend? Azazel said, looking back to see the man who was the father of Issei Hayadu and husband of Miki Hayadu. Sorry for the sudden visit. The man said. Oh, and what's wrong? Certainly, you didn't come to see little old me. Azazel asked. The man sighed and shook his head. I just get the feeling that something is happening to my family. Well, doesn't your son possess the power of your old comrade? Azazel replied. Why do you keep thinking that he and I are comrades? The man asked. Issei was panicking. How could he not at a time like this? His mother could be in danger if he didn't stop Kokubile from executing his plan. There was also the risk of all of Kuo being in danger, which could spark another war between the three factions. But none of that mattered to Issei. All he cared about was his mother's survival. Currently, Issei was with Rias, Sona, and their peerages, standing outside of Kuo Academy as Sona and her peerage formed a magic circle around the entire academy, creating a protective barrier. We've covered the entire school with a protective barrier. If nothing drastic happens, it should keep everything inside safe, Sona explained. Thank you, Sona, this means so much, Rias said gratefully. Remember that this will only work if the conditions remain the same, Sona cautioned. Rias nodded as both she and Sona gazed at Issei, who was filled with mixed emotions. He was worried about what was happening and determined to keep his mother safe. He needed to keep her out of harm's way and distract Kokubile. Issei had already lost so much, his heart when Yuma broke it, and both his best friends, unable to do anything for them. He can't lose his mother, he won't lose her. Suddenly, Sona's queen Tsubaki appeared from a magic circle. Sona, Tsubaki, you arrived on time. Issei looked over. Issei, how's Irina? Tsubaki, her condition isn't life-threatening, she just needs some rest. Issei let out a sigh of relief. Issei, oh, thank goodness. Thank you, Tsubaki. Tsubaki nodded as she went to assist Sona and the rest of the peerage. Sona, Rias, it's not too late to contact your brother. Rias merely smiled at Sona. Rias, you know what I don't see. You contacting your big sister. Sona, with good reason too. Surzex loves you, and you know he would want to assist us. There's no doubt that he would come here if you call him, so call him. Aquino, there's no reason to do that. Everyone looked to see Aquino walking up. Aquino, I've already contacted him. Rias, how could you do that without asking me first? Aquino, look, Rias. I understand you don't want your brother unless we absolutely must. But our enemy is a leader-class fallen angel. He's not someone you can take on your own. I think this counts as a must. Rias fell silent as she thought about it, then sighed in defeat. Rias, fine. Aquino, thank you for your consideration. Surzex is on his way. His forces should arrive here in about an hour. Rias, good, Issei, that's too long, he won't make it. Everyone looked at Issei. Issei, I'll go face Kokubile. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Rias, Issei, you can't. Aquino, he's nothing like Riser. Kokubile is on a completely other level. Sona, it's true, Issei. You're going to be facing a man who survived encounters with both God and Lucifer. Issei fell silent at the other's words. A man who fought both God and Lucifer. That shouldn't be possible, but apparently it was. Issei didn't know much about the fallen angel, but he didn't care. That BSRD made a huge mistake and Issei would make him pay for it. Issei, who cares if he did? Issei's eyes started glowing with a menacing purple aura, sending a shiver down everyone's spines. Issei, I'll make him suffer. Rias, I guess there's no way to convince you not to go, is there? Issei shook his head, making Rias sigh. Rias, very well. But promise you'll be careful and come back alive. Issei, I will. Just make sure that Fried and Valper don't complete their goal. Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko nodded as the four of them made their way to the back of the school. When they arrived, they saw a huge magic circle in the sky. Issei was confused. What was Kokubile planning? Issei, what the hell is that? It seems like the four Excaliburs have been made into one. That is so Valper. Everyone perked up as they looked to the source of the voice, seeing Kokubile sitting on a throne in the sky. Rias, Kokubile. Kokubile smirked. Kokubile, so is Big Brother on his way yet? Or is it Seraphal instead? Issei, neither, you're dealing with us. Kokubile merely smirked as he summoned a massive light spear, causing Issei's eyes to widen as memories of his past flashed through his mind. The pain, the BLD, the heat, the cold, the numbness. Issei gritted his teeth, trying to shake the thoughts away. Issei, not now. Kokubile threw the light spear, not at Issei and the group, but at the school gym, destroying it. Issei, the gym. Kokubile, this is boring, I need a diversion. Issei gritted his teeth as he eyed the destroyed building, realizing Kokubile wasn't even trying with that attack. He wanted to show off his power. This was the power of a man who faced both God and Lucifer. Issei, this is not going to be easy. Kokubile, Since you all came here to see me, I may as well let you play with one of my favorite pets. He snapped his fingers, and a magic circle appeared on the ground. Fire erupted from the circle, revealing something that shocked and annoyed Issei. Issei, Cerberus. I killed him. Drake, can you explain what's going on? Drake's small shadow had appeared on Issei's shoulder. Drake, there is no way that's Cerberus, my liege. It must be an imposter. Issei, yeah, I had a feeling it was. Issei was even more furious. He had already killed Cerberus, and now there was another one. He doubted Hades would be pleased. Suddenly, a screen appeared before Issei. The Greek god, Hades, is unhappy to know there is an imposter of Cerberus. Issei almost chuckled. Issei, yeah, I'm in the same boat as you, Hades. The Greek god, Hades, wishes that you get rid of its existence. A small smirk grew on Issei's face. Issei, hey girls, how about we send this mutt back where it belongs? The girls nodded in agreement as Issei summoned his daggers and charged toward the fake Cerberus with Kaneko, while Rias and Aquino provided support. Kaneko jumped high and landed a powerful axe kick on the middle head, making the imposter roar in pain, especially when Aquino electrocuted it. Aquino, you've been a bad doggy. As the Cerberus roared in pain, Issei charged toward it, slashing at its legs, causing it to fall to the ground and growl in anger. Issei smirked. This was pretty easy, and the battle had only just begun. He'll wrap this up quickly. After all, this Cerberus was pretty weak. Rias exclaimed, what the hell? Issei turned to her, eyes widening as he saw two more Cerberus rise from magic circles. How is there now 3 Cerberus? Where did Kokabeel even get them from? Kaneko noted, 2 more. Aquino added, that's not possible. There's only meant to be 1 Cerberus. Rias summoned a ball of power of destruction and threw it at one of the Cerberus, knocking it back. You 3 focus on that one, I've got these 2. Issei warned, Rias, don't be foolish. You can't take them both on. The other Cerberus roared and charged at Rias, but Kaneko leaped in front of her and pushed her out of the way just as the middle head bit down on the devil girl. Kaneko! Issei shouted, nearly dropping his weapon. He watched as the middle head's mouth slowly opened to reveal Kaneko, her clothes now ripped as she struggled to keep the dog's mouth open with her feet. Disgusting! Kaneko muttered. Hang on, Kaneko. Issei rushed to help her, slicing off the other Cerberus head. The now 2-headed dog fell back as Issei forced the decapitated head's mouth open. You okay, Kaneko? Yeah, thanks for the save, she replied, blushing as Issei took off his hoodie and covered her ripped clothes. Thanks, she said softly. Issei nodded, then glanced at Kokabeel, who remained unmoving on his throne. Suddenly, the 2-headed Cerberus roared and lunged forward, but before Issei could react, a voice called out, Divine Drop. Asia appeared out of nowhere and drop-kicked the 2-headed dog in the face, sending it flying back. Asia! Issei exclaimed. Sorry we're late, she replied. Don't forget about me. Zenobia charged at the dazed monster, slicing it in half. Zenobia too. Does that mean sword Biardich? Issei turned to see Rhea Cerberus getting impaled by numerous swords as Kiba appeared and sliced off its 3 heads. Kiba! Rias exclaimed. Sorry we took so long, Kiba replied. Issei couldn't help but smile. Ha, awesome. Kokabeel sneered. Awesome is a bit of a stretch, don't you think? Rias summoned a massive ball of destruction and threw it at Kokabeel, but he easily grabbed it before it made contact. Aquino flew in front of Rias and unleashed her lightning upon Kokabeel, who smirked at the 2 girls. My turn, he said, combining the 2 balls of magical power and throwing them at both Aquino and Rias. Aquino quickly summoned a magical barrier to protect Rias, but the attack was too powerful, breaking her barrier and shredding her clothes as she screamed in pain. Aquino! Issei rushed forward and caught her before she hit the ground. You okay? He asked. Why yeah, thanks for the save, she replied. Valper announced, it's complete. Everyone turned to Valper, who saw the magic circle near him glowing brighter. Oh no! Kiba shouted. Finally, it's done. Valper declared. Kokabeel grinned. Now I get the massive power from the combination of the swords. That's a worthwhile trade-off. Sweet deal, don't you think? This isn't good. Rias said. Is this dude trying to wipe the whole town out with that sword? Issei asked. I suggest you start running. This whole area is gonna be destroyed in 20 minutes, Valper warned. Kokabeel added, if you want to save it, then you have to defeat me. He summoned his 10 black feathered wings. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Miki Hayatu lay in her bed, unmoved as silence filled the room. That silence was soon broken as several fallen angels entered, grunts who served under Kokabeel. Hee when she wakes up, let's have some fun with her, one said. Agreed, another chimed in. They surrounded Miki, who remained in her coma but was in perfect condition. I know Kokabeel said we should kill her, but maybe we should keep her, one suggested. Oh, that's not a bad idea, we could use her as a breeding tool, another added. One of the fallen grinned and reached for Miki, but before he could touch her, a black claw-like hand grabbed his arm. What the? He exclaimed, turning to see someone who had stayed behind to watch over Miki without Issei's knowledge. That someone was Igris, his eyes filled with rage. How dare these vile creatures try to use his liege's mother as their toy? Igris would not allow it, not while he was part of his liege's immortal army. Fallen Angel 5. What the he dash. Before the fallen could finish his sentence, Igris knocked him away from Miki with a powerful punch, sending the fallen angel crashing into a wall. FA4. What is the dash? He was interrupted as Igris swiftly defeated him. The other fallen angels were startled by Igris's terrifying appearance. They had never seen anything like it before. Fallen Angel 1. What is that thing? Fallen Angel 2. I don't know. Fallen Angel 3. It must be her doing. If we kill her, it will vanish. They summoned light spears and hurled them toward Miki, but Igris appeared in front of her, slashing the projectiles into nothing. Fallen Angel 2. It's protecting her. Fallen Angel 3. Don't let up. One of the fallen angels summoned a light sword and charged at Igris. Their clash sent sparks flying. Igris could easily defeat these creatures, but he couldn't risk harming Miki, who was directly behind him. He vowed to protect her at all costs. Two of the other fallen quickly summoned their spears and threw them at Miki. Without hesitation, Igris used his own body to block the attack, the light spears piercing his back. If he could feel pain, he would have been in agony, but he was determined to fulfill his duty. The fallen angels continued their assault until, after several hits, they suddenly stopped. Igris slowly stood, ensuring none of the light spears had harmed Miki. Relieved to see she was unharmed, he turned to the fallen angels, wondering why they had ceased their attack. To his surprise, he saw Sun Wukong holding the heads of the fallen angels, carrying his sleeping son in a baby carrier, with Buddha standing beside him, yawning. Buddha, man, those dudes were certainly boring. Igris was shocked to see the legendary Monkey King. Sun Wukong looked at him. Sun Wukong, you're one of Issei's shadows, like Drake. Igris nodded, aware of the light spears still embedded in his back. Sun Wukong, geez, if you weren't a shadow, you would have died. Igris remained silent, frustrated by his inability to speak at his current level. He felt inadequate, wishing he could communicate with his liege. Buddha approached Igris and patted him on the shoulder. Buddha, you did a good job protecting Issei's mom. Sun Wukong walked over to Miki, a sad expression on his face. Sun Wukong, my goodness. She doesn't deserve to be in this state after everything she has done. Buddha, enjoying a lollipop, added, I agree, but there's not much we can do to help except make sure these pests don't touch her. Igris nodded in agreement, readying his massive sword for battle despite the light spears still in his back. Sun Wukong, well. He took out his staff. Let's take care of these pests. Buddha smirked, crunching his lollipop. Meanwhile, Issei was clashing with Freed, who was obstructing his attempts to reach Kokabeel. Issei had already intervened to save Kiba from a light spear aimed at him. Valper, I remember you. You're the test subject that escaped and became a devil. I'm grateful for you and the others. You gave me the key to completing the project. Kiba, complete it. Valper, the subjects we used didn't have enough of a particular gene required to use the holy swords. I realized I had only taken the gene from the kids who carried it. Kiba looked shocked, and Issei, still engaged with Fried, felt a surge of anger. Issei, you killed them all for a gene. Valper glanced at Issei. Valper, no need to get angry. Because of them, I got what I needed. He revealed a blue crystal, a sadistic look in his eyes. This crystal contains the right amount of the gene. It's the last one made from those poor kids. Fried chuckled softly. Fried, the other guys they tested it on died because they were too weak to take on genes. If you think about it that way, you're lucky to be fighting a one-of-a-kind. Kiba, but there was no need to kill us. Issei, Kiba, we believed what we were doing was for God. We did it because we believed we had hopes and dreams, but you just threw us away like trash. Valper tossed the crystal to Kiba. Valper, here. You can keep that. We've reached the point where we create higher quality crystals. Issei gritted his teeth as anger burned within him. He kicked Fried away and looked over at Kiba. Issei, Kiba. Kiba slowly got on his knees, picked up the crystal, and hugged it tightly. Issei, Kiba, you're not supposed to die for your friends. You live for them. They didn't sacrifice their lives for you to seek revenge. They did it so you can live for both your sake and theirs. A voice echoed, he's right. Kiba perked up as the crystal began to glow, and several spirits appeared around him. His friends, his fallen comrades, the ones he swore to get revenge on Excalibur for. Girl Spirit 1, it's okay. Girl Spirit 2, let us gather together. Boy Spirit 1, it's time. Boy Spirit 2, take us in. Girl Spirit 3, you don't have to be scared, even if there is no God. Girl Spirit 4, even though he won't be watching us. Boy Spirit 3, our hearts will forever be one. Tears streamed down Kiba's face as he held the crystal tightly to his chest. After so many painful years of remembering that day, he finally saw his friends again. A small smile grew on Kiba's face. Kiba, yes. He stood up, and a radiant light enveloped him, gaining Issei's attention. Valper, what is this? Issei, Kiba. As the light faded, Kiba stood transformed, wielding a new sword forged from both holy and devil elements. Kiba, this is the sword of betrayal, a weapon forged from both holy and devil power. Just try and stop it. Issei, whoa. Zenobia walked next to Kiba. Zenobia, Knight of Gremory, are we fighting on the same side? Kiba, I like to think we are. Zenobia smiled and summoned a massive sword from a magic circle. When she grabbed the handle, the chains shattered. Zenobia, this is Durandal. Kiba, Durandal. Issei, another holy sword. Asia approached Issei, standing beside him. Asia, yes, a very powerful one. Said to be on par with Excalibur itself, that sword is known to cut through anything in this world. Issei, that's one impressive sword then. Valper, holy and devil. Impossible. Two opposite elements cannot be combined like this. Issei shot a glare at Valper. Issei, you better believe it because it just happened. Fried, who cares? It's no match for my super glowy sword. Fried charged toward Kiba and Zenobia, but the blonde-haired boy dodged as Zenobia smirked. Zenobia, fool. She swung her sword, clashing with Fried's weapon and shattering it. Fried, no. My sword. Kiba, don't forget about me. Kiba appeared behind Fried and slashed at him, causing him to scream in pain as Issei soon confronted him. Issei, Arco out of nowhere. He grabbed Fried's head and slammed him into the ground, knocking him out cold. Valper fell to his knees, disbelief etched on his face. Valper, no. This is preposterous. A light spear suddenly impaled him, shocking everyone as Valper collapsed, blood dripping from the wound. Issei, what the hell? Before he could finish, Kokabeel interrupted, sending Issei flying back with a single backhand. Everyone, Issei. Kokabeel chuckled, standing next to the injured Valper, having descended from his throne. Kokabeel, well, since combining the swords failed, I no longer have a use for you, Valper. Valper, Kokabeel. Menu. He coughed up BLD Valper, and may God let your soul burn. Kokabeel laughed. Kokabeel, oh, I don't think he will. Now die. In an instant he summoned a light sword and severed Valper's head from his shoulders, the body collapsing to the ground. Kokabeel, ha! He'll know what happened to God in hell. Zenobia, what? What do you mean? Asia, huh? Kokabeel, oh, did I accidentally let it slip? Zenobia, Kokabeel, what do you mean? Kokabeel smirked. Kokabeel, well, you will find out eventually. But in the last great war, God died alongside Lucifer. The revelation shocked everyone to their core. Asia, it. Zenobia, in no way. God's dead. Asia fell to her knees, tears welling in her eyes. There was no way it could be true. Rias, God has been dead. How is that even possible? Kokabeel smirked. Kokabeel, back then, the devils lost all their kings and most of their high-ranking devils. The angels and fallen angels lost almost everyone except for their leaders. Pure angels cannot increase their numbers, and pure devils are just rare, aren't they? Asia, this can't be. Kokabeel, all sides have been in ruins to the point they have to rely on humans to survive. Angels, fallen angels, and devils. The leaders of the three factions had to seal away this information so that the God-fearing humans would continue to fear. Everyone stood in stunned silence, grappling with the truth of Kokabeel's words. Was it true? Was it a lie? They couldn't tell the difference. Asia exclaimed, then where has the love been coming from? Who was answering our prayers? Kokabeel grinned savagely as he looked at her. No one has, it has all been a lie. Asia dropped to her knees, feeling as if her entire world had just shattered. Kokabeel continued, Michael was the one who took God's place and answered the people's prayers. Asia fell silent, overwhelmed by the revelation. Kokabeel smirked as he approached her, looming over the girl. It's true, but since I'm a nice guy, I'll send you off to see your beloved God since you miss him so much. He raised his leg, preparing to slam his foot down upon Asia, but just as it was about to hit her, he was stopped in his tracks. Everyone, including Kokabeel, was surprised to see that it was Issei who intervened. I don't think so. You're going to pay for making Asia upset, he declared. Kokabeel scoffed. And pray tell how you're going to stop me. Human. Issei looked up, his once brown eyes now glowing purple. Like this. Shadows erupted from Issei, sending Kokabeel back a few feet. The shadows began to cover Issei's body, forming a menacing armor that radiated pure intensity. Issei, he shouted, grabbing Kokabeel's face and slamming him into the ground, creating a massive crater. Issei began to overpower the fallen angel. You don't need these wings, do you? He taunted, tearing them apart one by one, causing Kokabeel to scream in agony. Why UBSTRD? Let me go. Kokabeel pleaded. I don't think so. You did all this for what? Because you had nothing better to do with your miserable existence. Issei ripped off another wing and landed on top of Kokabeel, unleashing a flurry of blows to his face. Rias and the others watched in shock and horror, unsure of how to react. They felt that Kokabeel had suffered enough, but none dared to speak up against Issei, fearing he might turn his rage on them. Issei grabbed Kokabeel's mouth. Bye-bye, maybe we can play again if I see you in hell. He brutally tore Kokabeel apart, BLD splattering everywhere. Rias and the others were horrified by the carnage before their eyes. They had never seen Issei act like this before. It was as if he was a different being. When it was over, Issei threw the pieces of Kokabeel onto the ground and turned to the others, who remained on guard. Do not fear him because of this action. He had no part in what you just witnessed. Huh? Rias asked, confused. My actions shall not impact him, though this shall be my one and only intervention. Just then, the shadow armor began to fade from Issei's body, and he let out an amused chuckle. My time is up already. Well, it was fun while it lasted. At least I got to silence that crow. Ria stepped forward, still confused. Who are you? I am merely a memory of someone who decided to help a boy who was in trouble, Issei replied. Rias was taken aback. Saved from trouble. Issei chuckled again. You'll find out eventually. For now. Take care, Rias Gremory. With that, the shadow armor fully disappeared, and his purple eyes returned to their regular brown. Issei blinked, groaning as he grabbed his head. What hap? He stopped as he noticed two things, the lifeless Kokobile and the shocked expressions of his friends. Silence filled the air as he tried to piece together what had just happened. The last thing he remembered was being struck by Kokobile, and everything else was a blur. He said, unsure of what to make of the situation. Issei sat in a chair next to his mother, who was still in a coma. The brown-haired woman looked unchanged, as if time had stood still. A few days had passed since the battle at Kuo Academy, and Issei was filled with questions. He couldn't recall much of the battle. The last thing he remembered was being hit by Kokobile. Despite the chaos, Issei's main concern was his mother's safety. He had to ensure that Kokobile didn't destroy the town and harm the innocent people of Kuo, but his focus remained solely on his mother. Issei sighed as he reflected on his recent actions. I saved the town and stopped a crazy lunatic. I guess that's good, right? The silence that followed was heavy, and he felt a pang of longing for his mother, hoping she could somehow hear him. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling, fighting back tears and clinging to the hope that remained within him. Yet one question plagued his mind. What had caused his mother to fall into a coma? He recalled how she had coughed occasionally after he met Wukong, but he couldn't blame the Monkey King for her condition. They were rivals, after all, and neither would harm the others. Family. Issei shook his head, trying to dismiss the thought. He needed to focus on his mother. There has to be a way. A way that I can help her, a way that I can cure her. Suddenly, a screen appeared beside him, and he initially felt annoyed, thinking it was just the system reminding him of daily quests. But when he checked, he found something else entirely. Item, Holy Water of Life item class, S-type, consumable, the Holy Water of Life. Issei exclaimed, remembering the recipe that claimed it could cure any disease. A surge of happiness filled him, but it quickly faded as he realized he was missing one final ingredient, the purified BLD of the Demon King. He groaned in frustration, feeling foolish for not remembering. Of course, nothing would come easy. If he wanted something, he would have to fight for it. He often found himself frustrated with MRPG games for this very reason. Crafting a new weapon or armor often required a rare drop from a powerful boss, and events that offered desirable rewards usually pitted players against overwhelming foes. The thought of needing purified Demon King BLD made him resent the system even more. Ugh, he muttered, glaring at the screen. Screw you, system. With a small sigh, he turned his attention back to his mother. He wasn't planning on returning to the Demon Castle anytime soon, needing time to recover from his recent encounters. But if there was a chance to help her, he had to take it. Just hang on a little longer. I'll get that BLD and fix you up. I promise. Determined, Issei stood up and headed for the door. As he opened it, he was surprised to find Artemis, the formidable goddess of hunt, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed. He felt a mix of awe and unease in her presence. It was unusual for a goddess to wait for him, a mere mortal, but he suspected her curiosity was piqued by his unusual powers. Well, I'll be. Artemis, the goddess of hunt, waiting for me. Should I be honored or creeped out? He joked, trying to lighten the mood. Artemis rolled her eyes, clearly unimpressed. Spare me your attempt at humor, I find it annoying. Issei raised his hands defensively, masking his inner turmoil. Despite having faced Sun Wukong, he couldn't shake the intimidation that came with being in the presence of a goddess. He knew Artemis held the power of life and death over him, and her slightest whim could end his existence. Summoning his courage, he tried to maintain a calm facade. No need to get angry. I'm perfectly calm, human, she replied coolly. Didn't say you were. Also, could you please just call me by my name? At least once. Artemis didn't respond, but her expression made it clear. There was no way she would call him by his name. He hadn't proven himself to her, and she had her own biases against men. Issei shook his head, deciding not to dwell on getting a goddess to remember his name. Meanwhile, Artemis looked towards the door Issei had just exited, curious about what had transpired inside. Was that her? Your mother? Artemis asked. Issei nodded. Yeah, I'm not sure why, but something happened to her. She fell into a coma. Issei rubbed the bridge of his nose as the sun set over Kuro, painting the sky a deep orange. Despite the appealing sight, he was preoccupied with a headache from the chaotic events at the school pool, which felt more like a nightmare than a fun experience. I'm still shocked that Sona actually showed up, he muttered, recalling the chaos of the battle between Sona, Rias, and Aquino. Explosions and destruction had filled the air as he ran from the chaos. Though he had some power, he was still human and needed to find safety. Oh, why me? He thought, sprinting toward the changing rooms. He hoped Asia, Kiba, and Kaneko were safe and not caught in the crossfire. He knew Rias, Aquino, and Sona would try to keep things under control, but seeing explosions above a school was not a good sign. What has gotten into those girls? He wondered. Just then he heard a voice. Oh, Issei Hayadu. He turned to see Zenobia in her swimsuit. Zenobia. What's going on outside? She asked. Don't worry about it. It's nothing to, he started, but then noticed he hadn't seen her at the pool. Wait, why didn't I see you at the pool? Zenobia blushed slightly. It's the first time I ever wore a swimsuit, so it took longer than I expected. Does it look good on me? Issei smiled. It looks great on you. She blushed from the compliment, but then he crossed his arms. But what do you mean, first time? Did you never swim while at the church? Zenobia shook her head. The church had strict rules, and I was always on a mission. But now that my life has changed, I want to give things a try. Issei felt a pang of sympathy for her. I understand. Issei, I have a serious request, she began. Please, just call me Issei. We're allies and friends, he replied. Right then, Sei, she said, smiling. Well, Issei. He blinked, surprised by her next words. Did she just ask him to have a child with her? He exclaimed, taken aback. Issei's body trembled as he recalled the harrowing experience he had narrowly escaped. He felt fortunate to have avoided a catastrophic outcome, but the thought of what could have happened made him uneasy. Exhausted from the day's events, all he wanted was to return home for a hot meal and some rest, preparing for his next mission. He needed to retrieve the purified BLD essential for creating the holy water of life. As he walked through the deserted streets of Kuo, a sense of loneliness washed over him. The orange sky and setting sun only deepened his melancholy. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his nerves, but a sigh escaped his lips. Memories of his childhood flooded Issei's mind, particularly the times when his mother would take him for walks around Kuro. They would often stop to admire the setting sun, a moment he cherished deeply. However, the thought of not being able to experience such moments again filled him with dread. His mother remained in a coma-like state, and he knew he needed to obtain the purified BLD to save her. The weight of this responsibility was immense, but he couldn't give up. Mom, I hope you wake up soon. Issei arrived home and opened the front door, greeted by Yoruchi and Yamato in their human forms. Ensu, welcome back. Yamato exclaimed. Hey big guy. How was the pool? Yoruchi asked. It was fine, I guess, Issei replied, closing the door behind him as he made his way to the kitchen, the two girls following closely. He began preparing food for all three of them. It made sense that Issei felt a bond with Yoruchi and Yamato. They weren't just pets to him. He had initially thought Yoruchi was an ordinary cat until she transformed into a stunning figure. Issei soon noticed something amiss. Is Artemis still here? Surprisingly, she isn't. We haven't seen her all day, Yamato answered. Oh, I thought she never left. Issei didn't mind Artemis's presence. It was just that being watched by a goddess, especially one from the same pantheon as Hades, made him uneasy. He wasn't sure what his current relationship with Hades was like after he faced the fake Cerberus during Kokobeel's attack. The system hadn't informed him of any rewards, nor had he received a message about Hades's mood. Among the Greek gods, Hades was the most intimidating, and he was relieved that Hades wasn't real, until the supernatural world knocked on his door. If I ever meet Hades, I hope he won't kill me. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the kitchen, causing Issei, Yamato, and Yoruchi to shield their eyes. As the light faded, they uncovered their eyes to see Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. Issei let out a small sigh. I feel like I spoke too soon. Artemis looked at Issei with her usual serious expression. Male, she stated. I have a name, you know, Issei replied. I don't care what your name is. Issei sighed in annoyance, wishing she would acknowledge him someday. What do you want? Can't you see I'm making food? Your food can wait, male. You're coming with me. Issei raised an eyebrow. To where exactly? The gods are holding an annual meeting, and I think it's time for my fellow Greeks to meet the one who killed Cerberus. Dread filled Issei at the thought of meeting Hades, the god of the underworld. He had specifically wanted to avoid that encounter, but fate had other plans. Wait, all the gods? Like the Norse and Egyptians? Yoruchi asked. Yes, they all shall be there, Artemis confirmed. Yoruchi fell silent, clenching her fist, her eyes filled with rage. Which means he will be there. Issei noticed Yoruchi's reaction and wondered why she was so angry. Was there a god at this party who had wronged her in the past? He wanted to ask but didn't want to pry. If she wanted to share her past, she would. If not, that was her choice. So, there's a party with the gods. Issei said. Yes, Artemis replied. You're taking me so your fellow Greeks can meet me, just because I killed Cerberus. Yes. Issei deadpanned. I don't get a say in this, do I? Artemis merely smirked, confirming his suspicion. Well, can both Yoruchi and Yamato come? Yoruchi's eyes widened in shock while Yamato's expression turned excited. She had never been to a party before. As long as they behave, they can come, Artemis said. Issei looked at Yoruchi and Yamato. You both don't have to, I just thought you might like to get out. I'll come with you. This will be fun. Yamato exclaimed. Issei turned to Yoruchi. How about you, Yoruchi? You want to come too? Alright, I guess I can go. Issei turned back to Artemis. Alright, looks like we're all going. So when are we heading off? Right now, Artemis smirked. Wait, Before he could finish, Artemis snapped her fingers, and in an instant, they teleported out of Issei's home. Issei found himself in a massive ballroom, beautifully decorated with numerous tables laden with delicious food, wine, and other beverages. The place was bustling with life, and Issei couldn't believe his eyes as he looked around. Yoruchi and Yamato stood beside him, equally taken aback by the sheer scale of the party, while Artemis had her arms crossed, observing the scene. As Issei took a closer look, he realized that numerous gods from different pantheons were present at the gathering. He couldn't believe so many powerful beings had come together in one place, and the thought made him feel somewhat intimidated. He hoped he wouldn't stand out too much, given that he was only human. Issei looked around the room once again, taking in the sights and sounds of the incredible party. The decorations were breathtaking, the food looked delicious, and the wine appeared to be of the highest quality. Overwhelmed, he wondered if he truly deserved to be at such a grand event. Wow! There are so many gods, Issei exclaimed. I didn't know there were this many. Yamato added, equally astonished. Yoruchi scanned the room, noting the various pantheons present. Norse, Greek, Egyptian, Japanese, Chinese, Aztec, Roman, Hindu, and even the Mayan gods are here. Hey, how you do? Issei turned to see Wukong approaching with his emissary, Tongzong, and his two fellow students, along with his son on his back. Wukong, you're also here? Issei asked. Yeah, Wukong replied. Tongzong looked at Issei. This is the boy you told us about. Yep, he's my strongest rival, Wukong said proudly. Issei recognized Tongzong as the monk who had freed Wukong from the Buddha's seal. You're Tongzong, the monk who went on that journey. Indeed I am. It's nice to meet you, Issei Hudu, Tongzong said, extending his hand for a handshake. Issei shook his hand and glanced at the other two with them. You two are the other students. I know one of you is a pig demon, but the other? I can't really remember. Wukong laughed heartily. I'm Sha Wujing. And I'm Zhu Beiji. The other introduced himself. Well, it's nice to meet you both. I guess, Issei said. Just then he heard babbling and turned to see baby Kenji pulling strings from his father's hair. Issei looked at Wukong, surprised. You brought your son to this party? Yes I did, Wukong replied. You're not concerned that something will happen? Issei asked. Wukong chuckled. Who would be dumb enough